Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Wampleville. Welcome back to Birchwood Vale. That's where you're going to find it's an upcoming Kickstarter campaign where you're going to find this troll and some of the other trolls that we painted on the stream here, like Woody and Rocky. And we painted these already on stream. You can go back and check out these. One is already a highlight. We already made a highlight out of Woody, and we'll soon be making one out of Rocky here. And last but not least, we have their even bigger buddy right here. Now I do have some references down in the corners over there, just for you to see as we welcome in our moderator, Armored Wolf. Armored Wolf, we have been definitely. Kathy enjoyed the barbecue. Well, we both had the barbecue sauce today with the chicken, so that was very tasty. And thanks so much for that. That was really good. I knew she was gonna like it, and she'd been waiting quite a while to try that wonderful stuff once again. So we're gonna see what we can do with this guy here. I do have some other references. Now, see this guy in the lower left-hand corner? I don't. People were wanting more crazy colors on this thing, and found a bunch of different ones, but that seemed to be the most interesting because the skin tone was different. Skin tone was different. I didn't really want to go berserk with a billion different colors of mushrooms or whatever. I sort of like the deep reds with some other accents there. But that green and other stuff in the skin tone, I thought that's kind of a different sort of skin tone. And I thought it would be a perfect one to paint with the oils because I think it'll be pretty darn easy to do something like that. We've got our makeup sponges at the ready. We have a whole bunch of brushes over here. Sorry that the voice is messed up. Apparently from all of the streaming and filming that we've been doing in the last week. Now, we are backed out very far. I mean, you usually don't see this much in my hands right here. I mean, check out. So here's our great beast of Golgoroth. Look how tiny he is. Normally, he's filling up most of the screen. So we are backed way out there. Hey, Lifeguard Leroy, welcome back. How ya doing today? Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. So this should be very fun. We will obviously do a whole bunch of our reds here. Now the palette is from yesterday, so that's why there's some colors splattered out here already. We got our usual row up here of opaques, right? Your quick dry whites, your I'm gonna put a little more brilliant yellow pale out here. So Lifeguard Leroy, how you doing today? I don't know if you're doing some painting yourself as we go ahead and paint on some of these trolls here. We also have some cadmium yellow light, which I'm actually going to put some more of that out here just while I'm thinking about it. And this way, you also, boy, I'm going to have to refill this container too. Needless to say, we've been painting a whole bunch. So yes, these are just regular oils out of the, I guess I can hold it even closer. Because, man, we are backed out a long ways. I'm glad that you're doing well. Now, I am just going to do a quick little focus check here on this guy because, well, it's a very different perspective right here. Waiting on some new primers as we welcome in Mini Dreadful too. Oh, Mini Dreadful, we were checking out the YouTube. Where's Gambling right here? So that must have been the video we were sculpting Gambling here. Yeah, put that because I realized it was only about 2.5 hours long, at least the part we were sculpting him. So I thought, nah, you know what? We could throw that up on YouTube. That wouldn't be too bad. Not too long now, of course. This is what we were painting last night. The last of our, speaking of sculpting here, this was the last of our sculpted Easterling special characters, the War Priest. We're waiting on him to dry so that we can get his dull coat on him, and then at least our Easterlings, they're basically ready for battle. They are ready for fighting at this point. So, Mini Dreadful, I hope that you're having a good Saturday. Now, this reference over here in the lower left-hand corner that I'm pointing to there, that I thought that would be a really neat flesh tone, because when you check out what we did with Rocky and Woody over here, you could those are a little bit more naturalistic, right? I mean, why do we need to do more? Well, also, the sculptor is going to do some river trolls. As we welcome in Nessie. How you doing, Nessie? Nessie is here. Everything is good now. Nessie's here. So these are relatively natural type skin tones, and we want to make sure that we save certain colors for the river trolls, and I saw this again. I saw this color scheme here, the one that's over there, and I thought, oh, that could be very fun. He does have much more skin tone than some of the other guys there. As we welcome in Angry Ham, this is troll time. It's the last of the troll gang right there. There is a fungus among us. Lifeguard Leroy, it's not necessarily boxed art because these are STL files. So these are printable files that you can print if you have, or I could print if I was better at printing. But these will be kind of the what would you say, the official type images that you see on the RM Printable Terrain website. See that? Look at that RM Printable Terrain right there. So what we're going to do, we'll get over here. We did put some more of our Fanchon Red out, and we did put that Quinacridone Golden Brown out there. So apparently Quinacridone Golden Brown is made out of actual gold because it's that expensive. It's more expensive than Cobalt Violet, but it's a whole lot better. Not sure how much of the Terra Rosa we're going to use. We got a little bit out there. Again, that's our line of opaques up there. This is the usuals over here. You got your Van Dyke Brown, Indigo, Umber, Black. We got Phthalo Green added for obvious reasons. Nessie, look at this. Berry White Green just for you. Look at that. It's totally in focus. Berry White Green. So that is back out there again. We got our makeup sponges. We're going to just start hammering away at this. Now, I'm going to guess that this is supposed to be water right here. Maybe after this is all done, maybe on a Thursday or something like that, we'll just do some water effects in here. But this is going to have to dry before we do that. So, yeah, that's going to have to dry. Let's get to the rest of this stuff over here. And that means we're going to get into things like the umbers and the asphaltums and all those other fun colors. So apparently the voice is just going to be a pain today. I know, what did we do? About 6 hours streaming last night. We did about 4.5, 5 hours on Thursday. Oh, actually, here, let's get some of this going here, because that's just going to get all over our hands. Usually I just hit that with some kind of acrylic stuff just to get it out of the way. Just to get that out of the way. But we're removing paint anyway. So here, let's start down here. And then we'll remove some of the paint, and then hopefully we can grip this without getting too much of the paint all over ourselves. Yeah, that's what we like to do, Nessie. We tease just a wee bit. Now, I don't know when he might be sculpting that river troll, but we're talking about it here right in the chat. And he really liked the idea of sculpting some kind of river trolls. Remember the crazy, what was they called? Fjord trolls from Asgard, I think it was. Remember those? Well, just go look at those, because those are past highlights as well. You'll see just how wild the color schemes were on those. Hey, Ryder, how you doing today? Happy Saturday, all that kind of stuff. Now, the nice thing is, in this little river thing right here, we are going to be putting some water effects in there, and we'll put our greenery in there too, so we don't really have to get too crazy with water. We'll just throw a little bit of indigo and maybe even a little bit of Prussian blue in there just for the heck of it. And as always, it's got to start out messy before it can be neat. That's what's going to happen here. It's certainly going to be messy. We are very good at making things messy. That's what we do here. Of course, I can barely see some of this. And we did add foliage to Woody. I don't know if you guys saw that. I'll show him again. Yes, Angry Ham said, yeah, you better. Angry Ham definitely says you better respect those fjords. Yeah, Ryder, I was happy last night to be able to finish that last Easterling special character. That was really fun. So at this point, there's 7 more Rohan figures that absolutely have to be painted in order to be able to play at least our first first game of Lord of the Rings, just a test game. Just a test game. Then film it, film a few battles, just kind of see what needs to be done for the filming process of Lord of the Rings, because it's very different than bolt action. It's very different than bolt action. And then we'll try and structurally figure out what to do to actually be able to stream the games of Lord of the Rings. Hey, Achilles Blade, how you doing? Yeah, the oh, did you guys Achilles Blade? I don't know if you were here last night. What did we say last night? Oh, that we should do we should do Bob Ross style 2D paintings of Middle Earth. So literally a Bob Ross style painting of Mount Doom and a Bob Ross style painting of Orthanc and Minas Tirith. So instead of the kind of more realistic style that you see, go full Bob Ross on Middle Earth. How does that sound? Hey, and Ganes, welcome back. Nice to see you again. How you doing? So people seem to be kind of enthused about that idea. And basically on those times where, well, like yesterday, where the stuff I was supposed to paint, well, that didn't quite work out, and I had to scramble to just find something literally at the last minute. And by last minute, I mean like 20 minutes before I was supposed to go live is when I had the thing ready to go live with. So yeah, yesterday what didn't quite work out so well. Yes, happy little evil eyes. I don't know, I think it could be really fun, right? I mean, there's infinite amount of scenes. Can you imagine a Bob Ross Edoras? The happy little horsies here. A little Isengard action. Oh, look at the happy little goblins, and look at their happy little forges. See them burn all the happy little trees. Now, some people might judge the happy little goblins for burning all the trees, but it's what they do. That's where they live. That's what they like. Oh, but look at the big walking tree guys. Now, maybe they're not so happy. Oh, look, they're playing around with those rocks up there. And now look. There's a big flood, but that's okay, because that's what they like. Mini Dreadful, we will use our color palette. I don't even actually know what Bob Ross's color palette is. I have no idea. Well, outside of maybe titanium white and maybe phthalo green and probably some umbers or something like that. I don't know if he has any cadmiums in his palette. I do have a palette knife. I don't know where the heck. Oh, I think it's with my terrain stuff, actually. I think that's where the palette knife is. So we're going mostly umber. Oh, no, wait. Not just umber. A wee bit of Terra Rosa. We know that this is a stain and color here. So let's use that. This is going to take a little bit longer than some of the pre-glazes that you guys are used to. And it's going to get real interesting when we get up to the top. Is that Darkside Creations? I think that's Darkside Creations. Thank you so much. We're just going to let those pirate goodies just fall right in there. Thank you so much. Hey, is it, oh, hey, John. How are you doing? Welcome in. Happy Saturday there, John. Let's go some more here. So for folks that aren't super familiar with this thing called a pre-glaze, the idea is that we just drop in some of these darker colors. Some of them are more transparent than others. Some of them are what we call more staining than others. So when we wipe off the color, less of it comes off. Now I think we've got ourselves somewhere around here. We've got one of our Army of the Dead that has a little bit of a start to it. And I think that's this one here. So think of it kind of like this, where ultimately, where we got our, going to end up looking more like this, but this is our little bit of a pre-glaze right here. So actually I'm just going to set these aside just so maybe if people come in they can get an idea of what the heck it is we're doing. Oh, thanks, John. I appreciate that. This is going to be a very interesting little exercise right here. I'm going to get some more of the... I get some more indigo into this, I think, for his loincloth, so to speak. I think we're going to be doing an awful lot of just plop a color and then push it around on this one here. I think there's going to be a wee bit of that. He's got himself quite the jug of something right there. Not sure what that is, but maybe there's mead in there. Who knows? Maybe there's mead in that. So I think you can start to see, okay, Terrarosa over here, there's a little bit of a difference between these. Yes, they're all pretty much dark, but we're getting to see a little difference here in some of the colors, despite how dark they are. So, Dark Side Creations, I hope that you're having yourself a good weekend. I don't know if you've got all kinds of big projects going on this weekend at all, hobby-wise or home repair-wise. Because this coming week, this has to be the week where stuff gets moved around to A, create a better printing area, and B, create a much better filming area for those battle reports that we're talking about. So it's going to be a lot of late nights this week. Oh my goodness. I think if I'm just slurring my words and stuff like that, that has less to do with inebriation and mostly due to absolutely zero sleep. There ain't going to be any sleep for me this weekend, or this week coming up. Do we have Altered Man back in here? How you doing? So Altered Man, I'm glad that the oils are proving fun for you. I know there can, like we always talk about, right? There can be a little bit of a learning curve here and there, but boy, it is worth it. It's worth it. Think of how easy that it's made these guys, right? Think of how easy it's made these guys to paint. And remember Rocky here? How easy it was to just blend all of these fun colors together. So easy. I could painting those things in acrylic. Yeah, I've done those many times in acrylic. Not super easy. All right. Before we get too engaged here, I'm going to just do these containers here. They seem to have some kind of a cloth around the outside of them, so they're not going to be translucent or anything like that with liquid in them there. And this is the other thing too, is that oils, you can really spread these things around. Unlike acrylics, where you just really can't spread them around. All right, back to our sponges again. Back to our sponges. And see how much of that comes off. This is why we don't really do a whole bunch with the what is that, the zenithal stuff, right, with the priming. And speaking of priming, as always, Badgerstein or Res, we usually pick something that is neutral and light. In this case, it's a light flash. The other one, which is literally called neutral, I always call it sandy, whatever, but the official name of it is neutral. That's its official name. That is another one that I typically start out with. Is that a Teals? Is that a Teals? Thank you so much, Teals, for that sub. We'll let that drop right in there. Thank you so much. Folks, be sure to give Tealscare a follow. Teals, A, how's it been going? And B, what have you been working on? And see if you've got any links to things that you've been working on, like for Instas or whatever. Be sure to chuck those into the chat as we welcome Megan. How you doing there, Megan? Let's see. John, I always want to paint some sculptures, mainly some Warhammer. Now, is it straight up old school Warhammer? Well, that's my Warhammer, is the old school Warhammer. The square bases, movement trays, all that kind of stuff. Or are you doing the Sigmar thing too? That's the Angraham. If there is a light flesh colors, would that mean there is a heavy flesh color as well? Well, it depends on how big your miniature is. If you have a really big miniature, do you want to use heavy flesh colors on that? It might be too heavy. Now, this guy is hollow on the inside, so I could potentially use those heavy flesh colors here, and he wouldn't weigh too much. but you use those lighter flesh tones. It's well, that's perfect for elves, right? Because it leaves them all light and airy.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Dat Janie, for that follow. Gano says, hello, little. Am I in a lake? Am I in. Oh no! Fly, you fools! It's like, man, they warned me about. They warned me about that old guy. They both warned me about that old guy. And Rocky says, what did I tell you? That stupid old guy he's gonna keep showing up the whole time. So Teals, I hope that you're doing well. You finished a tank recently. So Megan, does that mean that there's a Mike Disney sighting that's gonna happen here at some point? Probably a quiz too. Actually, Dad, tell quiz. I did see his latest. Speaking of Instagram posts, I did see his latest Instagram post. That was looking very nice. So we'll just look at the difference that makes. See a little bit of blue there, and this is all wet. We can still play with that. Now, I'm not going to hit these guys just yet because, well, who knows how often my fingers are going to end up on top of those things. Next, we're going to just chuck in some stuff here on whatever this thing is. Might even use a little bit of green on that. Little bit of green, a little bit of phthalo green right there. Nessie knows. Well, actually, Nessie, we already finished the first thing. This is the second one of these guys. I mean, come on. Only painting one of these in 21 minutes? Come on. We aren't that slow. We could paint two of these guys in 21 minutes. Also, too, just to keep in mind when you're doing the pre-glaze and you get more of the, shall we say, liquid in there, your pre-glaze is going to have an area of effect, as in a blast radius. So, and that's the same for the acrylics too. It's thin paint that's going to spatter around, so just something to keep in mind. Not a big deal, but just something to keep in mind. Oh, did we just lose this part here? I guess we just lost that part. Let's get that thing glued on. If I can find my glue. Wherever the heck that is. There it is. Must have been a break point in there. Oh, and as you can see, it is hollow. It is hollow. So we'll just hang on to this for just a little second right here. And we'll let him dry. We're also going to get some of these guys out of the way because that just kind of gets in the way too. Oh, some of the modern Warhammer sculpts. So now that we're waiting for that to dry, this is the most recent thing. And boy, as this dries, you can see more and more of that color shifting going on. Hey, Queez, how you doing? You can see all that wonderful color. That's really starting to show up. As this dries, you can see more and more and more of it. Wow, I can really see the green color shifting paint over here on the shield. And I can really see the blue color shifting paint over here. And there's the link to the Kickstarter, folks. Oh, thanks. That was basically just kind of done on the fly, but I also did use these right here, so you can, and also, well, the Egyptian violet too. But I used these guys, and I said, okay, yeah, these three will kind of get together well, and then I just mixed the interference paints with them and really learned a lot. Tangerham is looking forward to new Warhammer Quest. Is that stuff that you showed me, Armored Wolf? I already forgot the name of those guys, whatever the heck those are called. I already forgot what those are called. They sort of looked a little bit like vampire-ish count type things, right? Is that what I was saying? At least I think so. Alright, so now it's time to start thinking, what's going on here with the fleshy tones? That means we're going to take a little bit of this phthalo green here. Maybe not too much. We're going to start just work this in here. What about his head? Yeah, we'll put some of that on his head too. Maybe even a little bit of our Prussian blue to be sure to cool that down. Hey, Raven Cat, nice to see you again. Oh, fire away, Raven Cat, fire away. I think the answer is always I win. And some Star Wars sculpts. So what's the Legion, right? That's the thing that Nessie is always working on. He's working on his Legion, making more and more and more stuff for that. So Nessie, actually, are you pretty far along on all the Legion stuff, or do you have a fair ways still yet to go with the Legion stuff? Because, I mean, we know about your Bandalorians. So it is vampires, okay. So Raven Cat, yeah, go ahead and fire away. Now I'm going to actually go a little bit thinner on this here, just so that this stuff flows a little bit easier. We just need that to flow a little bit easier. Let's see, can you clear coat a dried flower with matte spray to help preserve it? Raven Cat, that I couldn't answer. I don't do anything with dried flower. Well, actually I do. I know that Armored Wolf does all kinds of interesting stuff with the dried leaves, with glycerin and that sort of stuff to preserve them. So Armored Wolf might have some kind of pertinent info for you there. For me, any kind of dried plant things, I just chuck them on the base and that's it. I don't really do anything to them. But that could be something maybe that Armored Wolf can help you with. Now, we'll probably zoom in on this guy when we just start doing the individual areas, but for now, there's really no point in zooming in because we're just going to be moving around an awful lot here. You're going to be moving around quite a bit. We don't need to get too much of the green down this way. And we're even going to wipe some of that away too. Now, let's see. Nessie just has to paint some of the rebels. The Empire is fully painted. And the clone army, as well as the droids. Yeah, I've been seeing you work on those. Yeah, sorry, Raven Cat. I don't really do a whole lot of preservation of this stuff. I just really... I don't do too much with dried flowers. I can say that for sure. That is definitely something I don't do very much with, is dried flowers. I'm going to have to cut me up some new sponges, I think. I'm going to have to cut up some new sponges. And folks, I know that all of this stuff, it just looks horribly messy and everything like that, but this is all part of the process. This is all part of the process. And even when I painted my acrylic stuff, it really wasn't much different than this, was it? It really wasn't that much different. We get in there, we get messy. Now, Raven Cat, I do... No, I'm trying to think, do I ever... say I don't really spray. I don't spray figures at all, so that's another reason why I couldn't tell you. I don't spray figures. So that's why I just don't have any information for you there. Oh, look at this. Is it time for a wee bit of homemade raw sienna? I have 3 tubes of raw sienna, but why don't we just use our own? We'll just use our own. Now, I did not print this for the folks that are going to ask, and we'll probably be repeating that a couple of times. First of all, my entire printing area is just kind of down for the count right now. It is not active for several reasons. And I just figured let the person who actually sculpted these, who is going to be in the chat, I believe at some point. Maybe he hasn't gotten the notification yet. but he should be around at some point here. You could say I really, yeah, there's a little bit of color variation here, nowhere near what's eventually going to be here. Nowhere near that, but we just got to get stuff covered. We want to get that primer. We want the primer gone. We don't want that primer sitting around here. We don't need no stinking primer showing up. Not quite sure what we're going to do on his hair, but we'll throw something right here. And we could paint red over the top of this. We could literally paint red over the top of this, and we would have actually a really nifty sort of a backdrop color to it. So it's all good. It really is. Terra Rosa time, maybe. Maybe Terra Rosa time. Ooh, this is going to be... We don't usually use this as a pre-glaze. Nah, you don't usually see that as a pre-glaze now, do you? That's a wee bit different. Some folks would say, well, I mean, that looks a little bit like burnt sienna. It could be an awful lot like burnt sienna, especially since burnt sienna and Terra Rosa are both pigment red 101, so it's possible. I would like to get some of these skin trend. Ooh, look at that. It's already starting to mix. Look at that. Even the pre-glaze starting to mix together, doing all that fun stuff. Oh, let me see. Hey, Tim, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Happy Saturday. All that good stuff. How you guys doing over there? Have you been getting any lake effect snow at all? We have gotten very little snow here, as in, like, really very little snow. Wasn't sure how things were going there, because sometimes it all ends up blowing over to your side of the lake. Raven Cat did a Google search. You can lacquer dried flowers to preserve them. I didn't find anything that was more specific to miniature painting materials. Art of War Painting is back. How you doing? Happy Saturday. So Raven Cat, there's Terra Rosa here, but this is Terra Rosa plus a little bit of the cadmium yellow. Plus a little bit of cadmium yellow, so it's got a little bit more of a. You can see the difference there as I bring it back down here. It's a little bit of a difference, and you can go sometimes a second round of pre-glaze over something. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Nothing wrong with that. Let's get the underside of some of these here shrooms. And again, a lot of that stuff, I might come back later and paint some of that when I can have all my lights on. The same lights which would just absolutely blind you guys if I turned them on right now. John lives in Minnesota. Yeah, that's where Kathy lives. Kathy, she also, well, now she's doing oil painting too. But she'll be, actually she's playing Shadowrun right now with an online group. But she'll be doing her podcast tomorrow. She's from Minnesota. And I think you guys have definitely gotten way more snow than we have here. Way more snow. Look at this. Speaking of the frozen north, we have a Rathu. Rathu, how you doing? I saw the reference picture that you sent Kathy of that tie. Yeah, I don't have any dapper ties like that one. Ken's want to say hi to Ken for me. It's cold here. No, still tomorrow. Yeah, it's been it hasn't been cold here. It's been nice January temps. I mean, like 15, 18 degrees at night, and I think today it was about 25 during the day and sunny. That's the kind of January that I'm looking for. 20, 25 degrees, sunny. That works for me every day, all day. Achilles Blade, there is no Kickstarter for the oil paints. I was working with an existing company that was just going to make a paint line out of them. I have heard absolutely nothing, oh my gosh, for months from them. So Either they're working on it super secret and not telling me nothing about it, or they've just kind of gotten distracted and moved on to other things. So I'm not quite sure how that's going to work out. I may just have to make inquiries myself and just kind of bypass everybody else and just make it mine. Although, after running a Kickstarter back in 2013, I said there are many other things that I would do besides that, which is pretty much just about anything. So, yeah, I don't quite know how that's going to work out. I wish I had more info for you, and it's definitely been kind of disappointing to say the least, because I thought by this time, I didn't think we'd have something that would be a product, like a for sale product, but I would have thought that by now I could have maybe finished a good portion of the field testing of the actual product, and then maybe by spring for sure it would be ready. Again, I don't know. There could be much more done on it than I thought, but just my spidey sense tells me that, yeah, maybe that's not getting work done. So, Ratha, I hope that you are doing good up there. I know it's been some crazy times lately for you. Now, by the way, this is Draxphaltum that we're using, also known as asphaltum from Gamlin, because it's got a little bit of reddishness to it. See that? And guess what? This also pigment red 101. So it's kind of a pigmentary cousin, shall we say, to our Terra Rosa. Actually, Raven Cat, when you were talking about the flowers, I seriously thought you were going to start talking about brown matter and purple matter, because those are made from flowers and they dry much, much faster than all other oil paints. And we were just wondering what the plant is that they're made out of, and is that the reason why they dry faster? Just because they're made from a plant? Is it because that's how Winsor Newton has ground them, or whatever? Who knows? Yeah, Achilles blade. I really wish that I had those for folks. Now, who knows? Maybe maybe they're already trying to figure out how to make their version of the interference paints, because these, I've been surprised at what those babies can do. Really surprised. You know what? Maybe we don't need to get more sponges out here, because now, oh, look at that. See that? Remember not long ago, there was no color on him. There was basically no shading either. Now we got ourselves color, and we got ourselves some shading. The more of this we wipe away, the more shading we get. But we get shading that has color to it, right? Not just the nasty gray, white zenithal stuff, right? We have more going on than that here. Look at that. Now that's what I call helpful, useful zenithal. It's Xenicolor. There we go. We can get rid of some of this now. And I was hoping there'd be some of that green left behind here so that we could actually utilize that when it comes time to paint those. You know what? We might just need to make one more sponge. Cut up one more sponge for ourselves. I can even take this and look at that. I can even take what's on the sponge there, push that around some more. I am going to just snap me a quick picture of this so that I've got, in case I ever get a chance to make a video out of this or whatever. Alright, all we got left are just those couple of shrooms there. Alright. I'm going to take a little bit of that purple matter now. Ooh, purple matter. Oh my goodness, look at that. I'm going to go with a little bit of the quinacridone golden brown into that purple matter. Let's see what happens here. Talk about some. I think these have the potential to do some staining right here. Oh, look at that. That's going to be a nice, rich, dark red to work with. So, Tim, you guys, I know you've been so busy with everything with the tattoo shop and stuff? Have you had a chance to continue on with the painting? I know you were telling me what kind of projects that were being worked on over there a few weeks ago. Hopefully you've been able to keep going on those. Oh, just see if I can't find me something like this, and I'm just going to shove this into some of these recesses here just to make sure that the paint's scattered through here. It's a little tough for me to see. Back to some of our red here. Again, that's the purple matter, which is not quite a red. It's not quite a purple. It's like purple. Still working on that chaos dwarf. Okay, I remember you talking about that. No, I won't go over here. Boy, Tim, you just reminded me, Tim, I have all of those Chaos Dwarf war engines. I've got to find those. Well, I think where they are is buried in all the area that I'm going to be basically digging through over the next week. So just like I found the Balrog when I initially started the cleanup process there, or the reworking process down there, hopefully I find all those Chaos Dwarf Forge World war engines. Oh, we could paint some of those. We could paint some of those on stream. That would be pretty crazy. That would be very cool. Especially with the oils. Now I have the Great Taurus. I think I know where he is. That might be one of the first ones we paint with oils. And I think we for sure got to do tons of object source lighting on him. I'm gonna like the idea of this here. Now they're not gonna be anywhere near this dark. Again, look at that reference in the lower left-hand corner there. That is what we're looking for as far as our kind of overall color scheme. People wanted something lively and wild, and I also wanted a color scheme that was very different than everything else we had. And I don't know, I might change some of the colors of these, I don't know, to make a few of them a little bit different, but for now, we'll just have them be, we'll just hit them with this for right now. Let's see. Ken is working on the trolls, putting them together. He's definitely a fun guy, right, Arathu? He's a blast at parties because he is a fun guy. Is that sort of like die versus dice? It's a fungus or a fun guy. Oh, we got a little Egyptian violet here. Yes, let's chuck a little bit of Egyptian violet into some of these too. Like I said, we'll try and maybe vary the color on a couple of these shrooms here. Maybe not make every single one the same. Let me just throw some of that down here too. And we got one more. Yeah, I'll just do the Egyptian violet. It's weird. I feel like I'm working on that Lumineth guy again because these are a lot of the same colors right here. I guess we're also going to find out just how staining all this is. Oh, the heck with it. I'll just throw some of this here. Especially the purple matter, since maybe that's just going to also dry a little bit faster for us. Alright, let's do some... Let's chop ourselves up another sponge. And the makeup sponges, they're simple. This is all they are. A wedge like this. And first of all, this kind of does... Well, not that these are expensive. I mean, it does save you money. But this makes them so much easier to use. I really like the small ones, too. They're very handy for all these crazy hard to reach areas, but look at this. Now I can always kind of shape it like a bit of a brush here. I just need that one special shroom on his back that is a bit different from others. Yeah, I was thinking of some kind of a bluish type of thing, right? Some kind of a bluish one. Maybe Maybe even some of them have a bit more of a pinkish look to them, something like that. Maybe a couple of them a little bit bright green or yellow. Maybe they're poisonous. So we won't do every single one of these the same. We'll just have them like this for now. You can see how much is coming off there. I might even crank up the light just a bit. Just a bit. Yeah, I think one of these guys has to be, Rocky is way too serious, and Woody looks kind of serious too. So I think one of these guys is going to have to be a little bit less serious. Maybe it's going to have to be this guy here, Freddy Fungus. All right. I'm starting to see some shading here for sure. But more than just, okay, it's a little more light gray than somewhere else. No, this has actual color here. And guess what? All this color is wet, which means we can use it. Yeah, we can use this color instead of just going, okay, well, that's nice. Let's just do glazes over it. This is kind of the opposite here. We're going to be doing opaque colors over this. And of course, with oils, your opaques are pretty much all your lighter colors. There are a few exceptions, most notably Terra Rosa. But it's definitely the exception as opposed to the rule. Alright, it's going to be a quick little picture time here, I think. Just so we know how this is going to look here. Speaking of turning on that extra light. Wow, that's bright. See that? I told you, you get blinded by it. I told you, it's a blinding light. It's almost like Lady Galadriel in her blinding light. Alright, let's make sure we get the back here. Good enough. Get that light off. Hey, Stila, how you doing? So, folks, be sure to give Stila Rebel a follow. Sorry I couldn't just keep hanging out in the stream there. I had a whole bunch of images to process and such. And also I had to let that video finish processing. So, I hope that you had a great end to the stream. Now, here's our berry white green, which we're going to mix with a wee spot of our phthalo green here. And it's going to have to be dry-ish. Ooh, that's a nice juicy green. And because we've got that darker, more neutral green, or I want to say just a little bit more of a brownish green underneath there. So we're just gonna jump in a little bit closer here so that it's a little bit easier for you guys to see what's going on. Now, ooh, look at that. But it's still mixing, huh? See that darker green that's getting in there? It's still mixing. But I do want to have a little smidge of that phthalo green in there, just to give it a little bit of poof. Oliver Ghost, hey. Jeez, Oliver Ghost, how you doing? It's been a while. Jeez, Oliver Ghost, have you seen any of the sculpting streams that we've done over the last couple of months? Because that's been super fun.
Spark my gun, John.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, thanks, John, for that follow here. We'll bring you a little bit of Gandalf. He's going to bid you farewell as you head off. So thank you so much for the follow there, John. And the next stream after this is going to be Monday. So hopefully we will see you Monday. And I don't know what we'll be actually painting at this point, but we'll certainly be painting something for you. So thanks again. Oh, thanks, Deal. It's just neat to be able to see somebody else paint besides me for a change. That is the neatest thing about it. Oh, look at this. Just a smidge of green down there. So easy to do this as opposed to the acrylics, but just they make it a struggle. They make it way harder than it needs to be. doesn't need to be hard. It should just be easy. Oh, look at all this, all the fun skin textures there. Not taking advantage of that pre-glaze. Why would we put that on there and then just essentially annihilate it? That's kind of the thing that I see more and more conversations about, that the zenithal stuff, where people say, well, you pretty much wiped it out anyway. What was the point of doing that zenithal stuff? And there's not really a lot of good explanations by the zenithal folks. They're just such a big proponent of that. Whereas here, we're doing it for an absolute definite reason. And it's something we can use, right? Because I'm utilizing all of that stuff that I put there. I'm using that. We are not just wiping it out. We're adding to it. It's mixing. It's mixing with what we're doing now. Let's see. So I'll catch you later there, John. I'm not sure which one you looked into there, Oliver. We've done, gee whiz, how many have we done of those now? 8 or 9? Now, some of them are conversions with grain stuff, and the last 2 have been scratch sculpting. And there's going to be much more scratch sculpting, because I looked at the GW stuff today, and their whole made-to-order thing. Wow, there was the Ammon Hen set. I was almost considering maybe getting that. And then I looked and it said, well, please allow 180 business days or something like that. And I said, well, in 180 days, I could sculpt all of them for free. So, yeah, we'll just, if I need lurts, I'll just sculpt lurts. And instead of trying to screw around with that. The Art of War painted. Completed 5 zombies using the, very happy with the end product, but how I get it more vibrant like your work. Like Armored Wolf says, too much blending is going to get you the mud, and then that's going to kill whatever kind of luminosity that you have. That's why we don't do a lot of blending, right? Or we don't over blend it. We just see that very dry application right there. So that's going to be helpful for you. I mean, look at this. We're applying the light green right over all of that kind of yellowish color there. Yellowish brown. We let it mix to a degree, but not too much. Also, well, there's hasty, right? There's hasty. That can have a lot to do with it. You know what? We need to get some of that down here. And get a little hint of it down here. It also kind of depends what your initial colors are, like your initial pre-glaze and such. It will depend on how much white that you're adding, because white can reduce the luminosity of a color as well. Now, I catch you later there, Angry Ham. I hope that you have a good night's sleep. Yeah, Oliver Ghost, it can help you see the details. It's just when I did what I did here, I can see all the same kind of things that a zenithal would, which sounds like some kind of a weird rhyme or something like that I'm just about to say. But this actually has some color to it, and we're actually utilizing it. Because that we used to do the zenithal stuff not because we were painting with it, but just because we were going to be, we needed to see what the heck the figure looked like, because we had no clue what the heck the figure was. And we're just like, well, we don't even know what this thing is. If we do some zenithal stuff on it, maybe whatever the heck shape it is will reveal itself. So I hope that's helpful there, Art of War painting. It's that's about the best answer I can throw out there right now. You know what, I'm gonna let a little bit more of that green get in here. Now, how's about we start to do some of the lighter tones on our more. And look at this. We got ourselves a whole nother homemade filbert brush. How's about a little bit of the cadmium yellow works its way in with the Terra Rosa. See what happens. Of course, we pretty much just made a more intense yellow ochre. And we're going to do the same thing. See how light of a brush stroke that is? It's a light brush stroke. Getting lighter. And we can go way lighter than this. I mean, a lot lighter than this. Roger, how you doing? Happy Saturday, all that. Happy Saturday. Hope that you're having yourself a fun weekend. Ooh, look at that, all mixing together. Yeah, but that also means I got to go back and get some fresh color. Oh, that's another thing there. Art of War painting is kind of going back and getting yourself some fresh color because yeah, it's mixing right there. But that then means I got to go back over here. Got to get me some fresh colors. Some fresh colors going over the top of this. What about the front of his face? It gets a little bit of that. Just a smidge there. Let it turn green a little bit there. Yep, our imprintable terrain, we started at about 4:15-ish. Yeah, somewhere around 4:15. And our imprintable terrain, sometimes Twitch can do that. It can be twitchy. But folks, there is the sculptor. That's the sculptor of all of the trolls right there. So you can ask him questions. We've already posted the link to the Kickstarter campaign a couple of times. And feel free to ask him questions because he is the sculpting genius behind all of the behind our fungus guy, behind Rocky, of course, and behind Woody. Boom, there's Woody. And we added some foliage to him there. That's some of the Woodland Scenics foliage that we added. I think some gamer's grass. We put a few grass tufts on them as well, just cause. I might even knock my lights down just a bit. So Roger, yeah, definitely getting excited about having those Lord of the Rings armies done. I've done some initial graphics for some of the battle report screens that we're going to need for our Lord of the Rings games, but there's a whole lot of work there to do. I just have not been able to get the time to do any of that type of work, and we're really hoping that I finally have the time to do that this week. So let's keep hammering away at this. Let's see, no huge help. Ian, thinking a combination of all that, not to mention my pre-glaze, I'm still really experimenting as well. Yeah, Art of War painting, that is, and for me, the pre-glaze stuff changes all the time too. It's definitely morphing all the time. So the pre-glaze that we did last night on our War Priest was definitely very much different. In some ways, it was a little bit more like this, but it was definitely different than some of the other things that we've done, just because it makes sense, right? Every figure is going to be a little bit different. Just like, something like here with all of the object source lighting, pre-glaze going to be very much different. Not sure if you saw any of the Corvus Cabal, or what the heck is the other guys that we did. The Scions of Flame, or even those spirit hosts. So all that stuff is here on the Twitch channel, not on the YouTube channel. So take a look at the Twitch channel. All of the sculpting stuff that we're doing, that's here on the Twitch channel. And those are on Thursday nights. Go back and look at those. They're highlights. So here is this is some of the last stuff that we were sculpting. Last couple of Thursday sessions right here. Let's get this Or we can, there you go. There's your Golgoroth, Great Beast of Golgoroth with the Sculpion tinfoil armature and then the epoxy sculpt over the top of that. And then, of course, Friedrich the Great, the armored Easterling troll chieftain. Ken Don, how you doing? Nice to see you. So yeah, typically I try to start the Saturday sessions earlier. Ideally, more like 3 or 3:30, but lately it's pretty much just been 4, 4:15, 4:30. Again, I like it to start earlier, but given the fact that when you're going to sleep at 6:30 in the morning, that doesn't leave you a whole lot of time in the early portion of the day to be screwing around with all the other things that I wake up to. Now, I'm glad that you do it well there, Ken Down. Yeah, Steeler, I don't know, maybe it's the Zinch in me or something like that that just loves all the crazy colors. And we've only just, I mean, we've barely started to scratch at the surface of the craziness here because we're going to be getting some pinks and stuff on his knuckles here. Oh, yeah, this right here, we've only just started. There's so much more happening here. Wow, look at how dingy that brush has gotten now. That's what we started with over there. Look at what we've ended up with because it's been mixing with all of those greens, which means I think we're going to snag ourselves one of our paper towels and we'll do a thorough deep clean on the brush, which means this. And that's it. That's all we're doing. That is it. There's your clean brush. It's clean enough for what we need to do. If it has a whole bunch of liquid in there, nah, none of this stuff's going to work. All right. We're going to start to play with some of our much lighter colors. And you thought what we were putting on there was light? Not even close. I'm going to snag a little Terra Rosa into this, maybe. Now, the more cadmium and all that sort of stuff you get into that brush, just realize you're starting to tack up some drying time. It will take longer to dry. The more of that you have, which is why we're going to try really dry brush this stuff on. That day looks like Rhapsody Studios just finished mixing a whole bunch of oil paint and putting them into the bottles. And you're going to start streaming them this week. So Rhapsody Studios, the folks, you're going to have to follow Rhapsody Studios so that you can judge them harshly. You all need to go over there and judge Rhapsody Studios like, you're doing it wrong. No, Rhapsody Studios, that sounds fantastic. Hopefully I'll get a chance to see. Hopefully I'll get a chance to see you doing that. No matter what Rhapsody Studios, be sure to just shoot me like some pics on Instagram or something like that. Just let me know, show me what you're doing, because it's always fun to see what people are doing with that. Look at this. Look at the difference that makes already. All right. Gonna just lean over or get over this way so I can get just a bit of that edge there. Look at that. No nasty dry. Look at, you can see it's mixing there on the brush. Heck, I can see it over here too. I can see the green on that. This is the advantage. If you were to do that with the acrylics, you would have that telltale dry brush mark. You don't have that here because, well, all the paint is wet, not dry. Again, a light touch on this here. Very light touch. Let's lighten up his face a little bit here. I think it would be neat to have some of that red-ish color on his face. So I'm just gonna. This is as much just to lighten the face as it is anything else. Hopefully you can see that. You can see I kind of changed the direction of the brush strokes there. Wow, it's picking up more and more of that green. It's really picking up more and more of that green. Okay. We got the other hand. On the other hand. Hey, look at this. We got ourselves a Knot J. So folks, if Not Jay is here, that means you are going to have to give Rocky's War Room a follow because I think in 2.5 hours they are going to be going live for their usual Saturday broadcast. So yes, Rocky's War Room, give them a follow. That's coming up in 2 hours and 35 minutes, I believe. So, Not Jay, how did the Friday night fights go? Oh, we haven't even started painting the shrooms yet, Mr. Fattest Cat. No need to worry about that. No need to worry about that. We haven't even started those mushrooms yet. We have not even started. Uh-oh. Who is that? That's Prinkles. Prinkles is like, what? What? Um, Dude, I think you got something wrong with your back there. You got something growing back there. So, Mr. Fattest Cat, how are you doing? That's Prinkles, the mighty war kitty. So great naval battles. Oh man, I'm bummed I'm gonna have to miss out on that. Now, you guys, did you guys actually play a game? I almost said Cruel Seas, but did you guys play a game of War at Sea Friday? Maybe I don't think you did. I don't think you did, because I know you guys were previewing that and talking about it and such. Didn't he just post a? Didn't Rocky post a picture of Yamato as well? Oh, Victory at Sea. Never mind. I just keep thinking of Drakenfell, the historical guy that I listen to on YouTube. Oh, look at all that. Isn't that fun? But we're picking up a whole bunch of green. So we gotta go back over here. We gotta get ourselves some fresh color. Get ourselves some fresh color. I haven't actually seen any of those close up, so I don't actually know how big they are. I'm guessing that even, say, an Essex-class aircraft carrier is about the size of a torpedo boat in Cruel Seas. But you're going to be ready at the end of February. That's cool. Well, you know me and ships. Yeah, you know me that that absolutely love ships. Okay, that's starting to really give us some nice juicy colors there, right? So you unbox the U.S. versus Japan. Okay. Now, what's in the starter box for U.S.? Are we talking something like North Dakota, maybe some of the early Essex class characters, or are you talking more pre-war? If you got Yamato there, I don't know. It sounds like almost Battle of Midway era. Oh, there we go. 1 second. There we go. So if that's about 5 inches long, then so a destroyer. Now don't is it the Johnston? Is that in the starter set for the Americans and a couple of and Taffy too? Is it Yamato versus Taffy too? Oh boy, really nobody else knows what we're talking about, not Jay. I'm pretty sure nobody else in the chat has any clue what we're talking about. Yeah, so that Pat draws, is that a 1/300 scale? I've got a whole bunch of 1/700 scale ships, although I think I have a 1/300 scale Enterprise, as in the original, what was it, CV6? I'm gonna get some more by lighter yellow down here. And I mean, this is nowhere near the lightest we can go with this. We can actually go a whole bunch lighter with this too. Boy, he is going to have a very different skin tone than our other guys. We wanted that, right? That was what we were looking for. Well, we're going to get that. You're definitely going to get ourselves some different skin tone out of this one here. So 1/1800 to adamantium. How you doing? Nice to see you again. Let's see. Do you ever use random pictures of minis painted by someone else? Stila, that these two right, well, the one down here, that's just GW's promo stuff or whatever that they put out years ago, and that's something that GW posted. Maybe they're painting Warhammer, whatever. So again, we're not going to copy. It's also a different miniature too. If it was the same one, I'd be a little bit more. I wouldn't want to be doing that. But since this is obviously clearly a different miniature here, Pat draws. It's not a miniature, or it's not a model. It's a miniature. So here, let's just take you through. Where's my barbershop navy right here? Where's my barbershop navy? So I will show you these guys. So this is for Cruel Seas right here. One second. It's going to take me a little while to find them. No, that's not it either. One second. Where are my ships? Where are they at here? I don't know where the heck they are. Trying to find them. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Cruel Seas. There we go. There's my barbershop navy. So that destroyer. No, that's just a frigate. That's a corvette right there. So that is actually a good 8-9 inches long. That's for a different size game. And War at Sea. I don't know if you've ever heard of Micronauts or anything like that. So, not Jay, wasn't it? Micronauts that did the 1/1000, 1/1800 scale ships originally? Pat draws, that was the Regia Marina. That's the Italian ships right there. Actually, now I don't know. Maybe for Victory at Sea, they'll do some French Navy. They might do some Richelieu or some Jean Bart or something like that. I'm doubting that they're ever going to do it for Cruel Seas, which is a much more close-up version. No, Pat draws actually Micronauts was it was a some really tiny metal ships, really tiny. Well, maybe they did those too, but there was a large line because we have them here, and they definitely were called Micronauts. Unless Not Jay has a different name for me on those guys, which would be appreciated if he has that info. I am going to get just a little bit of this lighter yellow down under here. That's mixing with a pre-glaze there. Yep, no, so not I was right. Micronauts, it's spelled differently there, Pat draws. So I thought I was right because, well, I had hundreds of those things here that I was supposed to paint, and they all said Micronauts on them. Now, they were all sailing ships. Now, here, you can't see anything of what I'm doing. I just got to do this. You can see how much of the pre-glaze that we're mixing with. Alright, let's keep going here with their... Yeah, I'm just going to have to keep slamming this stuff in here. And I don't care if it gets on any of the stupid jugs here or anything like that, because we're just going to be going over that anyways. But I will let it mix with the green over here. And we got to get around onto this side too. Alright, and ooh, we got some stuff to do on the shoulder here. Not quite sure what we're going to do with those beads around him yet. We'll figure something out. Probably something in the bluish gray. Might actually need to give the eye just a little place to rest. A little place to rest. And we're going to take that, a little bit of our white, mix it with our asphaltum here. Speaking of these guys, we'll just throw a little something over the top of these. Just to start to think, okay, what kind of different colors are we going to want for some of these pouches and such. That still thinking of going with more of a bluish color there. Something like a grayish blue with the indigo, a little bit of grayish green too, I think would be good. So we're just going on here. Going on with our little filbert, little homemade filbert brush, having some fun. Let's see, Mr. Fattest Cat finally started your first oil paint. It started badly with poor looking pre-glaze. Went down here after that one. None of the colors seemed to mix to what I thought. Yeah, Mr. Fattest Cat, the idea with the pre-glaze is that you don't want to go too wet with it, right? You don't want to go too wet with that. And you also want to be able to wipe that away because you don't want a whole bunch of that sitting on there, just like we wiped it away here with all of our sponges. You'll also learn which colors kind of do which as you're doing those pre-glaze, because some of them are staining, some of them are not. And Stila has been playing around with those aspects. It's hard to tell. Actually, now these might be gourds. We could ask the sculptor. He could tell us. So if the sculptor is still in the chat, he could tell us if these are gourds or if they are pouches. Because I don't know. They're somewhat shaped like gourds. So they could be. Let's see. Not Jay has a whole bunch of historical micronauts there. Oh yeah, Mr. Fattest Cat, that's sometimes also too it's the miniature that you're using. You want to maybe start out with something that's kind of on the simpler side. So where'd he go? He's sitting over there. He is. So yeah, I mean this is he's object source lighting, but he's essentially a very limited palette. So you could pretty much almost just pre-glaze one color onto this, maybe two. You pre-glaze the blue in some spots and the brown in others. So sometimes a simpler figure and a simpler color scheme is not a bad starting point. Some are jugs and some are pouches. There it is, right from the sculptor there. But look at this. Look at this. We've got Drax here. So Drax, I hope that you're doing well. Happy Saturday. And folks, be sure to give Drax a follow. You know the routine. We have to, all of us late night streamers, we need all the supports that we can get. Because there's only a certain amount of intrepid folks that are willing to brave the night and stay up to watch us. And we just happen to be using Drax Fultum right now. Mixing a little bit of white with that Drax Fultum. Sure, Jay. I know you gotta go do your thing in just a couple of hours here. So, folks, again, be sure to give Rocky's War Room a follow so that you can catch their podcast, which is coming up in a little over 2 hours from now, Central Time. So, thanks for stopping by, not Jay. Let me see. Okay, so Mr. Fattest Cat started with the Age of Sigmar. Oh, it's the glaive wraiths, right? It must be this guy here. Must be the glaive wraiths, I'm thinking. I still got one more of those left somewhere. He's sitting out here. He's not primed yet. Oh, thanks, Rhapsody Studios. Yeah, because Drax, well, me being obviously a late night person, Drax's was the first streams that I ever just watched on Twitch. And boy, oh boy, that's going back to what, March, April, I guess, mostly early April. In some ways, it doesn't seem like it's been very long at all. In other ways, it seems like that's been a long time ago. I think we're going to go even more with some of our whites. Almost got a little bit of a grayishness to it here. we didn't really take away very much here, and we're probably going to glaze some greens over this. We'll do some more stuff up there. We just don't want to get too involved in that just yet. Oh, thanks for that, Jay. I appreciate that. Yeah, Drax, I'm trying to think. I think the last YouTube live was April. It was early April. And that's when YouTube just made it impossible, and that's when the whole Twitch thing started. I'm pretty sure it was maybe the first week of April when YouTube just made it to the point where we said, okay, well, I guess we're not doing YouTube anymore. Once again, we're just going to do this whole thing where we thoroughly clean it with the paper towel. That's it. And I'm going to even maybe start dropping in a little bit of our lighter red. That's just a little bit of the fanchon red here. Not going to take very much to have quite the dramatic effect here. But we'll throw some different colors on some of these. Maybe we'll pick out one. We might even wipe all the colors off of it and then do something else color-wise. We might do that. Maybe we won't even hit all of these with the red or whatever. But boy, I tell you, that fanchon red, holy smokes. That does some amazing stuff. It's only listed as a semi-opaque, but it deserves more than a semi-opaque rating, that's for sure. Yeah, Mr. Fattest Cat, those color swatches that I was telling you about, that's probably something that you want to give a try. So that would mean something like this right here. You take the same colors, but you mix them with sort of the more common colors that you're going to be using. So that way you kind of get a chance to see what those mixes are going to look like before they actually go onto the miniature. Because that is what I was showing before I filmed this, and you can see now there was a lot of the interference paints in here, but you could see the purple matter, the quinacridone, and the phthalo green, all of that is in here, but I used those little color swatches as basically a reference there. And I really do recommend doing those. I know they're not exactly super fun, but the more of those you do, well, you kind of end up with a library. And with the oils, just like right here, right? Did we mix any colors to do this? We didn't mix any colors to do this. And we're still not going to mix any colors to do any of that. Because as we say with the oils, this is your palette. This right here, that's a color storage device. That's why I could use this palette for 3 days in a row. This is literally the third day I've used that palette because I'm not really mixing much in the way of color on there. I might lighten something or just a little bit, but for the most part, we aren't doing much mixing, well, at all here. Now I just threw a little bit of white, what's in my brush here. I would like a little yellow into that, just a smidge. Get rid of some of the excess. We're going to see how this here works on his face.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Gypsy Hearts, for that follow. Gandalf appreciates it too. Oh, that's going to be a very fun color right there. He's like, hello, little hobbit. Oop. Didn't I turn you all into stone? It's like, oh, man, get out of here. Just get out of here. It's like, spark my ganja. Hey, Jinx, there's another... But the entire late night crowd is here. It feels like it's 5:44 in the morning, not 5:44 in the evening. So folks, be sure to give Jinx the follow as well. All the late night crew is here. This is fantastic. All we need is Drew, and I think we have Teals. He's been here too. It's almost like it's late. It's almost, I feel like I should be exercising right now. Ah, see that? There's more mixing right there. There was no color mixed on the palette to do that. There was just wet paint on the palette, and then, well, we just took advantage of it. Now, I would like, I'm going to get just a little bit of the, we talked about getting some of this pink maybe into the hands, like here. And again, you see how that just mixed right there? We're letting it mix on here. All I'm doing is just taking this pink off of the palette and I just march it on over here, and then we let it mix. And I was about to add extra yellow to this, and then I realized, well, why am I doing that? That's stupid. There's yellow here already. There's plenty of yellow here. Why would I add more when I got all the yellow I need to mix it with? It's already sitting here. So Pat Draw, or I'm sorry, Mr. Fattest Cat, that's why it's something you got to get used to, because I was seriously just about to add yellow to some I didn't need to add yellow to. Just spacing on it, go, why would I even add the yellow there? I got it here. It's gonna mix. So that'll just show you how it's got to kind of get into your head a little bit. That notion that, yeah, the color that I need to mix is part of it's there already. So I don't need to do lots and lots of mixing on the palette. And again, down here, give them a little different color on the feet is there. It's late night in the afternoon. It is a very late night afternoon. So Jinx, I'm glad that you were able to make it here. And did you finish your last thing that, because it was a few days ago when I last saw your stream, and I think you were really powering along with that. I just wasn't sure if you were able to get that thing finished off or not. Let's see, what else do we got here? I think we're all caught up. So those color swatch things, they may not be the most entertaining thing to paint in the world. And of course, I think we had, was it Pixel Cat that did kind of her different version of those. In some ways, was it a little bit more? I'm just looking for that one chart here. It could be. No, can't quite find that one. But she took a little different approach. Let's get a little bit of that pink stuff over in here too. If a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. It's going to go into some of those too. Not going to end up pink, but just want a little bit of that. A little bit of that into those. There we go. Some more of these guys. Onto these guys. Can see all that green is getting in there. Okay, I thought you were like getting real close to the end of that. And folks, now will you be streaming later tonight, Jinx? Well, that's that. We've kind of replenished our pink right there. That's got some punch to it. It's got a little bit of punch to it. That's fine. That's fine. Got a little bit more of the pink get in there. Perhaps even down here onto the skin there. Like so. Back up to his face. Does he have, he has tiny little ears. So he does have ears. They're just very tiny. Tiny little ears. I would like to get some of that pink up here too. In this case, we'll just let it mix with the green. Yes. Practically like a pink, magenta, and green and yellow all mixing together. Why is this not becoming mud? Because that. That's why it's not becoming mud. Each of these layers is allowed to just kind of transparently sit on top, and blend a little bit, but not crazy with the blending, right? Not super crazy with that. Here, there's definitely more of the blending going on. More of that blending is going on down here. See, so that we wanted that to have more blend. Here, not so much, right? We wanted that green to kind of come through for sure. We got to get some lighter greens going there as well. I also like the idea of the dingy grayish green being the shadow for some pink here over the top. Just it makes things more interesting. And when you got something this big, you might as well take advantage of all those interesting shapes and such. Ah, boy, as much as I like to do that pink on all of the knuckles and everything, maybe we will. I also like the idea of that lighter yellow color too. And we don't have to do, we're not going to do every single thing with the big old filbert brushes, but I mean, you know, I am the Lord thy craft brush, thou shalt not put sable brushes before me. That's in the Book of Wapple. Nessie knows that. See, Friday is the next stream. Probably work on a mini Necronomicon piece. Well, that sounds very fun, Jinx. I'm going to have to try and catch that one. I hope that I'll be able to. Now, here I did let a little bit of mixing go on there. So let's see here. Let's give you a little Book of Wapple here. So we have definitely followed if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. We talked about that. And there you go. You shall not put sable brushes before me. We have not done so. We've literally been working with the 60 cent, just a flat brush, which we converted into a filbert brush. Blessed be the one true brush. These are the descendants of the one true brush, which is the one we started with. And this is one of the original one true brushes that has the green handle. This is like a collector's item now. We should sell these for about $100 a piece just because they have the green handles. I mean, we gotta start doing the merch thing. That's what we got to do. Now I don't know how much redder I'd like to go with this because we don't want to give him a clown face, but I think not. We'll let some of that yellow still get in here too. Okay, all right, that's we can do that. Now where's my other? There it is. We'll take this brush. We are gonna once again give it a thorough cleaning. Look at this. Look at how thorough that cleaning is. Look at how much liquid we're using there. Like none. Absolutely none. All right. Back to the berry white green. I might even throw a smidge of white in there. Give it a touch of opacity. I mean, the berry white green, you'd think it would be more opaque than it is. It's not super opaque. But it's going to have a little bit of a bluish tint to it because it's going over the top of some of our phthalo green. And we'll bring in just enough of that. And a couple of, wow, that really got dingy really fast. Hey, Bill, how you doing? The Altered Man Art asks, it will be possible to do a live stream with a miniature that an audience paints at the same time together like a course. Altered Man Art, that's very, very difficult because most people aren't going to have the miniatures that I do. It's something that we've, for the longest time, wanted to do for the Patreon page. But most of the stuff that I do on streams has stuff to do with commissions. And that's how I get commission work done. And that means I'm painting stuff that a whole bunch of people would not have, like these. Because these are to kind of help out with the Kickstarter campaign here. Maybe at some point in the future. It's just because we do very much a worldwide audience here, I don't know how feasible it is to get that miniature in everybody's hands. And that that's kind of a that there's a lot of issues with it. We've thought about it. I've thought about it for years, actually. Hey, Talls, how you doing? If we give him a red nose, he's Mr. Giggles. Well, he is a fun guy. He's a fun guy, so I guess this is Mr. Giggles then. So Queez says that this is Mr. Giggles. Let's see. Mr. Fattest Cat hasn't worked out how to follow your method after watching 100 hours of your tutorials. Whoops. Mr. Fattest Cat, it was that way with the acrylics too. There is none of the paint one tiny area at a time because A, that's going to slow you down immensely, and well, we can't deal with slow. It's also that 2D art training that's also kind of coming through a little bit. And stuff like this, you can't do this if you're just painting one tiny bit of it at a time. It's a little bit of a, obviously, it's a little bit of a mentality right there, a little bit of a switch. And it doesn't have to happen all at once. Let's see, would you considering doing a Skillshare class? I'm not sure what a Skillshare class is there, Gypsy Heart, but the Patreon page actually has, oh my goodness, there's now close to 650 hours of tutorials there, and it covers basing, it covers, well, now sculpting, dioramas, oils, acrylics, object source lighting, metal, true metallic metal, non-metallic metal, basically everything you could possibly imagine, every genre, 3D printed stuff, 40K, fantasy, Sigmar, Warcry, all the stuffs. Let's see. Hey, let's see. Kendon, we had thought about that, but not everybody is in on the same Kickstarter campaigns. And I can't 3D print myself right now because I haven't printed in probably a good 3 months or something like that. So that would also be an issue. And I had brought that up a few times, and there was a whole bunch of people that said, "Well, I don't 3D print. I'm never going to 3D print." So it seemed to, well, there's too many technical things around that to make that happen. And again, my schedule is really not determined by me. It is determined by the work. And also the work. Because we have been doing the commission stuff since, well, 2001, pretty much. And that kind of dictates everything. Oh, no problem, Kendon. Again, it's something that we've tried to work out many, many times. And also well, let's just say there's certain STL guys that I asked them. I said, "Look, if you could sponsor the Patreon page I can send the file to people," and they just said they didn't want to do that. So I tried that a couple of times, and the answer was no, and I just said, okay, this is not worth pursuing anymore. Mr. Fattest Cat, this one is definitely, it's got some unique properties to it. It really does. And, there's one that kind of short and squat, and he's kind of more tall and narrow, so there's some different heights here, too. Oh, I'm just going to go back over here. You know what? We're just going to take this. We're going to cool it down even more. We're going to take ourselves some phthalo green. And let's see. Oh, that really does cool that down. That's what I was looking for. Some a little bit cooler here. And a little bit more intense. So the barite green, even though it looks so much brighter than the phthalo green, once you oh, you know what we should do? Actually, just a smidge of that will also keep it from getting too cooled down. I mean, look at, I mean, this is literally, that's how much paint's going on there. This is why we're not getting the mud and all that other kind of stuff, because there's really very little paint going on there. So, so our printable says that the fungus itch has barely begun to be scratched. There's much more coming. So how you doing there, Talls? Nice to see you again. And like I said, the most recent Patreon video that we did, this is for the Army Painting Pledge level. This was the color test figure for the Lumineth, where we were testing out all of those interference colors. Really had some fun. And actually, this one also has a fair amount of sculpting in it, because the basing that we did, that's the same epoxy sculpt that we used on our big dyno, well, our Rhino dyno, Snuffles. And where's my, here we go. And also on Series 23 that we've got underway, our Thousand Suns, we used again some more of the epoxy sculpt right there for just a couple of quickie little tentacles on the base, because he's like, I got tentacles. Yes. Here's looking at you. See, Talls is doing good. Now you got your learning a bunch. Yes. And for some, the learning curve will be a little bit steeper. I do understand that, because, well, the 3D printing stuff has been very much a learning experience for me. And then I see files that other people printed, and I look at them, I say, wait a minute. There's like 20 errors in that file. I would have chucked that thing in the garbage. So, maybe, well, then there's that too, is, so maybe expecting just more than I should, at least initially. So sometimes the expectation game kind of works in there. Oh, and speaking of brushes here, so this, we're just kind of taking advantage of the filbert brush, because you can do that or that. Look at that, two very different brush strokes. Look at that tight little line right there. Especially if I even maybe add a little bit of thinner to that. Watch what happens here. It's almost the old Bob Ross with the fan brush. It's almost like we're using a bit of a fan brush right here. Check this out. Ah, look at that. You can't do that with a little teensy tiny brush. And actually, that could be another thing too, Mr. Fattest Cat, is with the brushes. If you're using tiny little brushes, working on all over the miniature, that's going to be a rough task. You use the bigger brushes like this, that becomes a little bit easier chore. Now we got to do something with this here, and that's where I was thinking of using the indigo and some kind of dingy greens, maybe something along the lines of the chamomile light mixed with the ivory black, or maybe even our brilliant yellow pale mixed with that. So we're very much doing kind of a Bob Rossian, you know how he makes his trees, right? Where he starts out like this, and then he starts doing this, and next thing you know, you got yourself a tree like that. That's kind of what we're doing right here. Get to the other side, do the same sort of thing, and we eventually start working with smaller brushes, but I mean, we're only an hour and 43 minutes in here. We don't want to be jumping into small brushes yet. And if you're thinking this is the lightest color that can go on here, whoa, not even close. You can see that dark color next to white? Yeah, we can go significantly lighter than this. But we're not going to jump to those bright highlights now. Why do we want to basically use all of our ammunition straight away? We want to save that. We don't want to just exhaust all of those shells right away. We got to save some of that. And now maybe we can start to think about something that's a little bit smaller of a brush here. We're gonna see if we can maybe grab one of our Is this our 000? Yeah, yeah. Now we can maybe start to play around with something like that's a little bit smaller here. Gotta figure out what are we doing for his eyes. His eyes aren't super big. I just want to get something there, just to remind me, like, dude's got eyes. Best do something with them. Best do something with those eyes. And what do I spy with my little eye? He's just like looking around, looking around. And he's like, yo, dude. This will give you an idea how big he is, because that's Mike Disney, folks. It's Mike Disney. Be sure to give him a follow. Fellow streamer, Mike Disney, how you doing? Welcome back. This is, who is this right here? Who did we say this was? I'm going to have to scroll back up the chat, because what was the name that was given to him? Oh, Mr. Giggles. Yes, this is Mr. Giggles, because he's a fun guy. He's a fun guy. So, Mike Disney, I hope you're doing well. Yes, Mr. Giggles, a fun guy. Mr. Giggles is a very, very fun guy. And we won't only just use the Fanchon red with the off-white yellow. We'll try and get some of that purple matter going too. And let's see, how light do we want to go with all this? I think we'd like to get some of the yellow in there too. I also need to get some darker colors. How's about... I'll go with some asphaltum and phthalo green. And we'll see what happens. So now, as you can see, those eyes starting to show up a little bit more. So, Mike, I hope everything is going well. I hope you're having yourself a decent weekend. Obviously, Megan and Queez, they've been here for a little bit. We suspected that you would be somewhere coming along too. We thought so. Now, here's when we'll take that phthalo green. We'll mix it with the umber. We want to respect the umber just a little bit. And we'll do kind of a glazy thing here, because maybe it's just better that these are darker. And again, that's very much one of those pin line washes there. Yeah, I like the idea of those maybe being just darker. I think it's going to show off the face a little bit more. Ah, you just finished up a painting session. I know you don't, well, I know it's not up on Instagrams or anything like that, but whatever I saw your latest Instagram post there. Feel free to pop that up in the chat too, so that people can see that. Now we need some dark down in there, and I'm going to let that be the purple. Yes, I'll let it be the purple matter. Why not? If we don't like it, it doesn't matter, because we'll just glaze something else over the top of it. And remember, one of the newest chapters in the Book of Wapple, what does it say? You can't dilute oils, you can only thin them. You can put as much thinner in this as we want. It's not going to be any less of a intense purple matter color. So that's probably another thing that maybe fools people a little bit, is that they think, oh, I've thinned it down. Now it's going to be this white that I've thinned down is just going to be kind of like a little thin film of white. No, it's going to be just as opaque as if it was not thinned at all. It's just going to not be physically thick anymore. So yeah, it's not going to be diluted. It's just going to be physically thinner. And I think that's another new thing that we've started to try to take into account here when we're talking to people about the oils. So when people have some difficulties with the oils or something like that, sometimes when they say, you know what, this has really just been a bugaboo for me, and they tell me about it, and then I try to figure out, okay, what is going on? It ends up being a very helpful hint for everybody else too. Tells Martin is struggling with the highlights ending up a bit dull. Charles, I think what could possibly be happening is now, I assume you've got, well, most likely titanium white. As we welcome in Phoenix Miniatures Art, thank you so much for that raid. We are using our oil paints here, having a little bit of a discussion along with the painting process right here. So this is from our imprintable terrain. We actually do have the sculptor in here. And folks, be sure to give Phoenix Miniature Art a follow. We have to support all of our fellow streamers. This is another one of the trolls right here. This is a stone troll. But wait, there's more. Look at this. There's Woody. Woody saws a log. That is a nice little forest troll right there. He's even got his big chopper. That's a big chopper. And we added a little bit of foliage to him, a little bit of woodland scenics foliage. And again, now we're working on, well, we're just going to call him Mr. Giggles because he's a very fun guy. Yes, very fun guy. So thanks again, Phoenix Miniature Art. Let's see, with the oils I'm struggling with the highlights. We'll get back to that question here. Now, Kathy, the folks that were watching Kathy, you saw that it was a little bit weird for her to start with because, again, she wasn't really used to him at all. And she still has times where it's like, whoa, wait, what's going on here? And guess what? That still happens with me because as I paint more and more different things, I start to realize, oh, okay, that's what I should be doing. So sometimes there will be some discovery you're going to have to do. Just the nature of the beast. Oh, thanks, Rhapsody Studios. So Phoenix Miniature Art, I hope that you had yourself a really fun stream. Maybe got a lot of work done. I know not every stream gets lots of work done. Sometimes the stream is a bit more festive and a bit more with the chat. And sometimes streams are a bit more with the working. Here we try and do a little bit of everything so that folks can, well, see how something big old crazy thing like this gets painted. And we started with just primer. I mean, he had no more paint on him than this Rider of the Dead right here. We did our pre-glaze. That's what all these sponges are sitting around. We basically take some darker colors. We spread those around on the figure here, and then we take some of it away with the sponges. And now we're starting to work in some of our lighter colors. You've been painting more of that dwarf bust. Tall's, yeah, I don't know why that is. That really, now maybe that's something where I don't want to say let this stuff dry, but maybe it might also depend again what brand you're using. That can make a difference. We have discovered that miniature paint brands are different. Let's see. I enjoy process massively different to my own. Oh, thanks, Phoenix Miniature. I'm going to try and get me a little bit of my phthalo green back here. I mean, yeah, we can use a smaller brush. Sometimes that is okay. And I did the stippling motion there. Doing that stippling motion again over here. So you remember some of the stuff that we did with our... Oh, where is he here? Remember a lot of the stippling we did on the cloak there to try and almost dry brush in some shadow type areas. Actually, still, it's interesting. The Prussian blue does not have quite as much of the shininess as I expected. Maybe it's because we mixed so much other stuff in there with it. Yeah, Kendon, that is such a crucial thing, and that's probably the thing that folks have the hardest time with, is that amount of paint. And you've heard me say a bunch of times that I'll watch people painting, and I'll say, uh-oh, they've got like 5 times as much paint on the brush as I usually do. That could be ugly. That could end up not well. So that is something that I see a lot, where folks just have too much paint on that brush. But those are sometimes the lessons you You just learn with a face plant. Oh, still, it is parchment paper. It's actually the same stuff that I use for my wet palettes too, but it is just a piece of parchment paper, and it is actually, we take our little bit of a glue stick, and and you can see some of the residue on there, right? It's just a piece of cardboard, parchment paper there. When you're done, you just peel it on off, and I think that piece of cardboard sitting over there has like a half an inch of a glue residue on it. Not kidding. I mean, seriously, it has that much, that much glue residue on it. Oh my goodness. Now let's see. Maybe we can even line that up a smidge more. And I'm even going to try a different little. Ooh, that is the quinacridone golden brown, which is actually. We just speculate that it must be made from actual gold because that's how much it costs. I might get a little bit of that doubt here too. Let's just find a couple of other places to put that because again, a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. Where's our blending brush here? There you are. And no layers, right? We chucked a little bit of that on here. Let's just soften up that brush. And then we're just gonna blend it out. It's just a place and push. Place that color there, just push it around. That's all. Let's see. When you transfer from acrylics to oils, it's easy to follow the same process as acrylics, but the oils, but thinner. Hey, Sammy Poo, how you doing? I'm gonna dip into back over here. This is my Fanchon red, which becomes the cooler light red. The quinacridone golden brown. That's gonna be a very light but much cooler red. Now I'm gonna take some of that purple matter, some of the Fanchon red here. Let's see what happens when we do give him a little bit more of a reddish nose. Just to really make him look like Mr. Giggles, the fun guy. Yeah. Sort of works there. Oh, yeah. There we go. Yeah, that's very fun. That's very fun. And I might even let a little bit of this red get underneath his eyes here because we've got dark green and red right next to each other. Where is our brush we've been using for a little bit of glazing? I think that's probably this guy right here. And I might even try to get some more darks in here. That means we're going to go Van Dyke brown. A little bit of our indigo. That's going to give us a very nice dark. And every color is going to be a little bit different as far as how much thinner is it going to take to make that flow like a pin line wash. Every color is different. Typically, things like phthalo green, alizarin crimson, whatever, it'll take less than something like your cadmiums or even something like a Terra Rosa. And as far as thinner goes, I mean, this is days worth of thinner. This is a bottle cap. Days worth of thinner in here. The brush cleaner is just St. Winsor Newton brush cleaner restore. It's for acrylics and oils. It doesn't have any. It's got no vapors, non-hazardous. It's just very great stuff. Absolutely love it. Sammy Poo, can't remember where I got this tip, but I'm putting my palette in the freezer between painting session. It really helps the paint be usable for a very long time. Yeah, I know for me, since I'm just kind of going through it all so fast and there's so little out there, there's not a whole bunch left to save. I think a couple of people, they might have given that a try, I think, because they would like to save their paints in between. And I think a couple of people have given that a try, and I think they've had success with that too. I think they have. I know people take their grain stuff and they stick it in either the refrigerator or maybe even the freezer, and that seems to also give it a little bit like more life too. Altered man art, there is no specific time. That will depend entirely on the miniature and what it is that you need to do. Like here, it was just easier to do that there and then go back in with some lighter stuff over the top of it. Other places, it's really a bit more of a final type of a thing. Here, it's just easier for me to do this here as a little bit of a pin line wash. Other areas, as you could see, like right here, I added that dark, but that was not a wash. That was just kind of brushed on. I don't want to say 100% because none of this paint is 100%. It's quite thinned already, obviously from out of the tube. But in these harder to reach areas like that, usually better as a pin line wash. And it doesn't always have to be darker. Where the heck is our, here we go. So many times, especially things with like the flames here, the eyes on those, all the stuff that's lighter on those skulls was actually done with a pin line wash of cadmium yellow light and the brilliant yellow pale. And that's when we started to realize with the oils, you don't dilute them. You can't. They will be thinner, but they ain't going to be diluted. So yeah, Aspire painting. I know that. Let's see, who are some of the folks that told us that? Like, I think Julie Guthrie said that. Bob, all the guys there. They talked about how that's what they did. They would take that stuff, put it in the freezer, and it would just give it much longer life and make it much fresher to use. Now this is again, we're taking almost kind of a bit of a palette sludge here, and we are going to try and get a very neutral gray going here. But look at it, see how it's picking up what's underneath there. It's picking up what's underneath there. And I know it can be tougher for some folks, that idea of not just okay, you prime it black or white or whatever, and you just paint the face and nothing else. But there are just several issues with that, and a lot of times you're going to end up with, well, you'll end up with arms that are maybe a different color temperature than the legs because you weren't painting them at the same time. Also, let's say you're using black primer. Well, everything next to black primer looks light. So once you start putting other light colors around what you paint, let's say you do the face and it's on black primer, then you start painting the rest of it. And if it's something lighter, like a white scar or imperial fist or something like that, your guy's face, he's going to look mighty tan. He's going to look very swarthy because everything you painted those highlights with your skin tones was next to black, which makes everything look lighter. This color looks very light. That's not a light color. Why is it lighter? Because it's going on a very dark brown here. So context is everything, and that is why we paint, well, one of the several reasons why we paint the whole thing all at once. Because otherwise you can't really make those critical color judgments and value judgments. Oh, speaking of which, what we have not done yet, we haven't done film noir. Zoink, there we go.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you. Smile, you fools. That's perfect. It's an act. It's Gandalf. Fly, you fools. He says, no, smile, you fools, for I am Mr. Giggles. They're actually a team. Dun, 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 dun. And it's in black and white. It's like vaudeville. It's like vaudeville. You just don't get that anywhere. Yeah, let's get our camera going back over this way where we need it to go. So what you don't see there, you don't see any of the green. You don't see any, look at that. There's nothing going on with this face, just some regular shading, right? Well, there it is in acrylics, but we want oil paints. So all that, you don't see any of that in black and white. That is color change. That's color contrast. Oh, thanks, Smiley Fools. There is so many fantastic screen names that come on in here, and usually just at the right time too. Let's see if we can't get that just a smidge brighter. Now this is another place we'll do probably some pin line washes later on. Later, not right now, not right now, but later on. And just to get myself again some context here, I'll hit some lighter colors, but it's mixing. It's mixing with that glaze down there. Let's see. For some fun nighttime, check out the Arrhenius equation on Wikipedia. Maybe dull highlights are from too thick a paint below the highlights and it's mixing a bit down. It really, we definitely emphasize the whole less is more and more is way too much. And that is it really can be. Look at that. That's it. That's a middle tone gray. Look at the effect that's having here. Look at the effect that has. That is nowhere near white. And it's mixing with the color underneath too. It's mixing with some of that stuff on the underside. Why? Because you can see it on the brush. Yeah, I know we kind of repeat the same mantras over and over and over again. But that's because that's how important they are. Now see how that's too much paint on the brush? That's why we're trying to get rid of some of it. Too much is too much, and boy, it happens really fast. You'd be surprised how fast something goes from, that's okay, to, oh my gosh, that's too much. It goes to that in a heartbeat. So we're just now we're just trying to get the vines, leave the rest alone. We'll grab our blending brush here. And just blend all that together. No layers there, right? So we just did our film noir there. And again, you could see all of that red goes. You don't see the green, right? You don't see the yellow. Yeah, let's. I'm curious to see what happens when we do that. I bet you there's really not going to be much value here on this side. See that? Look at the red and the green. It all looks like it's the same value outside of just whatever the lights are reflecting on there. But you bring it back, color contrast. Ultraman asks, is there a moment when you want some thick paint to go on the miniature? Altered Man, there are times, especially when you've painted a whole bunch of stuff very thin. So see where we painted all that thin stuff right there? If I'm going to paint back over the top of that, I'm going to want to go with a thicker paint because thicker paint sticks to thin and vice versa. So we're going to take ourselves a little bit of Egyptian violet, a little more of a white in here. And now this is definitely much thicker. It's not like straight out of the tube thicker, but that's much thicker. And see how that sticks right there? If I had done more thin paint on top of that, it wouldn't have done anything because again, the paint is too. Now this, see, it's having a well, it's not doing too bad here. Oh, this is the other thing too. Thin paint is not just more liquid. Thin paint is also this. That constitutes thin paint. Which is why, even though what's on the brush is thick, it sticks over here because the underlying layers are actually still pretty thin. Just like over here. See that same thing is going to stick over there because that's just pre-glaze. There's very little paint right there. That's paint that was put on there and wiped away. That's why this stuff is sticking. Because it's thicker. Same over here. Same over there. And those are just things you're going to have to get used to. There are no 100% rules. There's no, if you do this, this will always happen. Because your miniature is going to be different. The way you apply it's going to be different. And not all paint brands are the same. There's going to be differences. And I know people really want to say, well, if you mix this and this, you will get that. Sort of, but that's not always going to happen. Oh, Aspire asks, is a red-green go blind person? The contrast in those sections didn't change at all for me when switching back and forth, and that doesn't surprise me. Aspire painting, I think we had, oh Matt, didn't we? We did some exercises to try and say, okay, if you are, if it colorblind in this range, what about turning off these colors or doing this to try and make it more visible? I could swear we did an exercise like that, didn't we? I think it was a while ago. It might have been a couple of months ago. I could swear we came up with some sort of a possible solution for that. Oh, I think it was maybe, wasn't it take your camera phone or something like that and almost turn it like a camera negative? It was something like that. Oh, thanks, Altered Man Art. I appreciate that. I forgot that the boost thing was still going. Apparently it is. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I guess we tried doing that a couple of weeks ago. I guess we weren't successful. Because apparently it was the 75%. Apparently you get 1 day to do it, not 2 days. Oh, thank you, Valfera. Sorry I have no sound effect for that because I have no idea. It's like just a random thing that they do. Thank you so much for that. So apparently even though we got it to the 58K, they didn't count that as 100%. Because, yeah, I saw the email. Oh, look at that. See, there's some, a little bit of white over that. Oh, thank you, Armored Wolf. That's our moderator, folks. And be sure to check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page. Check out those dice bags. Get those dice bags. I know we had a good old time talking about dice bags last night versus those nasty royal crown things that people are using. Nasty hobbitses. Let's see. That was not quite clear, Valfair. Actually, I wish. So Steel, yeah, I still haven't had a chance to get that cream de mint yet for the hot chocolate. Maybe tomorrow I finally get a chance to get that cream de mint for the hot chocolate. Now here, I just want to see what happens when we throw a little bit of our pink up there. I gotta throw it here. I gotta see if I like it. Maybe I'll like it. Maybe I don't. Maybe I get rid of it. Thank you, Mike Disney. Oh, William has a Nightmare Before Christmas dice bag. Well, that's kind of perfect, right? Because of all the stitching and everything, and all the patches and stuff. That sounds like it would be a perfect bag. Ooh, speaking of lights now. Yeah, we can maybe get some of this lighter yellow on the skin here. Oh, Jilt with Kicker, thank you so much. Well, he's Mr. Giggles after all. I guess we have to make him extra festive and extra happy because he is Mr. Giggles after all. Oh, look at how much lighter we can go with that. And the interesting thing is, once again, we don't have to. All that stuff doesn't have to blend right away with that brushstroke. Why? Because look who's waiting. He's like, oh, let me edit. Let Mr. Blending Brush take care of that. He's always waiting there in the wings, ready to go. Thanks, Ken Don. I appreciate that. So what are we at? We're at 13K. I know last time it was 38K. I don't know if it says. anywhere. Unless maybe it's another challenge and they've raised the amount. I don't know. All I know is I keep getting these very weird emails about this kind of this random boosting thing, which means I should ask some of the other streamers like Drax and Mike Disney and such. Have you guys gotten any message emails like those where it's like this community thing they're trying to do here? All right, so it's just like the last time. He's an elven troll. That's why he's Mr. Giggles. He was a happy elf at one time, just a happy elf marching around through the woods doing elfy stuff. And then the next thing you know, all these mushrooms started growing on him, or maybe he just ate too many mushrooms and became one himself. They started growing on him, and then he just that's his thing now. That's what he does. These guys right here, I gotta figure out what's gonna. I might do those. Those might even be a little bit dark. I don't know. We'll have to see. Oh, and as far as brush cleaner here, we'll just grab ourselves a paper towel. We'll just do a little bit of demo on the brush cleaner here because there's a whole bunch of paint on the hand. And that does not take very much. And as you can see, bam, all that paint's gone. And it doesn't irritate the skin or anything like that. I do recommend that you just either wash your hands, or in my case, I just literally have some water that I'm going to spritz on there, because that will, I mean, it'll get on your fingers and it will wear away the paint on the handle of a cheap brush. I don't really care. I mean, you can see I get paint all over my handles of the brushes anyways, so it's not really a big deal. But boom, there you go. I know people were asking about washing my hands. Sometimes the worst of it, I'll just take it off that way. So very interesting there, right? So this was our last one where it was. I could see the purples and the magentas that we put in there with a lot of the indigo blue, and now here we got all kinds of crazy stuff going on. Oh, Altered Man now wants to paint some of that the Lord of the Rings stuff. Now, is there any particular army that you're kind of thinking about in particular? And Valfera says, "Oh, the rum and coke. Well, that's really Kathy's favorite thing is the rum and coke. Well, actually, she likes the gin and tonic. Steela's got some breakfast now. So Bethany, the indigo that I've got is it's the Windsor Newton one. I haven't tried any like the what's the other one? Gamlin. I haven't tried the Gamlin indigo. A little bit of Isengard for Altered Man. Well, where the heck did he go? Somewhere around here. I have. Here he is. So we will be doing some Isengard stuff because we got ourselves an Isengard troll. But then look what we got now. This is Friedrich the Great. This is another thing we were sculpting on the stream last night. So we were converting. Where the heck did he go? We were converting one of these Reaper Bones rock trolls here into an Easterling troll chieftain. Yeah. We had so much fun with that last night. Hey, Backlog Battles, how you doing? And he just got his dice bag, too. How cool is that? See, Steel, I tried 2 different brands of indigo, and they were pretty similar. The Van Dyke Brown seems to be, for whatever reason, just like Steela was saying, all over the place. Some other ones, like indigo, just seems to be indigo. But stuff like the Van Dyke Brown, for whatever reason, it's got something to do with how it's made, how it's ground, whatever. You never quite know. So, Bethany, I think if the Windsor Newton is too hard for you to get, I don't know. I think the Gamlet could work. I have only tried a couple of the Holbein paints. Holbein, they're just so expensive here. I'm not going to be getting repeat colors of those just to try them out. If it was something really new like the interference colors, that is something truly unique and very different. That I would maybe experiment with. If that was something that Holbein made, Holbein. Yes, yes. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, Backlog Battles. Well, you know how much it means. All right, what's going to happen here? Do we get some of that yellow in there or some of the green? I'm gonna. What the heck? I'm gonna try for some of the green here. That's gonna be the phthalo. Gonna be the phthalo here. If we don't like it, then we can just go with some of the yellow too. But yeah, maybe the phthalo green is gonna work here. Literally phthalo green versus right next to that red. Sure, why not? Let's just do that. Nice little contrasty thing there. Yeah, let's do that. Now, Steelers, that's right. She has all the orange. She has all the citrus. She'll never get scurvy. Always a good thing. Let me see. I think we're all caught up there. Valfera, there's no really preferred brands of individual colors. There's just, for whatever reason, we found out that the Gamlin Van Dyke Brown is the darkest of all the Van Dyke Browns. Other companies' Van Dyke Browns, for whatever reason, are way lighter. Why, we still haven't figured that out yet. Now you've got things like the interference colors, which only one company makes, so your choice is limited there. Gamlin Silver seems to be the one usable metallic paint outside of, say, the MIG Ammo oil brushers. The Winsor Newton metallic paints are terrible. Why, I don't know, but some of the other Gamlin metallic paints are also not very good either. So those are some of the random things we're discovering that, well, not every color made by every company is that great. I've even had some clunkers from Williamsburg. Now, let's see, what's some of the other stuff that only certain companies make? Again, the Williamsburg seems to have the most exotic types of paints as far as the interference paints and the iridescent pearl paints and all that kind of stuff. I have not seen any other company making those. It's something that Williamsburg does, and nobody else, and I don't know why. I mean, maybe at some point I can just try and contact them. I mean, who knows? We should, right? Shouldn't we contact them and say, hey, look, we want 10% of everything? Let's see. Valfair is thinking about starting to collect the oils I will need. Valfair, I would suggest just getting yourself one of the starter sets, because we've been having a conversation about the folks who were supposed to be working on the paints, and, well, I thought they were. Not quite sure how much they're working on them right now. They may have been distracted by other things. So I would just get yourself a starter set, because there's plenty of very reasonable priced options out there. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for the sub there. That's a 10-monther. So that tells me how long. I thought it was 9 months. So I guess it's been 10 months. Maybe that takes us back to March. Let's see. Is Fanchon Red, Cadmium Scarlet from Williamsburg. Yes, that was the Fanchon Red, the Egyptian Violet, the Quinacridone Golden Brown. All of that was in their modern color set. Also, this
Hello,
one.
little Harmons, spark my ganja.
This one was also in the starter set, but stealth has followed, which means fast Gandalf. Fly, you fools. That is fast Gandalf. Thank you so much for that follow. Well, Belfair again. I don't know which starter set you're actually getting, but you can't go wrong with Indigo and Terra Rosa. Those are two colors, and I got the Winsor Newton version of those. Something tells me that the Gamlin version is fine with those too. The Williamsburg paints in general, they're just going to be more expensive because they are apparently ground by hand. So those are always going to be more expensive. You can get the Winsor Newton and Gamlins. They're good colors. Now, Asphaltum. That is a color that only Gamlin makes. No one else makes that. So that is if you're wondering, that Asphaltum, I want to get some of that. Well, there's only one place you can get that, and that's going to be from Gamlin. Let's see. Do what now? I think the one color that we have used on here is the Fanchon Red. Everything else has been, phthalo green, so that's a bit more of a common type thing. We have used a teensy bit of Egyptian violet. That's another one of the Williamsburgs right there. And of course, that brilliant yellow pale that you see sitting on the palette over here, we've also been using that. And this is a case where we got to be patient. We don't want to be hasty. Don't want to be hasty there. We're going to let that stuff sit there a good 15, 20 minutes, maybe longer, before we try and go in there and do any sort of blending with the blending brush. That's another thing that happens too with folks is they get either super excited about being able to blend and they just want to see it happen, or maybe they feel like they're up against the clock. They're like, oh, this painting session, I'm going to have to stop in an hour, and they sort of make a little bit of haste, and then they make a little bit of mud. And that can happen, so just remember that just because the oil paints have dried, that does not mean that the blending experience is over. It is not. Still, the the Optilung, I tried those exactly once, and it was pretty catastrophic. It made me very sad because someone sent me an entire, probably about 18 or 20 of those things, and I thought they were going to be like the Migamo oil brushers, and they were not. They were hideous. They were slimy, they were nasty, they were super glossy. Now I know that other folks use those and they don't mind because they're okay with the glossiness. They compensate for it later on down the line. But I've tried them and I know others that have tried them and they went, "Holy smokes, Jim, you are right. What the heck is up with these things?" I have a feeling that those came out before the oil brushers did. And then when there was the split between Migamo, as we're doing a little bit of a pin line wash here, with the Egyptian violet and some of the indigo, I think what happened is that Migamo perfected those, and the Optilungs, you are seeing the initial version of those things. Yeah, it was very sad. Made me very sad. So Drax really loves their metallics, and of course the Migamo oil brushers. If it wasn't for finding the silver from Gamlin, I just would have used the Migamo oil brushers metal. I wouldn't have used any tube paint metals at all. So Valfera, yeah, all those starter sets, that's going to be the Winton. And heck, I was using some of these last night even. I was still using some of these last night. So that's the Winton stuff. But once you figure out some of the extra stuff that you want, let's say you want like a phthalo green here, you get the artist color version. Where is my, this is my indigo. Yeah, this is my indigo. It's going to be a little bit pricier. But the student grade stuff, I used it. How many years did I use that? 4 years. I was using mostly the student grade oils for 4 years before I started getting more of the artist grade stuff. For me, it's very different because obviously this is what keeps us fed and housed and clothed. For other folks, where it's maybe a little bit more of a luxury type item, maybe that's a different math that applies. But yeah, I tried the Optilungs and I was kind of shocked and horrified. And then when I talked to other folks that used them, they went, "Yeah, that's the same thing," and they kind of came to the same conclusions. But that's not everybody. And again, not every Winsor Newton paint is going to be spectacular. Not every Gamblin paint is going to be spectacular. And I've got one Williamsburg paint that was just, I don't know, maybe I just got a bad container or something like that. I don't know. But it certainly was not fantastic. I was not happy with it at all. And all the other Williamsburg paints that I've had have been spectacular. But that one, that was not very good. That was Noah was more surprised than me. I was like, what the heck is going on with this thing? Let's see. So Loim has the Winsor Newton metallics. Now, here, Altered Man, I've done several. I've done 3 series now on the Patreon page. This was the first one where we used. All I had at this point was the iridescent blue. I'm sorry, the uh, whatchamacallit interference blue, and you can see that working on the weapon. See that blue there? You see it on the armor of the horse. You see it on the shield. Now this was a different situation. I took all of the interference paints, the violet, the green, and the blue, and as you can see that kind of shifting from blue to green. There's the violet shifting. More shifting of the colors here, but that was mixed with regular oil paint colors too. I'm finding more and more uses for them. We got our ring race over here. Again, these are kind of far away, but yeah, you can see there's some of the iridescent paint. There's some of that interference blue in their cloaks right there. And all of the interference paints, all that stuff is from Williamsburg. They are the only folks that make these. I have not found any other sources for those. Now, maybe there is some other source, but, well, I already have the Williamsburg, so I was not going to bother. I don't have the time to research other sources. Maybe they have them, but they might be very different. Now, I know Liquitex makes a brand of acrylic, whatchamacallits there, interference paints. I don't know if Liquitex makes oil interference paints. Again, people can look and see what they got. Now you can see we did some of that pin line washing right over these guys. We'll be putting some other colors on top of these, but I just gotta let that sit now, right? We're gonna do some more of the glazy stuff over here, maybe more of an umber-ish type of a glaze. This is not gonna work like your standard acrylic glaze. All we're doing is just touching the brush to the surface and we let it do its thing. That's it. We just touch the brush to the surface. You are not brushing this over the surface like you would with a traditional acrylic glaze. See how that just kind of went, it literally traveled against gravity. It literally went straight up. And every single color is going to be a little bit different as to what amount of thinner you are going to have to get in there to make it kind of do that weird crazy motion. You can see that does not look quite so wet anymore. I'm going to take me some of my Van Dyke brown, some of that black, and we're even going to go literally kind of well, it's a dry brushy type stroke. It's not a dry brush. It's not dry. It just kind of looks like a dry brush style stroke. How is about we see now that we've added some more lights to this? Now really pay special close attention to the face, to the arms, where we've got all of those color combos. Boom. It just looks like lights and darks now. Actually, we even have less contrast, and back here it all pretty much looks the same because you can't see the difference between the red and the green. But now you can. I haven't tried the Rembrandt oil paints. I have used their pastels. I've used their watercolors, but I have not tried their oils. At a certain point, I couldn't just keep getting the same colors over and over again in different paint lines. That was one of the reasons I was doing that. Actually, was research for the oil paint line. All kidding aside. Well, looky here, we've got ourselves a mini apocalypse. Mini apocalypse, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I hope you had a really great stream. And this is the last of the trolls. We're calling him Mr. Giggles because he's a very fun guy. Blame the chat. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. I didn't come up with that. That was the chat. I'm glad that you're doing good there, Mini Apocalypse. Yes, who dares enter our domain? Well, Mini Apocalypse wasn't afraid to enter the oil paint and sculpting domain. So for the folks that are new here, these are from RM Printable Terrain. This is the last of the trolls. It's part of the Birchwood Vale Kickstarter. You can go back and you can watch some of the other ones that we painted. So here is, I think we called him Woody Sawzalog. There's his big chopper right there. We just threw a little bit of foliage on him after he was done. We painted this one last week. I believe that was the Friday show, and then I think we painted this one on Saturday. So here is your stone troll. This is Rocky, meet Rocky. We had lots of fun painting him again, also with the oils. And now we're painting the last one here, our fungus troll. There may or may not be some additional trolls. There might be a river troll joining these guys here. It's possible. We do have the sculptor in chat with us here, and he was kind of liking the idea of a river troll. So if you ask very, very nicely, maybe he'll make a river troll as well with some fishies. A river troll with some fishies. I'm just going to try and give him something in the way of eyes, or just something. We might change those around too a little bit, but might even add a couple more darks in here too. And folks, be sure to give Mini Apocalypse a follow. So Mini Apocalypse, happy Saturday, all that kind of good stuff. If you got any sort of, I know it's a little bit too early for an Instagram picture of what you were just working on, but if you got any work in progress links or anything like that, feel free to toss those in too. Here, I'm just going to darken that up a little bit because, well, if the knee's going to be so light, we can't have a light next to a light. And we'll just take Mr. Blending Brush again. Let me just darken that down. That's all it is. More of see, but now I can look at this. I can take my blending brush here. This is where I just threw that glaze not long ago. Thank you so much, Scuba Stan. Gandalf appreciates that too. Hello, little hobbits. Oh, remember these two are, yeah, they're buddies right there. These guys are buddies. The other two trolls really hate Gandalf for whatever reason. And see, some of these guys here, when those dry a little bit more, we're also going to do the same thing that we did over here. See, we're just taking Mr. Blending Brush. So we're just kind of going and managing brush strokes. It's not so much about blending colors. We're just sort of oh, look, we have a brush stroke here. Well, we'll maybe get rid of that brush stroke there. We can start to just get some of these here. Like here, there's more brush strokes over there. We'll tone down some of those brush strokes. So, Mrs. Mini Apocalypse, I hope that you're doing well. Nice to see you too. We gotta figure out what's going on with those little globes right there. Are they onions? Do they have layers? What I will do is I'm just going to take something simple here. That's a little bit of indigo, a little bit of the white, and see a little paint down, and it's also pretty darn dark. I'm just going to throw something onto these guys now. It's time to do something with these, especially since the more we do of the stuff around it, the harder it is going to be to have access to that area back there. I'll lighten that up a little more too. Just the idea of making it, I don't know, a little bit of a grayish blue here maybe. And this is what we're not doing any kind of layers. We're not doing any layers to this. Not like with the acrylics, right? What would you be doing? You'd be one layer after another. No, we're not really doing that here. We're kind of going 2-3 layers at a time, and then we just let it sort of blend on its own. That's what the oils are good for. Even if the oils underneath were dry, we could still. This is something I learned myself just a couple of months ago. Let's see. Katie Illich does it like they don't like it because they got the other friend stoned. Yep, that's what Rocky says. Man, that old dude and his pipe weed. That was some nasty stuff. He's like, come on, dude, chill out, man. It's all good. It's all good. He's like, man, that old man's getting to you. This is not good. Yeah, the vampires, I like those. Everything else was kind of whatever. Even I was a little bit sort of disappointed with the Lord of the Rings stuff because, well, both Armored Wolf and I said, well, okay, they're bringing back 18 to 20-year-old metal figures. Maybe. They're saying give us 180 working days to get those to you. It's like maybe just work on making some new sculpts. How's that? How's that sound? That might be better. So here again is where we're just going to go a little bit like this. No layers. We're just going to take that, and it's not a white. Believe me, it can be lighter than that. We're just going to pop this right here. Oh, look what's sitting right over here. A blending brush is just waiting for us. Let me get some of these out of the way. Get this where you can see it. Look at that. See, it's just, how long did it take? All these little crazy balls right here. Get some shading on there. It doesn't take very long. Why? Because we weren't doing a whole bunch of layers. Throw a couple of light colors in there. Now we're just going to mix it with that blending brush. That's it. Let's see. Every Imperium army is getting a baby carrier. And then I don't know what that crazy thing with the Lumineth was. It looked like I don't know what it looked like. Somebody that had like 2 sheets of toilet paper or something like that and was wrapping them around each other. I really didn't look very hard at it, to be honest. There wasn't super interested. I'll go. No, I was tempted to maybe see. This is another one that's just been kind of a disappointment here. This is the barite grain, and to me, it's more. I'm better off just taking the phthalo grain and just adding either the white to it or the brilliant yellow pale. It pretty much does the same darn thing, only a lot better, just more efficiently. This is why we don't have many greens. This is why we can't have nice things or many greens. We literally don't have many green colors at all because we have plenty of yellows, we have plenty of blues. Guess what? That also means we have plenty of greens. And I know people say, but I don't want to have to mix colors. Well, first of all, you could spend many more dollars on paint, or just you're going to be mixing anyway with the oils because that's what they're there for. So if you're going to have to mix anyway, might as well save yourself some money and join in on the fun. Might as well join in on that fun. We're going to respect the umber here and just do a quickie little umber glaze on the nails there. I don't know if the other hand you can see those nails there. Maybe you can. Yes, you can. But they're already that color, so we're all good. Let's see. Oh, if I, oh, it had beads. Yeah, they're the. I wasn't sure if maybe they were like little onions or something like that, or whatever they were supposed to be. Maybe they're berries. Ah, hopefully they're not. Hopefully they're not Snuffles' berries. The Katie Lynch is wondering. Well, I guess because Kathy does all the plaid stuff, so who knows? Maybe Kathy will be doing plaid oils at a certain point. At a certain point here, now I think it's time to maybe start to get some lighter colors here on the hair. We've been going darker and darker and darker with that. Effectively, we're going into here with something like a yellow ochre, which again, I have at least 2, maybe 3 tubes of yellow ochre, but it's just as convenient to just like mix my own. Now, of course, yellow ochre tends to be in every single starter set. Well, not every single one, but most. The 1,000 bandage curse that Stila is definitely trying to fight through over there. Well, that and skulls, right? Or was it just skeleton? Was it skulls or skeletons was the other thing that you were trying to fight through? I think maybe I'll start to ponder something a little lighter here. Again, I just gotta also leave a place for my finger to rest, like maybe right here. Ah, the forgotten skulls. Now, you know what? That's so close to that. No. We won't do that. I will take maybe something like this. Either something more green or something that's just the white mixed. Maybe this. So that's our white mixed with the umber. And that might just get it away from. Yes, that gets it away from yellow. I mean, his teeth are that color. That's all I'm thinking about there. Just like, well, if I make that the same color as the teeth, that's not going to be super effective. And I can't quite tell if there's anything sort of intertwined with all of his hair and beard right here. I don't think so. I don't think so. But definitely enjoy it. Now, I might either go a little bit darker with the red on his nose, maybe a little bit lighter. But these are the adjustments that we just kind of ponder here as we kind of keep moving along. And the kind of adjustments that we can make. Why? Because we're working on this whole thing at once. If I didn't have any red back here at all, well, I would have no idea what's happening with my green. Does my green need to be darker, lighter, more intense, less intense? If I have nothing to judge it against, I'm just kind of floating in the breeze. Oh, thank you so much, Mini Dreadful. I appreciate that. So what are we at? We're at, what, 14K for the stream boosting thing, whatever that does. I'm not quite sure. I guess Maybe they just said we didn't succeed the first time around, so here's another chance to do it. I thought we had succeeded the first time, but apparently not. I thought we had done the 58K. Well, thank you very much, Mini Dreadful. Cromnius has done the 2000. Thank you so much. Now, let's see. The sculptor is definitely here, so this is RM printable terrain here. Now, there's, here we go. So he's also, this is something that, who knows, maybe we'll be painting up some of these on Monday, but this is also from RM printable terrain. And there's Rocky's War Room. Boy, just 90, not 90, 50 minutes before their broadcast is going to start, Rocky's War Room is here. We had Not Jay in about an hour or so ago. So, folks, be sure to give Rocky's War Room a follow because they're going to be going live in 50 minutes Central Time. So, where's my terrain here? I'm just trying to find my terrain. So, this is from RM Printable Terrain. Where's my Easterlings? Easterlings are right here. That's not it. There we go. So that's from RM Printable Terrain as well. All kinds of fun terrain. Here's there we go. All kinds of wonderful terrain also available there. Oh, thanks, Bill. And the Strooper, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And the sculptor is here. I do believe he is thinking about sculpting a river troll as well. So that would be really fun. A river troll with all kinds of fishies, and maybe we try the interference colors on that and give it all kinds of weird fish scaly type stuff. Thanks, Pigeon. Appreciate that. So yeah, Rocky's War Room. We were talking about the Yamato and how big that is, even in Victory at Sea scale. That is one big puppy. Now, what are some of the American ships? I'm assuming it's we must be talking maybe a 1943 set. So maybe something like South Dakota for battleships, and maybe getting into Fletcher class destroyers and Essex class carriers. Or are we still thinking, Lexington, Yorktown, and that sort of stuff? Of course, I was just joking around that if you're going to have the Yamato on the Japanese side, you have to have the Johnston and Taffy 2 ships on the American side, and that's it. Oh, thanks, Robosh. Wasn't the Johnston? It was the escort corvette or the escort destroyer that fought like a battleship, right? That's what it was called. Yeah. Well, here, let's just keep popping away. I'm sort of liking the lighter here colors in here, and that's working well. And I also remembered, somehow I remembered last night the name of one of our sculpted Army of the Dead here. Rogaine Lightning. I think that is what somebody called this guy here. Yes, I think that's what he was called. Oh, thank you so much, Occultimatum Silva. I appreciate that. I think it is Occultimatum. Yes, it is. Thank you very much for the kind words. Oh, why don't we get back into some of this pink over here. And let's hit this.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Oh, thank you so much, Occultimatum, for that follow. Gandalf appreciates that too. And thank you so much for the bits there, Rocky's War Room. Boy, how are we running so low on this already? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Oh, thank you, Hecabus and Bethany. And Rocky, thank you so much for contributing that. So it looks like we're at 30K. I believe we have to get to 58 or something like that. Was that Bill Neri that just, do we have a Blitzkrieg going on? He says, I like Blitzkriegs. Whoa. Dude, man. I think he's now, I think we know where all of the refreshments went. He says, yeah, look at that dude, man. He's drinking all of my refreshments. Dude's like, what, man? Chill out, man. It's all good. Oh, thanks, Squeeze. Let's see. Now again, pay special attention to all of the reds, greens, and yellows and watch them all disappear into the same, literally pretty much the same color tone here. Ah, there's so much contrast. All of a sudden, not so much contrast. When people tell you, thanks, Megan, I appreciate that. So when you do you're doing the critique thing or whatever, and someone tells you, well, boost the contrast, you can respond by saying, well, which contrast do you mean? Do you mean color contrast, value contrast? What you talking about? Edge contrast. Remember the edge contrast that we were doing on our Easterling over here, right? On all of the armored surfaces, where we want edge contrast, whereas over here, edge contrast not a big thing because it's supposed to be a soft cloak, right? I think we've identified basically 5 different types of contrast. I think it was value, color, intensity, edge contrast. Yeah, that we've got just so many of those, and they seriously do make a big difference. All right, now on his hands over here, do we want to go darker or lighter with that? I'll start with the lighter here. Let's see what happens. See if we think that's going to work okay or not. I might actually go a little bit darker than. Yeah, I think after I add these, I'm going to go a little bit darker. Texture contrast. Thanks, Katie. I knew there was one we were forgetting. Oh, thanks, Rocky. And this is a STL file. Again, this is from it's from RM Printable Terrain. It is the Birchwood Vale Kickstarter that is coming up real soon. Like really soon. Trader Legions. Well, how are you doing, man? It's been a little bit of time there. I hope you are doing well. Hey, Daymok, how you doing? Let's see. It sounds funny, but I've discovered another contrast used in very old paintings. Well, there's that sort of contrast too. That's them's pieces and parts contrast. So, Trader Legions, how are you doing? How are you doing? Nice to see you again. Now I'm thinking I might just put up a little bit of this onto his face too here. So we got to kind of turn him over on his side just a bit so I can get to this. Yeah, there's an awful lot of furrows on this brow up here, and this is another thing that will probably tone down a little bit. Alright, speaking of, something going to happen with those lips there. I'm going to take the quinacridone golden brown here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
We'll darken down that side of the lip as we welcome in our new follower here. That's a Chelil. Thank you so much. Again, I says, hello, little hobbits. These two are sparking ganja together, it looks like. They're all happy with the pipe weed. They are very happy with the pipe weed. Oh, thanks, Steela. Yeah, we put Woody up on Instagram so that people could get us a look-see at what he's like with the woodland scenics foliage that we added. We had some Luke's APS ground cover and some other things too. Let's see. Where's our Von Trapp family banshees here? Remember these ones? We painted these up on stream. Still have to get some of the foliage and the last little bits on these, but remember these guys here? We did the upholstery on the inside, and then we did the kind of embroidery on the outside. What was the other one that we did? There it is. I keep forgetting about these two. Yeah, there's another one for you. Now maybe I'm gonna start thinking about these guys too. and just a bit. We haven't really done too much with the pouches and whatever else those things are. How's about we make this darker? Here again, just looking for some more. I don't want to have to make that stuff. I want to make that super light, and we can make that appear lighter by making this look darker. So again, that's the other reason why I'm telling you that the whole black primer thing, the all that kind of stuff, the white primer, it's either too light or too dark. Either just prime them a neutral gray or a light neutral gray or something like that. It's not like you have to buy gray primer. You could just literally mix the gray and the white together and either brush it on or spray it on that way. Alright, now we've toned down those teeth a little bit. They were getting a little bit too bright, too fast. Where is there's my Egyptian violet. And I might even try and toss that in. It's one more type of color I think we can get in here. Yeah, it's almost going to just look like a gray. Oh, I'm going to actually put some of that into the hair. Put some into this fungus over here. Does that make it dysfunctional? Oh, thanks, KDO. Yeah, those were, I think we did those back in October, maybe. That might have been part of Spooktober. Yeah, so if those are still saved sessions. I haven't had a chance to kind of condense those and put those on YouTube yet. I did put the sculpting of Gamlin up on the YouTube channel now. So the sculpting of him, where is he? There he is. So that's where we sculpted a new head for him, gave him the cloak and the banner and such things. Back to more of our Egyptian violet over here. I think we already started putting that over here. Yeah, we already did start putting some of that over here. And that's starting to make this stuff a little bit more interesting maybe by having this little bit of Egyptian violet there, which just, it looks like gray. It's the context of it. It doesn't really look like purple. Why? Because, well, there's kind of that bright magenta next to it, which by default kind of knocks that purple down a little bit. Makes it seem a little less intense. And we know that Egyptian violet's, that's a punchy color right there. Yeah, Katie Lynch definitely putting paint on miniatures definitely makes them look more colorful. Although, yeah, a black and white exercise, that might not be a bad idea. I mean, literally just take, well, you could do it with the oils. You take ivory black, you take white, and that's it. Those are your only two colors. That's all you have are those two colors. I don't know, maybe I should just try and do an exercise like that as a Patreon page video or something like that. That could be interesting, perhaps. And on the little globes right here, I'm going to let some of that Egyptian violet maybe get on there. I'll take our blending brush here. Tone those down. I might want to make this skin tone over here lighter next to them. So that's what's kind of darkening those down just a little bit. Yeah, I think it could be interesting just to maybe do two of the same miniature. Maybe one with ivory black and white, and then maybe one that has indigo and Van Dyke brown. Ooh, or that. Or something like that, where it's just indigo, Van Dyke brown, and white, and nothing else. That could be interesting. I'm just going to let that get a little bit darker here. Now I gotta see, what about the skin tone down here? Might just grab a little bit of this pink right here. And again, it's almost sort of a dry brush in there. We don't have any thinner on that. You can see how little paint there is on the brush. I certainly don't want to get terribly bright with anything down there because it's all supposed to be in shadow anyway. I think we'll add just a little bit of lightness down there, but not too much. The last black and white figure for Katie Lynch was 11 years ago. It could be interesting to do with those. Maybe our next Dark Sword figure is something like that. Grab a little bit of this now. This is, yeah, see, we can still, I'm going to have to get a little bit of thinner in there. Yeah, a little bit of thinner to make that, and boy, look at, that really sticks now. It's unbelievable. That slight change in consistency is all that it takes. And again, that is something that I can blend a little bit more with the blending brush. Just like so. Those little strands of rope right there. Why was I going to spend a whole bunch of time screwing around with those? What all I need to do is just put a little bit of light color there and then just blend it and be done with it. It is not that important. It's also kind of in shadow too. I'm going to try and manage some brush strokes here as we welcome in another raid. Who is it going to be? Hey, it's Wavy. Let's all wave to Wavy. Wavy, I saw you going live a while ago. Thanks so much for the raid. Sorry I didn't get to hang out with you. I was desperately trying to get everything ready for today's program. I hope that you had yourself a fun stream. Now, what kind of stuff were you working on while you were painting there? Sorry I didn't get a chance to hang out with you. But I did get the alert that you were live. And hopefully you had yourself lots of fun. And folks, be sure to give Wavy a follow. We have to support all the fellow streamers. Be sure to give them a follow. For all the new folks that are coming in, this is from RM Printable Train. It is one of 3 trolls. We painted these other 2 guys also on the stream here. This is the Stone Troll. Stone Troll. And as you can see, they're pretty darn big. They are pretty large, and this is the first one that we painted. You can go back and watch all of these sessions here. I think we painted this one last week. This might have been the Friday show, I think. Is either, I don't know, maybe he was Monday. No, I think he was the Friday show, and I'm fairly certain this guy, that Rocky here, was the Saturday show. Testing a new camera. Well, hopefully the tests went well. I know I dread new tech and anything like that because it just seems like it always is so painful. Hopefully it wasn't painful for you at all. Now this is going to be a little bit different type of orange here. It's almost more like our regular skin tone colors. But I just want to do something a little bit different here on this pouch. Something a little bit, not all over it, not the entire thing, but just parts of it here. Create a little bit of a difference. There is sort of a nice texture on this pouch. I don't want to leave that completely devoid of any. Yes, just a little bit, right? We add a little bit of dark to it, a little bit of light. Don't have to go too far. Let's see. Steel's gonna be streaming early. Well, hopefully I can catch you. You'll still be streaming when we are done here. But folks, be sure to give Steel a follow. And if you can watch 2 programs or 3 programs at once, that means you gotta watch Rocky, you gotta watch Stila, you gotta watch everybody. I hope you have a good stream. Now, which new camera were you giving a test to there, Wavy? I'm gonna, oh gosh, I'm not looking forward to setting up a whole bunch of camera stuff. Well, I'm sort of excited, but also dreading setting up all the cameras for the battle report filming because it was very different back when I was filming the bolt action battle reports with my phone, not using XSplit or anything like that. It's going to be very different this time around. So we'll see how that's going to work. I have no idea. I have a feeling it's going to have to be difficult before it's easy. It's going to be like oil painting. We're going to have to really mess around with camera locations, lighting, settings, all that kind of stuff. So for all you folks that are new to the oil painting and stuff, believe me, I understand what getting kicked in the face multiple times is like between the printing and always trying to create new filming areas. There's always a really horrible surprise around every corner when it comes to tech. The Sony camera, switch to a video camera. Okay. I'm glad that's working out well for you. I know that Zorpazorp, he seems to be using his GoPro still, I think. Well, actually, I don't think he's done any battle reports in a while. Actually, the last real new video that he made was like a month ago or something. I'm just hoping everything is okay, because he's usually at least doing some live streams here and there. And I don't know anything about GoPros. I thought I had gotten sort of an economical version of it, and it turned out to just be not super helpful. Yes, a little bit of light right there. A little bit of light. I'll tell you what, very well. Oh, too well. The picture is so clear, you can see how the miniature actually looks. What is that? It's like the mirror that shows you every flaw or something like that. Haha. The mirror doth show too much. Well, let's get some of our pink along the edges of this here. Like so. Do we have... we can lighten that up along the edge of these guys, maybe. I know there's more of this stuff sitting around here somewhere. Yeah. Oh, gee whiz. Whole bunch of it over here. That's what we get back to that. Still gotta leave a place for my finger to sit here. Like so. And let's get this top hat. Again, I don't really care about the mushrooms here yet. We're throwing some fanchon red on top of our pre-glaze there, so not a big deal. Then we got to figure out what's going to happen with this guy right here. What's going on with that and these? I think we'll try and... No. Maybe something that's... yeah, we think we can get this yellow over here. And then some kind of a warm... Oh, wait a minute. We still got this cadmium green sitting over here. Try some of that. Just because. Mr. Blending Brush sitting over here just waiting for us to use it. And all of a sudden we have the extra little striation to the... kind of following the texture of whatever these guys are here. Then we'll leave that be. Let's see if we can maybe pop in some lighter reds on some of these. I think we actually have a little bit of our cadmium scarlet still sitting around from last night. That instantly starts making these look a little bit lighter. But maybe we will try to get some kind of different colors on a couple of these, maybe. Although it is a nice little contrast to all of the grains that are here. Valfair, it can apply to a lot of different things, like let's say a board game. So the War of the Ring board game, I've heard it called playthrough, I've heard it called battle report, but something like a game of Middle Earth strategy battle game, that's pretty much going to be called a battle report. So essentially, you film the game. Now, there's many types of formats. There are there are very many types of formats. I don't have necessarily a preference for one type or another. I sort of like the teaching games where they actually kind of take you through the process and they say, all right, look, there's a -1 for this and a +1 for that, whatever. And then there's other ones where they just like, this moved here, this moved here, this shot at this shot at this died, boom, done. I'm not a super fan of that type of a battle report because I'd like to have a little bit more. There's some battle reports that have very little production at all. And sometimes there's ones that have too much. And I've seen everything in between. Probably, well, one of it. Now, for me, it won't be a big deal because it's just going to be me in my own headset, but sound can be an issue. So they may not be wearing lapel mics. So the guy who's holding the camera, he's really loud. And the guy that he's playing with sounds like he's 400 miles away. Rocky's War Room, yes, they do lots of live games. And speaking of live, they're going to be live in 24 minutes doing their usual Saturday podcast. It's just 24 minutes away. 8 o'clock Central Time. That's also when their Wednesday and Friday night fights, I believe, also happen. Those the games that he is talking about that they stream. I've seen people that have music playing in the background, which can get very disruptive at times. There's literally a person that plays some kind of new age music or something like that in the backdrop of a Lord of the Rings game, and it is massive. I just can't even watch them, and it's a shame because they're usually pretty decent battle reports, but I just can't be listening to this new age kind of music while you're doing a battle report of Lord of the Rings. Just can't do it. Can't happen. I would prefer no music, just like I prefer Twitch streams that have no music whatsoever. If I wanted to listen to music, I could listen to, well, my music. That would be very easily solved. You know what? This one I think I might not do the red up there. Again, we're going to maybe try to find some different colors for some of these too. I'll just throw a little bit of our lighter red there too, and just a little bit here and there. Valfair, it's just going to be me versus me because of, well, the time that they're going to be filmed, and there's only room for one person because they have a painted backdrop and because of all the cords and mics and everything else and the lights. As it is, when I was recording one of the bolt action videos, I knocked over one of my camera lights, so it will just be me versus me, just like the bolt action battle reports. Let's see. I don't know what that type of mushroom is, but my guess is that the mushroom that has the red dots on it, or the white the lighter dots on it, or something like that. I figured we'd probably have to throw some dots on these, right? I mean, that's isn't that a tradition, right? Okay, yeah, oh yeah, armored wolf. I mean, geez, I think you're required by law aren't you? When you're doing, if you have any kind of red mushrooms at all, they have to have the spots on there. I think that's like a rule. I think that is a definite rule. You don't want to be in violation of that. And that's the thing. Uh, Wavy, it literally is 10 different people playing the same music. It just really. And the other thing too, like for me, my voice goes just talking, period. And now I'm going to try and talk over music. That ain't going to happen. Not for 6, 7, 8 hours. That ain't going to happen. It just, I understand why they want to do it. They either want to add to it, or maybe it kind of relaxes them a little bit. And I understand that. But that's just not something I want to hear. So I will tend to shy away from ones that have music for sure. Oh, it's like a pigeon. It's like the cartoon glass, right? You need those three lines because that is the universal sign for cartoon glass. The white dots are the universal sign for fantasy mushrooms, right? That's why it's a law. Let's see. Mr. Fattest Cat says you talk more in a stream than I speak in a month. Oh boy, it's Mr. Fattest Cat. I think, all kidding aside, it's got to be the videos because that's 2 to 2.5 hours of just me and the camera. There's no audience, there's no nothing, there's nothing to play off of. And I have to describe every last thing that I'm doing, down to the paint, down to the brush stroke, down to the lights that I'm using. And my guess is that the vast majority of people don't film that many videos all the time. So they're just not used to having to be descriptive and just say, look, this is what I'm doing right now. This is why I'm doing this right now. Hey, Cujo Painting. Welcome in. How are you doing? Happy Saturday. Let's see. I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. No, I think we're all good there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much. It's just J, or it's just Z. Thank you so much. Again, like these guys are, but this is the first time. Again, I was like, got a buddy. He's got himself a big old buddy. That is so cool. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna look. Wow, such a difference here. But that same Fanchon red. See all the magentas that are in the stones there? It's actually the same, literally the same pink that we're using here. It just looks so different next to that very gray blue of the indigo. Whereas here, next to that phthalo green and all the other brighter colors, man, it looks so different there. Now I'm going to get some of these sponges the heck out of the way because there we go. And maybe I'll just push the brushes even off more to the side there so they are out of the way. Yes, you have to be able to, well, that's the other thing too, is teaching classes, taught classes all the time, even back in the days of 2D art, and working at conventions. That will do that too, and Ren fairs. Just Armored Wolf also. Well, he'd done many more Ren fairs than I have. I only did 2 years of my shop at the Bristol Renaissance Fair. Armored Wolf has many, many, many more years of Ren fair experience than I do. And you've got to be able to, well, for lack of a better term, entertain the masses. All right, now, see the little white dots there? We're going to pick away at those guys. Oh, look at that. Hashtag no layers. No layers at all. Boom. Bingo. So Cujo Painting, I hope that you are doing well. And let us know what kind of stuff that you like to paint. I suppose I don't really ask that very often. I usually more just say, well, what do you do you paint? What kind of medium do you like? I guess maybe we ask different questions. Not quite so much focused on game systems. We have played a whole bunch of them over the course of, well, the 20 years of miniature painting that we've done. Oh, thanks, Fair. That's really appreciated. Especially since there was a point a couple of years ago where I wasn't sure if the message was really getting through. We were definitely trying to get a kind of a message across, and I wasn't quite sure. Then actually it was not long before all the Twitch stuff happened. We kind of got the sense that yeah, I think the message is getting through. But then the wonders of Twitch really helped get that message through. So it's been fantastic. And of course, having all you good folks here, it really does make a huge difference. Well, I guess in some ways I wish I had done Twitch all along, but then maybe being in the desert of YouTube for so many years, it really makes you appreciate what Twitch is. Yeah, when you've been in the YouTube desert for so long, and then you show up at the Twitch oasis, you really appreciate that. Oh, the Kingdom Death. Ironically enough, I've only ever had a chance to paint one Kingdom Death figure. Now, are you painting the stuff from Kingdom Death Monster, or is it more the Twilight pinup type things? Because someone did send one of the Twilight pinups. And of course, we do paint things that are smaller. I mean, look how small those little Rohan horsies are in comparison to him. My goodness. I mean, even the Imrahil that we're working on, he's like, "Arr!" He's like, get that stick out of here. What do you watch that thing? Dude, come on, man. Uh yes, like Kadio says, they're the most awesome audiences. Oh, and there is the person responsible for the campaign, folks. If you got any questions about the campaign, our imprintable terrain is the person to ask. Yeah, so I've only ever gotten to the Flower Knight. That's the only Kingdom Death thing I've ever gotten to paint in all these years. And ironically enough, the Kingdom Death Kickstarter, their first one, that happened. It ended 2 days before our Painting Pyramid Kickstarter started. And that crazy Painting Pyramid Kickstarter, man alive. It's just weird to think. When I was first recording those videos, that's it, USB drives could hold 500K, literally not even a gig, or 500 meg. They couldn't hold a gig, and they cost about 20 bucks. Everything was on DVDs. I had to burn, I think it was 1,350 DVDs. About 40% of them were in PAL, and the other 60% of them were in NTSC. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. Had never used the video editing software before. Had to learn all that stuff on the fly. There was all kinds of fun stuff that happened. Oh boy, backlog battles. Are we just gonna have to put blue tack on your hands? Because between the spills and now you just dropped a print there, we're gonna have to put blue tack. We're gonna have to give you blue tack gloves. Yes, you're gonna have to wear gloves covered in blue tack. Hey, Calvadia. Now, backlog, did it shatter, or was it just like a piece broke off? Because when these things break, they tend to be cleaner breaks. I don't know if that's what happened with you. Hey, Blending the Void, how are you doing? It has time as the hobby enemy. Yeah, that was the only one. I'm pretty sure that's posted up on the blog there. No, Ugly, I haven't heard about this. I'm guessing this is news that I'm not going to like. Do we are we minus another cast member of Babylon 5? Cuz that would be most unfortunate. I'm glad that you're doing good there, Blending the Void. Well, backlog battles, I guess the next thing is, can you find it? That will be the next challenge, is finding that darn thing. So back up, I'm sorry, Valfera, if you're wondering why, just for certain reasons, especially because these get up on YouTube as kind of a bit remastered here. YouTube has, let's just put it this way, on YouTube, pretty much anything will get strikes on your channel. So there were certain folks that were typing things in the chat. We would ask them not to, but they would kind of forget, and they would still put it in there. So we had to basically put all of the moderation settings on Supermax. Now it's going to be time for some basing for backlog. So yeah, if you're wondering why you get moderated, there's 4 different settings on Twitch. I think there's the language, the risque, bullying, all that kind of stuff. Just like, okay, where's our Van Dyke Brown? So it will moderate this. So if you just type in this name, because of the anti-whatever settings, it will moderate that, but we can see that, and we'll let it go through for you. Let's see. Yes, Blending the Void. That's oh, gee, wow! You must have heard me just talking about it, because we were just talking about Kingdom Death, and I said this is the first chance, really my first real chance of painting a Kingdom Death miniature. Now, I don't think I'll be able to paint that here, but for sure I will try to record it. And I will definitely shoot you a USB with the video on there, along with the miniature. I got to get me some more of those. Just it would be fun. I think a lot of them we really need to paint the oils with, like we've been talking about. Oh, there we go. See, Katie Lynch has an idea there. So we'll just call it Van Duke Brown. Of course. Well, I don't. I guess it won't think that's weird, but yeah, we'll have to just call it something else different, and see if that doesn't get moderated quite so much. But yeah, unfortunately, there were folks that just had a tendency to type in things that would pretty much render a video unusable for YouTube, and that's not super good. So kind of had to take some drastic measures, unfortunately. And they would be reminded over and over and over again, and yet it would just happen over and over and over again. Look at this. Zen for One is here. Actually, Pigeon Vandy Brandy kind of looks like rum and coke, doesn't it? Yes, that's what we'll call our rum and coke, Vandy Brandy. Let's see, because of what happened last year, it has been awful. Yep, you did the Christmas one, and it was your second one. So, Zen for One, I hope that you're having a good Saturday, good weekend there. And well, Valfera, if it wasn't for the craziness, I never would have been on Twitch, because the whole reason that YouTube went berserk on us creators, well, part of it was what happened at the end of 2019. But once all of the stuff started, all of a sudden, YouTube just said, you can't say this, you can't say this, you can't say that, you can't do this, you can't do that. All of my historical channels basically either went away, or they had to just start their own Patreons because they got instantly demonetized. The censorship level has just gone to unbelievable proportions. I know somebody that was just trying to do it was a YouTube live with one other person. It was private. It was not meant for public consumption. He was showing them how to paint a horse. It was an Appaloosa horse. And not only did YouTube kill the stream, but they demonetized his channel, put a strike on it. And he was painting a horse. And it wasn't a brony or anything like that. It was just a horse. Uh-oh. Zen for one is going to have to deal, what was it, 5 to 6 weeks of business travel? So Zen for one, are we going to have to be your in-flight entertainment then? Because we can do that. We can do that. I needed to darken up some of those guys. Yeah, Drax, I think even some of the, like some of the Lord of the Rings Battle Report guys, they're trying to do that too. Well, and then of course YouTube went berserk putting ads every 20 seconds. So yeah, when you see a video and you get angry at the creator for putting all kinds of ads in there, that wasn't the creator. That's YouTube putting in way more ads than they're supposed to. Yeah, Valfairy, if you say that word on YouTube, you are spreading false things, and they will kill that video, and they will strike you, and strike the black helicopters will show up on your lawn, and that's the end of you. So unfortunately, anything to do with it, and it's only gotten worse. It's oh my gosh, it's 10 times worse now. There's a reason why I even stopped painting some of the historical stuff, which I love. I'd be painting way more historical stuff. But all of us historical guys live in fear of just something weird happening. And the next thing you know, we are boom, we are gone. Oh, you're going to be reading up on your camera to get better pictures? Well, I wish you luck with that. Because I know the photography thing causes just a lot of angst. So I've been adding some more. I added a little bit more of the dark red to the schnoz right there. Still got to see like the cheeks right here. We're going to add some more stuff in there. Maybe not. Let's see. Oogly says, try to be historical scale. Oh my goodness. Yes, Oogly. That's what's disappointing, because I have dozens of kits. Not just Warlord stuff, but like 1/48 scale model kits, like the real deal. I've got a ME262. I've got all this kind of stuff, and I'm thinking, I can't paint this on anything. I can't show this anywhere. It's literally gotten to that point. And it really, that's, now you know why I'm thinking doing Lord of the Rings, because I'm not even sure if I want to be streaming bolt action games. Because who knows what might happen there. Yes, and unfortunately YouTube, that was, well, if I lose the YouTube thing, there goes all of my Patreon videos, because that is the only viable place to be storing that much content. Which is why we had to take such drastic actions on the moderation side of things. So basically anything to do with current illnesses, anything to do with it at all, you cannot say that word, because it instantly becomes you are trying to spread false things, and then you get killed, and we're not going to have that happen here. And basically any kind of word that pertains to it, those words were specifically actually targeted. The Vimeo stuff, unfortunately, and what is it, Mini War Studio or whatever, They found out the hard way that if you have.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, Explodicus. That's appreciated. Gandalf appreciates it too. Yeah, if you have the amount of content that we have, there's your Gandalf, best buddy of Mr. Giggles here. Um, let's see what they raised their prices 1,800% or something like that, just like overnight, and almost put Mini War Studio out of business. Yeah, that was why they started going Patreon, because all of a sudden Vimeo was going to charge them about 50 times their total ad revenue just to have the videos there. So they immediately started killing content left and right. When you consider that we are adding to the Patreon page every month, there's 22 to 25 hours of new tutorials added every month. That is just 250. Yeah, that is getting to be close to 300 hours of new tutorials every year. And, well, I've been at the Patreon page thing for 3.5 years, and the YouTube channel has been going for 4 years. So there's got to be thousands of hours of stuff on the YouTube channel. Ah, no, no, Nessie, we're going to speed it up. We're ramping it up, baby. No, no sleep for you. No siree. You got more Baratheons to paint. I know you're going to have more Legion stuff to paint. You're going to have tons of Legion stuff you got to paint. You're not done. Do I want to get some of this pink over here by his finger? I think so. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. I would like to get some kind of like a olive green on those fingernails there, which means perhaps just for funsies, I want to combine some cadmium. Ooh, that is very fun. That's cadmium yellow with Egyptian violet. I haven't really tried that combo before. That's oh look, we just made raw sienna again. Look at this, another way to make raw sienna. The 20 ways of raw sienna that involve no raw sienna. How does that sound? Yeah, so folks, be sure to, speaking of YouTube, check out Nessie on YouTube, because Nessie does some unboxing, he does some tutorial type things. So be sure to check out Nessie on YouTube. Well, and on Twitch, because Nessie will paint on Twitch doing the live thing. Now, these guys, I still got to decide that they need to be lighter, darker. Is the purple too unique of a color? What I will mess around with are just for funsies. Just for funsies. Let's see what we want to maybe do with these things. And I don't mind that the red's mixing in there whatsoever. All that's doing is just giving it a little bit of shading there. And you can see we're kind of stippling that on there, right? Oh, it is literally the universal cartoon side for fantasy fungus. Now, we don't want it to get too thin, because then it's just going to be kind of running around all over the place. That's that delicate balance we're talking about all the time. Oh, let's get ourselves. We're going to also vary the size of these. Tend to cluster some smaller ones around a larger one. If they're all the exact same size, well, that gets kind of boring for one thing. Well, for two things or three things, it just gets boring. We don't want boring, we want interesting. And maybe again, not every single one of those is going to get that.
Hello, little hobbits, spark my ganja.
Hey, 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 I think I know who that is. Thank you so much. Talk about live from New York. How are you doing? Thank you so much for that. If I do believe, I hope that you're doing good. I know I sent you a message a couple days ago, just as kind of a hey, how are you, sort of a thing. I just hope everything's still going good. Look at this chibi vamp. How are you doing? Let's see. Let's go take ourselves some more of the. There we go. Let's see. Where should I look for my Isengard army except for GW? Oof. Altered Man. It's really tough to find Lord of the Rings figures. Now I have found Fireforged. Okay, here. Where is my? Now, of course, you're looking for Isengard, but here. Fireforge is one of the few games where it's the same scale as GW, because remember, GW is a tiny scale. It's very small. So this is one of the few that actually matches the scale here. So this is Fireforged. Uh, you could find other things, but believe it or not, your cheapest option is going to be some of those GW boxes on eBay, because I have looked far and wide, and pretty much that is your best option, is trying to do the eBay thing. Even Amazon will have some better prices too, because the Isengard stuff is so unique. It's not just regular orcs. And again, the Lord of the Rings stuff is a very different scale. It is tiny compared to everything else. Yeah, these are probably, you don't want to make a soup out of those. And again, what we're going to do is change some of these around. Actually, let's just play with this one here. Right, let's play with this, change it around. Oh, no, this one. This big one here. Actually, I'd seen another. Where the heck is another one? We could do some more. Or a turquoise. A turquoise. Let's do something like that. Here, there's our green and. Wow! All right. For those that are looking for really bright, intense greens, how's about some cadmium yellow, a little bit of that green? Let's just, bam, hit one of these guys. Like so. And that is just, we're just getting started on the changing of the color with that one. Here, let's hit another small one here. Let's hit one of these down here. Just make a couple of those. See how that's covering over red? That's phthalo green. Plus cadmium yellow light. Cadmium yellow light opaque. Phthalo green not opaque. Until we add that cadmium yellow light to it, and then boom, look at that. Huh? It covers, right? It can cover. I might even let a little bit of that get into here. So let's see if we can find something that could be interesting for turquoise. How's about, where's our Prussian blue? I think we ended up using most of that on our Easterling last night, so we get a little bit of that out here. Yes, and normally, like you say there, Chibi, it's covering really well, and normally phthalo green is not going to cover, but you pop that cadmium in there, boom. Kaboom. Blue here. Which other one are we going to let turn? This one. So we'll kill those two. Take a paper towel here. Clean up that brush, and let's get into something that's got some Prussian blue with maybe a little bit of our green here. There you go. Now we're starting to turn that from red to a blue, like so. A bit more here. Chibi, I just figured a couple of different colors here, maybe just a few. Maybe this one will be more of a, almost kind of a purplish type. Ooh, thanks for reminding me. Thank you so much, because we got our Egyptian violet and we've got our, there, purple matter. We've forgot all about that. So thanks for the reminder, Chibi. I mean, for me, I would have been fine either way. You know, you make some different, you make them all the same. I was good either way. But people seem to be kind of interested in seeing some different colors of things. So we'll try some different colors here. We got a bunch of little purple guys out here. We actually have some purple and pink on those areas too. So we'll make ourselves a little bit of some changes there. Yeah, so Altered Man, that is definitely something I have, because I basically need not just one of every army for my Lord of the Rings stuff, but I kind of need options within those armies. Now, Moria is a little bit different. I mean, it's Balrog, it's goblins, and some special characters. That's pretty much most Moria armies, no matter what. But I need Angmar, I need Mordor, Barad-dûr. We need a lot of different stuff, and that's going to, that's why we're scratch sculpting the monsters like this right here. Which, now that I see that this is actually either a Forge World / Failcast kit, I am so glad I
Hello,
sculpted this
little
myself.
hobbits. Spark my gun just.
Thank you so much, Junker, for that follow. It is appreciated. Gandalf appreciates it too. So Snuffles right here. So glad that I sculpted him. And I'm making all my trolls either via conversions or scratch sculpts. Gandalf says, hello, little hobbits. Oh, don't eat those mushrooms. Those don't look good. Yeah, I'm going to pick out a couple more of these with the spots here. And then we're just going to have to go over some of those. Tone down some of the spots. Like you do. Which, let's do this one with the same thing on it. Stick my hand over here and we'll just do some spots over here too. Them special shrooms. Now, of course, this can't be too watery. If it's too watery, it's going to turn into a pinline wash. And this, look at how that covers. This is the difference between the oils and the acrylics. The acrylics, they're going to not cover. Obviously, your lighter colors, they tend to not be super opaque. Your darker colors tend to be what covers. With oils, it's going to be completely the opposite. The lighter colors, that's what's going to cover. And I mean a lot. That's why we always have things like this one around, because those lightest colors there, especially on the eyes of the skulls, that was just a glaze. And I mean like a 95% thinner or more glaze over the wet oranges and stuff. So it's a big, huge difference. And that's probably another thing that just causes folks some consternation with the oils too, is that they're thinking that the darker colors are going to cover in the same way they do with acrylics, and they're thinking the opposite with the lighter colors, and then everything ends up being the opposite. Chibi Vamp, there's a couple of critical ways that you can kind of avoid That little syndrome there. Now we've kind of talked about this a lot, especially just this was we just talked about it more this time around. Is we're painting on the whole thing at once because 3 hours and 54 minutes ago it had nothing but primer on it. So it was essentially just it didn't even have any kind of gradation on it. It was literally just primer. Now it's 3 hours 54 minutes ago, and because we're working on the whole thing at once, that helps to unify it. Now this is another one of the RM printable terrain trolls. We did this one last week. We actually have done 3 of these now, including Mr. Giggles right here. But you can see there's pink. There's actually pink and green on all of those stones, but you can't really see it because pink and green or purple and green, when you see them together, they just kind of look like gray. You're sort of tricking the eye a little bit. And when we do our little film noir exercise here, now you can see there's no red, there's no green, there's no yellow. There's still shading there. You can still see the lights and darks, but you have nowhere near that crazy. Look at that. All the mushrooms look the same. You don't see that. Look at even those bright green ones. They look a little bit lighter, but you don't see any of that kind of contrast till we come back with the color like so. There we go. And all of these, they were allowed to all mix together. So a lot of these colors have actually mixed together. That's why I know we always have a good time laughing and about the if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. But that's kind of the truth. If a color goes somewhere, it has to go everywhere. Now, it doesn't have to be that exact color. Sometimes just a near relative of that color. So if you put green somewhere, well, maybe it should go somewhere else. Not just in one tiny part of the miniature, but maybe some more places than just that one. Doesn't have to be the exact same green. It could be even like a muted grayish green or something. As long as it's just a little bit of green. Somehow working its way somewhere else on the miniature. Huge, huge. Definitely a way to get that color harmony that we always talk about. A couple more of them dots right there. So now, yeah, we've got a little trail. We have a little trail of fungi, of the spotted fungi there. We'll just let's see what we can do. We got to let this stuff sit here. Now, there's another thing too. Let's say we go, you know what? That was just we don't need that much paint there. Just do this. Look at all that paint we took off of there. Says, what do we always say? There's no mistakes, just makeup sponges. Now, I'm just gonna, for funsies here, I'm gonna just throw a little bit of this cerulean blue out on the palette. Kathy has my container of cerulean blue, so we're just gonna do that. Let's give cerulean blue a little bit of a test run here, shall we? I'm gonna clean up this brush here, just like this. So we're back to, this is the other reason too why we are able to get all that nice color unity is using bigger brushes. Nope, Chibi Vamp, we do this on absolutely everything because we painted Gandalf with oils. Oh look, here's fast Gandalf with the oils. We also do plenty of freehand type stuff. So here is our Rohan. All of these painted on the channel. And we just did this one last night. So we just painted up our Easterling War Priest in our oils last night, even including the freehand. All that done wet into wet. Same stack stuff that we're doing on him. Obviously just a wee bit of a smaller miniature. Now let's see what happens with our cerulean blue here. Oh, look at that. If we wipe away the paint, all of a sudden, poof, coverage. And there's still stuff that's coming off onto the brush. There's still stuff that's coming off onto that brush. Yes, like Nessie Nose says, those Rohan riding those dogs. Right. Oh, what? Well, at least compared to the Song of Ice and Fire Cavalry. Also, these painted in oils on the stream, and actually everything done on stream, including the snow, the icicles, the bases, everything. These horses, what they're like almost twice the size of the Lord of the Rings horses, which is a shame because the Night's Watch almost look more like Rohan than Rohan. They definitely look more like Rangers. They would make better Rangers. Oh yeah, didn't that's what they said to him, right? Is that a dog? I could be wrong, but I think that's what they said. I haven't seen that movie since it was in the theaters, so my my recollection there is not going to be super precise, to say the least, because it's been a little while since I've seen that movie. All right, it's a little bit of that cerulean blue. Boy, we haven't used cerulean blue in a long, long, long time. See what the heck happens here. And we're just going to do some stippling here. We're going to try and follow some of the texture of that. Maybe not that much of our lighter tone. But I'd say this is why the cerulean blue has been overtaken by Prussian blue. Prussian blue just does this better. It's not like cerulean blue is horrible. I think cerulean blue is its value as a watercolor just doesn't really translate. The sedimentation of it just doesn't translate. It's too bad because it was one of my favorite watercolors. Now his dog can jump. The only nerd would ride a dog to war. That yes, boy, now I remember that. Grey Wolf Studio, welcome back. How you doing? I hope that you had yourself a good night. More of our. There we go. He's well. We get to see. Not very long from now, we get to see the Easterlings and Rohan. That'll be the first filmed battle report that I do. It's gonna be the Easterling Cataphracts versus the Rohan Doggies. And actually, it was provided. Someone provided the information last night. Was it full gear, or was it full geary, or something like that? That was the word that the Dunlendings called Rohan. I think it was the full gear or something like that, which means straw heads, I believe. So I'm going to have to remember to use that word as often as I can during those battle reports. Let's see. Hey, Harry Plotter, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Oh, and the book is good too. Oh, is the book probably maybe better than the movie? The books tend to be usually, right? Stilt asks a quick question. If I make an oil wash with black and mineral spirits, still you can try and do the panel line wash like we've been doing on here. Here, let's try and do a little pin line action on this. My suggestion would be to not think of it like the acrylics where you're doing those kind of glazy things. Now, I think it was, on this one here. Yeah, we weren't doing that kind of glazy stuff on all of these rocks. We were just, we were using here we go. We were using our converted flat brushes, our filberts right here to get some of the initial colorations in. And then we were just kind of painting some of these individual panels right here. Because remember with the oils, you can just drop the paint on there and then take some kind of separate brush and use it as a blending brush. So you might want to go back and catch the highlight of this one. This was just last week. And also here, I'll show you, these had an awful lot of rocks painted on them here. Where's our, 1 second here. Let me scroll down, see if I can find our dragons. There we go. So there's a lot of rocks painted there, especially the ones that the dragons are sitting on. I was able to get way more colors on those by actually just painting them. There was really no glazing on those. There was our initial pre-glaze. We wiped it away because the pre-glaze was still active. I was able to put some extra colors into those rocks. So you can also watch those as highlight sessions as well. So Mikey, yes, I'm doing some Lord of the Rings battle reports. Technically I have one up there already. It was just some pictures that I took when we were playing one of our games. I also have 4 bolt action battle reports up there. Yeah, they're still up there, 4 of them. But that's what all of the Lord of the Rings stuff is being painted for, so that we can do some battle reports. Now, I also want to have it be a campaign, so it's not just going to be like, okay, Easterlings fight these guys, and then they fight these guys again, and then these guys again. No, what we want to have is actually I want to get the War of the Ring board game, and I want to use the cards and the action dice from that to basically be like an artificial intelligence which controls the actions of the different factions. Let's see. I'm just going to try and scroll back up here. So I don't use mineral spirits. Also, I am using the high quality odorless paint thinner here. Now, for me, being in the US, getting the Mona Lisa is easy. If you're in Europe or something like that, or even over, in the Pacific Rim, MIG ammo probably is going to be easier for you to get. Let's see. Barry Plotter knows. That's a question for. I don't know that answer. Hey, Creatures of Queens, how you doing? Hey, Laminess. Laminess, how you doing? I just saw a flurry of chat things, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute, what's going on there? But yeah, I am not the person to. I do have one of those hilarious UV rotating platforms for curing 3D prints. I abs- it's very tempting to just watch the stupid thing. I know you're not really supposed to do that. Laminus, we're hanging in here with Mr. Giggles. Mr. Giggles, because he's a very fun guy. He is a really fun guy. How's about we get some brighter greens into this as well on these couple of shrooms here? What the heck? This is our cadmium green light. And by cadmium green light, I mean this is actual cadmium green light. This is not the faux stuff. This is not, what is it usually called? A hue. Yeah, cadmium green hue or whatever. That's not actual cadmium paint. It's sort of. Just like these are Schmabel brushes. Not really sable. He's a very fun guy. I mean, I didn't come up with that. That was the chat. Chat came up with that. Just like all of those different archetypes for Mandalorians. Now, I came up with Banjalorian, of course. The Beskar Banjo. But then all of the other Mandalorians, those were created by the chat. And I think even the last session we created some more Mandalorian archetypes. Well, you certainly will never see a Blandalorian here because we don't just paint in beiges. Let's get some couple more lights even over here. Wow, that was out of the corner of my eye. That started looking like a Christmas tree. That definitely looked out of the corner of my eye. I was like, okay, yeah. And I went, wait, what? I don't. Maybe we make this one that same color blue. I don't know. There's only one way to find out. There's only one way to find out. And we're just going to wipe that off of there. No guts, no glory. Get our cerulean onto here. And I don't mind that a little bit of that red is underneath. Ooh, that's kind of nice. See how that's still mixing? Oh yeah, it's still mixing together. More cerulean. Yeah, a little bit of cerulean right here. Could be interesting. Then we'll just let that set for a little bit to give it some time. And then we'll do another layer over the top of that. Interesting. How's about we do something with Mr. Big Shelf over there? We're going to take our purple matter. I mean, that's what's already here anyways. We're just going to put a lighter version of that on there. And some of those. Purple matter. Over here. Purple matter there. Maybe some there too. I don't know. So people wanted different color mushrooms. They done got themselves different color mushrooms. That's quite the kaleidoscope there on his back. Maybe that one's got a little more orangeness to it. Could be interesting. Which means we'll just find ourselves another one of our flats here, and is that cadmium scarlet. And we'll just let that one get brighter. Maybe even more yellow with the cadmium scarlet here. This is why we don't have that death grip on the brush. You know, none of this kind of stuff. I mean, how the heck could I do this with this kind of a death grip? Nope. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. So another mushroom color in there, but still in the same van. There's still orange in other places. We still have the blue, still related enough to the green. Oh, and there's another one down there. One of these guys will hit with the orange probably. Like him, maybe. Maybe even that guy. That is going to be one crazy... That's one crazy fun guy. He's a very fun... I'm a fun guy. Especially after the pipe weed. He's a really fun guy.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
And the fun guy welcomes in Comedy Hour. Thank you so much. Gandalf says hello, little hobbits. So that must be... I did not get the Super Mario reference earlier. That's... Okay, that's what I was missing. I was like, I don't understand the Mario reference. Because, again, having never played any of the Mario video games or anything like that, I was a little bit ignorant on that. So, my apologies. But now that you said that, it starts to make some sense. All people always liking a fun guy. People always liking a fun guy. Yes, indeed, Grey Wolf Studio. So that's quite the collection here on him. You know what? Why not? Why not? If we don't like it, what are we going to do? We're going to take a makeup sponge and we'll just wipe that right off of there. And we'll paint it something else if we don't like it. Here's my yellow. Let it get mixed with that cadmium Scarlet. Yeah, these were originally green at one point because of the pre-glaze and stuff. They were just literally nothing more than green. Let me see. What's going on? Oh, let's get some more of our... You know what? I'm actually going to take some of the yellow here. Let's mix that with our purple, which is a very interesting purple. It's the purple made from a flower, as is brown matter. That's the color that we like to use on horsies a lot. We'll probably get back into the brown matter once because we got 6 more Rohan Cav that we need to get painted. They're just regular Rohan riders. We gotta get those guys painted and Aomir so that we can have our first battle with the Easterling, 750 points. And again, there was purple matter in here that was mixed with the color shifting paint. Look at how that, the more this dries, the more you can see. Well, it's dry now, which is why you can really start to see all the color shifting stuff going on. That is so much fun on him. And actually some of the same barite green that we used over here and the phthalo green, that's also on this. The sword scabbard here, that's also phthalo green. Same phthalo green that we've got in here. Now this, let's do something with that. Crazy as it is, we're just going to take some of that purple, mix it in with some brown, and we'll just throw that on this rope over here. I just need something different, something that's not green, something that's not gray, something in between that, whatever. Now there's a flat. Okay, that's a different, flat is not a filbert. And that's what I've got to be kind of careful here because without the rounded edges, it's going to want to either tear paint away. It's not going to be quite so soft. Do we have any other? Okay, I think we got the rope taken care of there. All right, now I gotta go back over here, see if we can lighten up that cerulean blue some more. Take this again with cleaning the brush. For the most part, just means this. Just means a paper towel. That's it. All right, cerulean blue. Do we have a Kathy opening up the door? She's all done with her Shadowrun game. Maybe she joins us here in chat. And for folks that are new here that have it, these are actually 3D printed minis. The files come from RM Printable Terrain. I think we still have the sculptor in chat with us, or the proprietor. And I'll show you some of the other things that we have done. And actually the video, where is my other RM Printable Terrain guy? He's got the crazy little hat. So there is some more on the YouTube channel. I forgot where the heck he went. He's around here somewhere. Where are you? I'm just looking for him. Don't see him. Don't see him. But speaking of battle reports here, I'm going to move this up just a second. And here's our Easterling army, which is now basically complete. And there's our Ruins of Arnor board. So apparently the Rohan and Easterlings are going to be fighting over the Ruins of Arnor. Who'd have thought? But that will be the first terrain board that we are going to use for filming our battle reports. And there's your Easterlings. Got lots of fun little scatter pieces. We got tall towers. We got some intact buildings. We got a combination of different things. We got lots of trees. There are genuine hills and mountains. Well, hills, maybe not mountains necessarily. Alright, let's do a little bit more with the cerulean blue around the edges here if we can. I do like that little bit of red that's worked its way on there. Especially as this is a little bit bigger. More of our lighter cerulean blue around here. And then we just might do a little bit of a glaze of some kind of, well, potentially phthalo blue. What the heck? If I can find the phthalo blue easily, it might not be so easy. Oh, olive green. Boy, there's a color I haven't used in a long, long time. You know what? I might even try... We haven't used cobalt blue in a while. That just and again, I don't have the container of cobalt blue, so I'm just gonna have to throw some right out of the tube here, which is fine. You don't have to do the whole... It's not absolutely essential to do something like this. It's just way easier. It makes your life much easier doing something like that. Now I want to see if we can take some of that cobalt there. See what happens when we really thin this down a lot. And see what kind of a inline wash that gives us. I think we did use some cobalt blue on this guy here. And we use actually some ultramarine blue and some cobalt blue on that one. It's not like we haven't ever used these things. It's just, I don't know, I kind of, some colors, they just kind of recede to the back. Oh, that's actually, that's kind of interesting right there. That is kind of interesting. So I'm glad we're doing a little bit of an experiment here with the cobalt blue. It's been a very long time. I don't know, maybe we're going to have to, might have to do a dark sword video with the cobalt blue here. That kind of features it prominently. The dark sword videos, they're really good for just kind of really locking in on one sort of a color, like we did with the phthalo green. Remember that? So it's interesting for a color. Then that cobalt blue is in one of those transparent colors. Just so you know, it's one of those transparent colors, as most oils are, and a lot of blues. Well, there are no opaque blues. That just cerulean blue is like the most opaque there is, and it's not that opaque. However, that's getting to be a nice blue there around the outside. So there's your... You saw how we had to approach that, though? We couldn't just do a quick blam glaze, like brush a big swamp of that cerulean blue, or sorry, cobalt blue over the top of it. We're actually taking a small little brush here, and we're just literally touching the brush to this. That's all we're doing. And then we let it go where it's going to go, and that's it. We'll do more of it over that. That cobalt blue is really doing something, which is, that's what really upset me, that cobalt violet did nothing and does nothing. It's so weird. I think actually cobalt violet sort of tainted cobalt blue. Maybe we gotta start using cobalt blue a little bit more. We don't really do a whole lot of, well, our Easterlings were all blue, but that's, we use the Prussian blue. That's a warrior's blue right there. If prune juice is a warrior's drink, then Prussian blue is a warrior's blue. But now those ooh, look at that. We made this lighter by making the rest darker. That's just, it's one of those optical delusions that we have to be able to specialize in. We have to be magicians. Now, of course, the oils are very helpful because they also make you a Time Lord. But you also have to be a wizard and be able to make people believe things they don't want to believe. And I might even, because a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere, I'm going to actually start playing around with a little bit of that cobalt in a couple of other places. We can't just introduce it in one place only. It's got to be somewhere else. Maybe we'll do that one in cobalt also. And these two, maybe they don't both need to be green. Maybe I'll just hit those with the... Wow, there's a turquoise. And oh, that's right. Instead of buying cobalt turquoise, maybe just use some cadmium yellow and cobalt blue together. Yes, we must, numbskull, we must appease the miniature god. I guess you guys have, well, you're finished with your game now. Hopefully that session was a good one. Alright, so let's keep going with this here, and boom, there we go. Interesting. So that's kind of interesting. I'm gonna take some more of this cobalt blue here. And we're gonna do some more just crazy glazing in here. Oh yeah. Oh, you know what? That's that's almost being like cobalt violet right there. It's like, who would have thought we need cobalt blue and something else to make the real cobalt violet. Hashtag the real cobalt violet.
Who enters my domain?
We got ourselves a raid from Dark Harbor Gaming. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome to the crazy world that is oils, and to the fungus among us. Yeah, he's got a tremendous amount of fungus on him. So folks, how are you doing? Thanks for that raid. And folks, be sure to give Dark Harbor Gaming a follow, because we all want to support each other here on Twitch. That's what's so great about Twitch. And these are being painted in oils. This is the third of a series of trolls from RM Printable Terrain. So this is the one of the ones we painted last week. There's your stone troll. So obviously a little bit more subdued color-wise. Then we also, this was the first one that we actually painted right here. And he has had some flock and other materials added. Thank you so much, Flash the Turtle, for that follow. That is appreciated. So this is all these painted with oils, and we do smaller scale stuff for sure, because hey, Gandalf is going to greet all of the new followers. Hello, little hobbits.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Repenter, for that follow. And Jonathan, John the Thing Carpenter, thank you so much for that follow. That is appreciated. So yes, we paint some small things, and then we paint some bigger things. We paint all the things with the oils. We like to do our, look at that, lots of color mixing there. Oh, thank you so much, Wraithnet. Well, if we've got a Wraith, we should probably have a Wraith also painted with oils on the stream here. So thank you so much for that follow. A Wraith begets a Wraith. Yes, it's only appropriate. It's only appropriate. Now we're playing around here with some of our, we've been changing all of the colors of these mushrooms here. They were originally all red. We have changed them to green, to orange, to purple, and all of their different types of color. Oh, thanks, Wraith Knight. Now we also sculpt on the stream here. We do conversions. So here is actually a conversion right there. So we basically took a regular Army of the Dead figure. We took another horsey. We gave him some Tomb Kings bits, some green stuff, cloaks, the whole type thing there. And then we painted him up like so. All of this stuff painted on the stream. We sculpt on the stream. We paint on the stream. We do lots of conversions, like our Rohan Royal Guard right here. Yes, we do. And then we did some of our Easterling heroes. This is what we painted up on last night's stream. This was the converted War Priest. So lots of freehand, some skelly friends there, and some marble. So we there's pretty much nothing that we won't do here on the stream. You know what? I'm really liking this cobalt blue right here. Who was the genius that thought of that? Alright, let's get some more of that cobalt blue over here, why don't we? So we might have discovered something that we have to kind of go back and try some more. Might have to revisit ye old cobalt blue. So Dark Harbor Gaming, what kind of stuff were you working on your stream? I know it's way too soon to say, hey, just throw up an Instagram link. But if you maybe have some other existing work in progress images of what you were doing, feel free to pop those in too. Oh yeah, let's throw some of that over here too. Again, if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. So how's about we spread this cobalt blue love around? Ooh, that is actually very intriguing right there. Something that's colorful just done got a whole lot more colorful. And folks, yes, be sure to follow Dark Harbor Gaming. And also check out the RM printable terrain, because there's more than just the miniatures. There's also, well, terrain. Who would have thought? Yes, there is. There is terrain, and it is very fabulous terrain. It's not just fantasy terrain. There's plenty of sci-fi terrain as well. It's the cavalry channel. It's the magic channel. It's the food channel. We also do exercise and workout stuff. I guess it's also the Lord of the Rings channel. Heck, it's going to be a 2D art channel again if we start doing all those Bob Ross in Middle Earth landscapes. That that does just sound hilarious. I can't say we're going to do one of those on Monday, but I don't know if all else fails, we can always try and do a Bob Ross Middle Earth landscape night and see how many of those we can crank out. Let's see, we were working on a board for a game I'm working on. I was lucky enough to have a game called Don't Look Back with Black Site Studio. Oh, Dark Harbor Gaming, that sounds very nice. I love terrain boards. Absolutely love terrain. I've made tons of bolt action terrain, and now we're starting to make more of our Lord of the Ring terrain. Wow, this is really interesting. This cobalt blue. Look at that. We got to do something with this. We have got to explore this cobalt blue some more. Where's Stila? Boy, she's missing all of this. But yeah, if you got a link to it or something like that, Dark Harbor Gaming or something like that, feel free to post that. Thank you so much, Enbazo, for that follow. Gandalf appreciates it too. Hello, little hobbits. Grave Wolf Studio wants a new Bob Ross pledge level on the Patreon page. Believe it or not, I have actually done some 2D videos. I think they're also on the YouTube channel, but they started out first on the Patreon page, and then just after a while sort of migrated on over to YouTube. And which reminds me, I just want to let this set for just a second. Ooh, look at this. And I was wondering what we were going to do over here. The solution has presented itself in the very unlikely form of cobalt blue. Oh, look at that, huh? Look at what that's doing. Now, there's the game that Dark Harbor Gaming wrote. So, folks, be sure to check that out as we introduce people to a time before miniatures. Yes, a time before miniatures. We used to do 2D art. So this is actually watercolors on hot press watercolor board, as is this one right here. Also, pastels. More pastels. This is one that I think we're going to this was painted in acrylics long ago. I think we're going to have to paint this one in oils as well. And speaking of oils, this is the painting that I did when I was a lad of 13. Had no idea what that guy was doing. No clue whatsoever. Now, we do have some more recent 2D art. I painted that with just regular miniature paints on a piece of mat board. And that was done in June, so you can You can catch that on the YouTube channel. That was very fun. Did that as a present for a friend. Oh, no problem, Dark Harbor Gaming. I know how difficult it is for, when you're writing up a game and just to get that out there amongst all the other games. So I'm glad that maybe we can just be some form of assistance there in getting the message out. So when in doubt, cobalt blue. Used to be when in doubt, just make it darker. Well, we are. We're making it darker, but we're making it darker with cobalt blue. And all started over here. It all started with, you know what? We're going to shade these darker. Phthalo blue. You know what? I can't find the phthalo blue. Literally, couldn't find the phthalo blue sitting in the drawer. So we use cobalt blue. And now it makes the face pop a little bit more because we have one more type of contrast because of the blue. This is why I say you can have a plan, but don't be held prisoner by the plan. Let's do
Hello,
this.
little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Oh, thanks, Dark Harbor Gaming, for the follow. I appreciate that. See, we got an extra form of value contrast. It's a little darker, but now when we bring this back, look at how that blue.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Look at how that blue is going to complement the reds and stuff in the faces, as we also say thank you so much to ChemDog. Thank you both for those follows. That is appreciated. Oh, you know what? If we take this blue and it goes over here, this hand is really going to just jump right out at you. Blue versus yellow. Let's do it. Let's do it. We're also, again, taking advantage of the natural translucency of cobalt blue. I'll be doggone. Look at this here. Yeah. See what's happening there? This is going to make that hand come forward. I mean, it has to be over here anyway because we're doing it over there. But, wow, that is intriguing. Let's get some more of that up here, too. A whole bunch of it up here. Well, maybe not quite there, but we'll have to do some more stuff on that fungus over there, too. But this is a whole bunch of pin line washes right here. And let's say all this stuff was dry, it would still be just fine because you could put this on here and still be able to manipulate the edges, right? And you don't have to worry about watermarks. There's no watermarks. So you can just glaze away, especially if this is over dry oils. You just glaze away. You don't have to worry about like that pooling and puddling that all of the water-based type stuff is going to do to you. Drax, I saw a couple of them. The one thing that I liked was it was those vampire guy. It was that vampire thing for it's what, 5 of them I think. That was the one that appealed to me the most. I did see also that they're doing that made to order stuff for Lord of the Rings, and the thing that had me most interested was the Ammon Hen set until I saw that it was going to take 180 business days or something like that to get here, or up to. And I said, well, I could sculpt all of that myself in that amount of time and really have some fun doing it. But it was the vampires that seemed to be the most interesting. I understand. I understand, Dark Harbor. I always have to raid and run. So thank you so much. We'll be back here on Monday. Who knows? We might be painting Bob Ross Middle Earth landscapes, but we'll be painting something, and it'll be painted in oils. But we'll paint something. That is a guarantee. And thank you so much. Wow, this is really fun popping in this cobalt blue back here. Interesting.
Who enters my domain?
Well, now that's a familiar voice, and that's a familiar name. That's Valendar the Red, speaking of sculpting. So, folks, be sure to give Valendar the Red a follow as well. Welcome and welcome, Raiders. This is Mr. Giggles right here because he's a fun guy. Don't blame me for that. That was chat. All blame shall be placed on the chat for Mr. Giggles, the fun guy. Oh, thanks, Emergenia. I appreciate that. And I hope I pronounced that correctly. If not, just give me a little phonetic guide and I can try and remember that. This is one of three trolls. This is from our imprintable terrain. This is the stone troll right here. We painted this with oils last week. And also painted with oils last week was the third troll, or the first troll. This is, I just call him Woody Saws the Log. There's his big choppa. And there you go. There's Woody. Absolutely had a blast painting him too. All painted with oils. As you can see, some of them, the color is more subdued or brighter. In this case, we just keep making them more and more intense. We're actually doing a whole bunch of cobalt blue glazes here just for funsies. Oh, you know what? We should show this too. So we're doing the darker glazes, right? Well, you're not limited to that. Even with acrylics, you are not limited to just doing darker glazes. We can do some lighter glazes here. Now this blue is going to be a genuinely different color than all the other blues. So the Prussian blue, the indigo, all of those other blues are definitely tinted more towards green. This is tinted more towards red. More towards red. That's why it's making such an interesting little combination. So here is, again, that is phthalo blue. Or sorry, that's a cobalt blue, but just a little bit of white in there. See how it brings out the red? Valendar the red. See that? Valendar the red comes along and all of a sudden red gets introduced everywhere. Because that blue's got a little bit of a red making it more of a purple, that's why it's kind of going very well with some of these other things. But wow, that is a very different blue right there. And this is actually, it's solving some issues right here. This just, it wasn't looking terribly interesting. The more colorful all this other stuff got, the more color this stuff had to have. And that's doing it. Yes. This is really getting to be intriguing. Sorry if I'm just and having way too much fun with all the color theory stuff here. But hey, it happens. That has so much, and that's wow. We really don't need cobalt violet. I mean, no wonder cobalt violet's kind of weird. Of course, and we've tried using it as a glaze color. It still doesn't do anything. But now these blue shrooms there, they've got more connective tissue to them than they did before. Yeah, that's working out pretty good there. Hey, every so often I there's a moment of clarity for me. Every so often. Yeah, just a couple more of these guys, and we can go lighter with this too. I mean, let's go over here and now this is where, see that this is where the cobalt starts to get a little bit crazy. Once you start mixing it lighter, this is where it starts to get a little bit less interesting of a color, whereas something like the Prussian blue, that holds way more punch to it. So this is where the cobalt starts to kind of wind down a bit. The more of the white you get in there, I can see some of that. I can see some of the red in it though, as I do this. And I think we'll go back to our Egyptian violet too, because I think if we were to go back with some of the violets, that's going to have more of an impact. And we got Orchrist Gaming in here too. Dual Armored Wolf, I think you would, you'd have a blast doing that. So I think that's sending a message right there. Armored Wolf has to have one of these so he can make them all bioluminescent. That will be quite the experiment. So Grey Wolf Studio wants to see it. The irony There's irony. Do we understand the irony of Grey Wolf Studio requesting film noir? Which is handy because all of a sudden, all those mushrooms, I mean, yeah, some are lighter, some are darker, but they all kind of just look the same for the most part. So wild that the purple and that look exactly alike. Yeah, one looks a little lighter. That's it. That is it. Wow. Break back our color. So again, that's what acrylics would be like. But we're not painting with acrylics. We're painting with oils, baby. That means we got real, shall we say, beefy colors going on. I kept expecting Beef in the Hole to show up. Boy, we haven't seen him in a while. That is, yep, liking that. I'm going to try a little bit more of that out here too. Why not? Yeah, that works. That works for me. Bit more here too. I might even let some of that blue wander onto the skin. So the blue really adds a bunch. I'm going to maybe even throw a little bit of it into here. It's going to be more of a gray at this point. A smidge of it right there. So we're we are moving all this stuff around. Yeah. All right. Now back to this is our purple right here. So that is the purple matter mixed with some of our white. So Valendar, what kind of stuff were you sculpting there? Is it another assignment or is it more just personal stuff for yourself? Yeah, it's Mini Grinder Studios. Somebody is very much into the shrooms here. But again, he's a fun guy, so hey, everybody loves a fun guy. That's why he's Mr. Giggles. Ah, Grey Horde. Ah, okay. Now, is the Greek version of your name Paintus Minimus or something like that? I'm guessing. I'm not sure if Minimus is really a word, but I'm not sure Paintus is a word either. So there you go. Ah, you were doing your Edgar Allan Poe as a warlock. Yeah, he didn't. Oh, he had a whole. I think he had a whole bunch of archetypes like that. Oh, look at this. We got a reunion between Mini Grinder Studio and and Grey Wolf Studio. How's about that? All right, that's very fun. Now, this thing up here, I mean, we're going bonkers and colors and stuff there. How's about we do a little something, maybe with some greens in here? Do we? Or don't we? I'm just going to play around this way here. I'll take some of that berry white green and just do something like this. I mean, hugely, look at the precision of that, following in all the lines, right? Yeah, whatever. Taking me a blending brush. I'll take some of that green and we're just going to disperse that across the surface there. So, yeah, I'm liking that. So we'll do more. We'll do some more. Oh, not too much of that thinner in there. But this should be interesting too here. Let's work its way around and down. So clearly we need some more of this here. I just absolutely love to be able to just chuck paint on here and then move it around and all of a sudden it looks so darn precise. It's almost like we're having fun here. Yes, indeed. Look at that big old nasty. Oh, but wait, look at this. We're using it like it's a palette. We're literally taking that green and we are spreading it around and we're mixing it. It does everything. Turns your miniature into a palette. See that we're going to take that green. We are going to pull it down here. It's all blended up real nice. Look at that. It's so easy. It's illegal in like 50 states. Hey, cool. How you doing? And Y2Ace. Hey there. Y2Ace says mix the oils, put them into bottles. Let's see. Now, first of all, did you put a shaker in there? You know, some form of, you don't need that cap, but did you put something in there to shake them with? And actually, what was the brand that you used? That's why you do it in Guam. Here, let's pop some more green over here. Because, yeah, and also Armored Wolf asks, what did you use it as a thinner? Because I mixed this thing almost 4 years ago, and this is still good today after 4 years. So it definitely should not dry out after a couple of months. But now here the idea of that shaker. Let's see if this one, hear that sound? That's a couple of chunks of pewter in there. But the thinner, I've either used the odorless paint thinner, that's the Mona Lisa from Speedball, or where's it? Here it is. So it's a little bit easier for folks overseas to get the MIG ammo thinner right here. So it's a high quality odorless thinner. And I'm gonna throw some more greens in here. But I like the fact that there's some purples over there too. But let's spread some greens down this way too. Like so. There we are. That's boy, we've been having so much fun with some of these things. So Adamantium grabbed the gam. So yeah, I know Drax grabbed it. I don't know if I don't think he's actually had a chance to give that a try just yet, but he has the Gamso. And I think a couple of other people have used it. I don't quite remember what they said about it. But hey, I mean, you got it. You can always give it a try. It's worth just trying it, just to see what happens. Yeah, Numbskull, we tell people a lot. We say, look, if you don't have the pewter, go for the glass beads because you know that those are never going to tarnish, right? So yeah, Numbskull, that we always tell folks that yeah, you can't get anything. Don't get the stainless steel, just to be sure. On the safe side, get yourself the glass beads. Now let's see. Use that Mona Lisa thinner. Yeah, Y2Ace, I'm not quite sure. Maybe your jars were not exactly sealed or airproof, you know. Maybe the jars weren't quite right because, yeah, I have not had any issue like that with the Windsor Newtons. And this is one of the very first ones that I did back in March, I think. And this one is still just fine. And that's a Windsor Newton. That's actually the student grade versions there. Let's see. So 9.5 or Gennaro, it's going to be different, just like Armored Wolf says. Some paints are shockingly different, like the Van Dyke Brown took more than I expected. The Fanchon Red took less than I expected. The Terra Rosa took way less than I expected. Other colors have taken a lot more. Now, Egyptian Violet took a surprising amount of thinner. I was not expecting it to take as much as it did, because your goal in the end is just to get it to some form of miniature paint consistency. Not exact. It doesn't have to match any particular miniature paint brand. So it sounds like Deuce has been using the Gamsol and has had no issues. 954. Now, of course, I use the blister pack method where I just squeeze the oils into here and then I just start dropping in some thinner. And then I just start mixing it. And once it gets to be the consistency of miniature paint, then I just kind of stop. If you get a little too soupy, I mean, that's okay. You put it on your palette maybe a little bit longer before you're going to start painting. That should be okay too. Yeah, white 2 ace, I'm not quite sure what happened to you there because again, that is not something we've had a problem with here. And which are you using? Well, it shouldn't really matter if it is the I guess what colors was it? Was it the Winsor Newton starter set? Here, let's get a little bit more of our lighter colors in here too. And we gotta get some lighter stuff going on there, but maybe some of this purple right here. Yeah, that could be fun. Let that complement the cobalt blue behind it. Yeah, that's actually kind of a nice one there. Yeah, I don't know if there's unless did they get frozen? Because that happened. That sounds like what happens to like a Badger primer when it gets frozen, or any miniature paint when it gets frozen. So white 2 ace, I really couldn't tell you what's going on there. I've actually no one's ever even told me that that's happened to them. And unless I actually see the jars myself, it would be really hard to kind of reverse engineer what's going on there. Uh, yeah, I don't really know what's happened unless maybe there's. Now, I've never seen the oils interact with the plastic ever. That there could be something like that. Maybe there's interacting with the plastic, but I doubt that because I've used at least 3 different types of plastic jars. Definitely not from the same company, and nothing weird has happened with those. Ah, now how long did they sit without? Yeah, that they do have to be totally airtight, but if they haven't been shaken in a while, that's something you're gonna want to maybe do every so often is just give those a shake. I don't let well obviously because I'm doing this every day, my stuff doesn't go a day or two without being shaken. But that I think oh my goodness, yeah, Y2A's. I didn't realize they were just sitting there for months not doing anything. Yeah, that's potentially some of the issue right there. Now it could also be maybe how much thinner you had in there too. Now it's not like I sit there every week and grab my jars and shake them or anything like that, but they just get moved around. They get used in some way, shape, or form. And also too, I think Y2Ace. It's just even just using them, not even shaking them up, but just something pouring them out. Once in a while, just pour them out. Even if you're just mixing a color chart or something like that, just use them in some form. Oh, and they were on the thicker side. Okay, I do believe we have now discovered that issue. So thanks, Mini Grinder Studios. I think I thought I asked that, but I think I must have forgot and just kind of thought that I asked it. Yeah, I don't think I ever did. So thanks for asking that. So I think there's your 2 issues. They were on the thicker side and they just kind of sat there for a really long time. That is definitely not ideal. Definitely don't want to be doing that. Where's my... Here it is. So some of these guys down in here. I'm going to see if I can't get me some of that lighter purple into here. Again. I want all of those to be that color, but some of them. Yeah, that works. And that just became much more of a turquoise right there. We're talking about cobalt turquoise, right? So many, everybody that has they ran over and they're shaking the heck out of them. I don't know, put them on an electric football board and just let them bounce around there for a while. That should work. Electric football is fun. We were talking about that a couple of streams ago, I think. But yeah, I just because even now, of course, with the acrylics here, these jars they will gum up after 5 minutes. Not even. I'll use them. I'll unplug them, right? And I go to use them, and they'll work. 5 minutes later, I go do the same thing. They're plugged up again. So yeah, that definitely is something about the. You gotta keep those things being used because I don't use the acrylic paints very often at all anymore. Wow, how much lighter that can get. My goodness. Also, we talked about thicker paint over thin paint. Well, this here is going to be the thicker paint over the thin. Like, really thick paint over the thin. Bam. And that's why it sticks. If that's not as thick as it is, it's got no chance to stick in there. Because everything underneath there is much thinner paint. Actually, she would have some fun. Well, she'd be painting the guys too. She would probably paint up her own football team. Heck, that would be a blast. There you go. You stream. It would be the Wapple Bowl right there. It would be the two of us playing electric football against each other. Since neither one of us has ever played it, neither one of us knows any more than the other person does about electric football. So hey, it's a good starting point. I can't imagine your basic electric football thing is any. Although, of course, you could just take a. Well, we don't have any paint shakers either. But we'd have to make a stadium. I mean, we're not just going to play electric football with no stadium. We would have to make a stadium for it. Okay. I'm glad Y2Ace we were able to get that figured out for you. Sorry that was the case for you. Hopefully that's something that you'll just well, it's not like you really take a whole bunch of the paint and stick it in the jars anyway. All right, look at that. Look at that big old nasty blob right there. So what'd you do there? Why did you do that? Why did we do that? Because we wanted to be able to do something like this. Why are we going to sit there and be layering all this? No layers. All right, let's do the other side. And probably since I'm going to stick my finger back on that again and wipe out most of that, there's another reason not to be spending a whole lot of time. Boom, that's it. That's all. That is all it takes. Wow, that's I looked down, I looked back up, and I did not really. That is quite the interesting collection of shrooms that he's got. My goodness. Do I need? Oh yeah, I need to get some of my. Wow, that just got kind of gray right there. We don't want some. We don't want that gray stuff going on. We don't want any of that gray stuff going on. Let's grab some Egyptian violet. Add it to that purple. In we go. like that. Sam, did he even let some of that get up onto his to the green there? Oh, thanks, Deuce. So we're at 38K. What do we got? We got 20,000 more, something like that. Oh, we got your first batch of metallic red to test. May the one true brush be with you. Ooh, that's boy, we gotta do some kind of a merchy shirt or something like that with the one true brush. And thank you so much, Laminess. Thank you. So we're at 40K of 58K, right? That's what we need. Yeah, we keep streaming till we get to 58. Well, we keep streaming until Mr. Giggles here is all done, right? Nobody leaves, nobody sleeps, none of that kind of stuff until Mr. Giggles is done. Besides, we're only 5 hours in. We're practically just getting started. Hey, Mr. Grunson. Yeah, actually, well, and he definitely has come up because he was nothing but primer. He was nothing but primer. That's all he was. We started on him 5 hours ago. Yes, he's Mr. Giggles because, well, he hasn't. Well, he's going to have an even redder nose now, but he's a fun guy. Mr. Giggles is everybody loves a fun guy, and that's what Mr. Giggles is. So at 20,000, so we need 10 more 2Ks. I don't know if we got 10 more 2Ks, but who knows? Who knows might show up. All right, ooh, there's a little bit of that quinacridone golden brown that's getting mixed with. Oh, now his nose is getting kind of red. That nose is getting just a wee bit red. Must be cold where these fungi are. So, Mr. Grunson, how you been doing? Happy Saturday night, happy Sunday morning to others. I hope that the weekend has been fun and treating you well. So we got Snuffles, the great beast of Gorgoroth. We have Prinkles the cat. We have Friedrich the Great. Seriously, Friedrich the Great. That's our Easterling troll over here. Where the heck did he go? There he is. Yeah, it's Friedrich the Great, whose clothes will be painted in Prussian blue. Yes, indeed. And here's this is what we painted on the last two of our sculpting streams on Thursday. There's Snuffles, right there, the great beast of Gorgoroth.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Joaquin, for that follow. Gandalf appreciates it too. He's like, whoa, we will spark ganja together. Me and my new friend. Oh, no problem, Mr. Grunson. I actually thought you had him. So I thought maybe you had it mixed up with Friedrich the Great right here. Yeah. But Mr. Grunson, how you doing? Oh, you know what? I might just. Gee whiz, we haven't thrown anything on here in a while, so just find something. I don't know. Anything. Give that just a little touch of greenery there. And then, I don't know, maybe a little bluery here, because that's a word. I mean, we're going to be throwing the water effects over the top of this anyway. And the water effects, by the way, that's going to have to be our Liquitex Heavy Gel, right? Liquitex Heavy Gel, because that way we don't have to worry about pores, like resin pores or anything crazy like that, because that stuff just gets all kinds of nasty. But what's not nasty is welcome in. Howdy, Creative. How you doing? Nice to see you again. Oh, thanks, Howdy, Creative. Thank you for that. Here, we're going to grab ourselves a little bit of this because it's been hours since we had some of this. There ain't much left, but we'll fill it up with bits. And we'll fill that up with bits. And, and there's Mr. Grunson. Mr. Grunson, thank you very much. Ellie says, thank you so much for the... This guy's got color issues, man. I think he's got a thing for mushrooms. Don't tell him that. I think he does. Thank you so much. So it puts us at 42K. 42K, we're getting there. We're getting there. Just a 16K more. For whatever reason, I guess we never got the 48 hours on the last one. Although it said we were at 100%. I don't know what else we were supposed to do. We did all the stuff they said. Ooh, look at that. We can still see some of that little oniony type texture, but I'm going to maybe do a little bit more. A little bit more like this, and then we'll maybe go a smidge lighter. Might have to throw some more of my quick dry white out here. That's from Gamlin, actually. Oh, Adamantium and Grey Wolf Studio pushes us closer. We're only, what, 12K away now? Yes. Look at me doing math. Look at me doing math stuff. Thank you so much. They're like, thanks, dudes and gents and ladies and everybody. Thank you so much. Man, this guy is tall. He is very, very tall. He's like he is the rainbow fungus right here. He's like rainbow fungus. He's got all the colors of the fungus. But now Armored Wolf has a really fun idea of doing all of these as bioluminescent funguses. So that could be really amazing to see. Do I need to... I was thinking of doing some of these a little lighter. I mean, this is not exactly white. It's more of a very light gray that has a little bit of a reddish hint to it, mostly because that's what's been sitting on the brush and that's getting mixed in. More here. I'll just use something as a blending brush here. We don't need them that bright. Tones him down a little bit. Oh my gosh, Bill Robertson. Holy smokes. How you doing? I think we did actually mention, like, hey, has anybody seen Bill the last couple of days or last couple of weeks? So yeah, we were asking, hey, has anybody seen Bill? At least I was. Now we have. So Bill, how you doing? Oh, thank you very much, Iron Dynamics. Thank you so much. He says thank you. We're now at we're at 10K. That's all. I guess 5 people. That's all it is. That's our splurge for any channel point reward the chat would like when we reach the goal. Well, thank you so much, and folks, be sure to give our moderator Armored Wolf a little check on Instagram there. Check out his miniature painting. Check out his dice bags because he does fantastic stuff. That's because yeah, Bill Roberts says like I kind of asked it. And Beef in the Hole. We were like, wow, we haven't seen Bill. We haven't seen Beef in the Hole. Are they still kicking on Twitch? What are those guys doing? But I know that life things definitely happen. Look at that. Remember Cobalt Blue right there. Hey, Teals is still around. Thank you so much, Teals. Thank you so much. And folks, be sure to give Tealscar a follow. My guess is if you're watching it this time, you're already following Teals, but just make sure that you haven't been unfollowed because Twitch really has been doing that a lot lately. It's done it to me. Speaking of moderator, it did it to our moderator. He had to refollow me, and he's the moderator. So it's a thing for sure. It is definitely a thing. Uh-oh, Bill and Itcoin. Thank you so much, Bill and Itcoin. Yeah, that's we'll toast that just like Bits is with what remains here. Oh, no problem, Teals. No problem. Now, do we want... Yes, we do. Whatever it is, we want to do it. We're going to get some of this lighter cerulean over here. Geez, we got to be about 6K away. We are 6K away. 6K away from whatever happens. Oh, I know what will happen. I'm going to get that. I'm going to get this thing ready. You know what happens if we reach 58K? You know what happens. Yeah, it will. It will happen. Yes, we have one of those. We haven't, wow, we didn't get on Friday or Thursday. We didn't have a hype train. So if we do the 58K, we're gonna have to have a spontaneous hype train thing happen. It's the darndest thing. I have no idea. There's other folks that I've had to refollow, and it's not even that I haven't watched their stream in a while either. It's like, I'm thinking that Armored Wolf is here somewhat frequently, and yet it still unfollowed him from me. So, he's like only here for every second of every stream, forever and ever. Feels like a life sentence, and that's why we got to salute our moderator. Well, more of this cobalt blue. I never really anticipated doing quite this much with cobalt blue, but it just kind of worked out that way. We're learning stuff here. Yes, we have done countless hours with the oils, and yet we still continue to learn new things. Gotta always be willing to learn the new stuff. So 6 more K to go to at least a hype train. That's going to happen. Now, is there blue that's going to happen up? I'm going to try it. I'm going to give it a shot. Yeah, that's okay. That works, even though it's got some red to it. So it's a nice little. Oh yeah, more of that over here. More of that over here. Yeah, that's working. I might throw some more of this by the cheek and the temples over here. This could be handy. Yeah. I mean, why not throw yet another color on his face? So you've noticed it too, Mr. Grunson. I just like what's weird is that there was a whole group of people that just insisted that that was an urban myth. It doesn't happen. And I said, well, I don't know. An awful lot of folks have actually seen it happen where they've had to refollow somebody. And I don't understand why people just felt like they had to be right about that. It seemed a little bit odd. Hopefully now maybe people just kind of realize that's happening. Ah ha ha, blue down in the jowls there. Before we got to come back out here and sort of rework some stuff. We got Wicked Elf. Wicked Elf. Hey, how are you doing, folks? Be sure to, well, you got to do two things. You got to follow Wicked Elf. The other thing that you're going to have to do is head on over to Wicked Elf Miniatures and buy lots and lots of vellum plants. Why? Because they're great. Vellum plants from Wicked Elf Miniatures. They're fantastic stuff. Look at that. And nowhere near as expensive as, well, any of that crazy brass stuff. And way easier to use than any of the paper stuff. More durable, easier to paint. So those are your assignments right there. So Wicked Elf, how you doing? And the One Shadow comes in too. So Wicked Elf, I think I saw some of your last Instagram and Facebook posts kind of showing what your latest endeavors are in terms of the painting side of things. I hope that you've been having some fun.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Pepukin, for that follow. Gandalf says, thank you very much. Oh my goodness. He's a Christmas tree. He's a Christmas tree. Oh, thanks, White 2 Ace. And there's your code. There's a discount code. So yes, by all means, head on over to Wicked Elf with that armed with that discount code. Speaking of arms, we're gonna get some of our cobalt blue into here. And thank you so much, Y2Ace. We are 4K away. Well, at least from a hype train. I mean that's definite gonna happen, but who knows what else happens? I'm not sure. Maybe they're just testing us. Well, look at all that blue in there now. I mean, because we didn't have enough wild colors in here. I mean, we got to add more, right? Now, what about the eyes here? Underneath those eyes, where is Mr. There you are. I'm going to think about a little bit of this cobalt blue. I mean, why not? We're putting it everywhere else. How's about putting it here? Uh-oh. Oh, folks, definitely go follow Wicked Elf. He only just 9. We can do that. Oh, Dr. Rhino, how you doing? Dr. Rhino. So, Dr. Rhino, we're having some fun here with Mr. Giggles. He is the big, because he's a fun guy, and he's got the red nose, so he is Mr. Giggles. He is a very fun guy. Everybody likes to hang around with a fun guy. Now he's down to 8. I think we can get him to that 100 mark right there, for sure. Do we need to... I'm going to see what happens with some of my lighter cobalt blue here. This is where we're going to test and see. Well, minus the linty stuff on there, of course. Let's go back, get some more then. Nope, there's still some lint on the end of that. Oh, I think I know what's happening. Yeah, it's believe it or not, this stuff here, this is what I have underneath my parchment paper when I'm doing the wet palette thing. So that's where that's coming from. Ooh, yeah, a little bit of that blue right underneath the eye there. Just because. Wow, that is boy, I'm really enjoying this cobalt blue. Uh-oh, Dr. Rhino is getting us even closer. And wow, we'll have to have a double hype train. If Wicked Elf gets to 100, we'll do a hype train for Wicked Elf. We'll do a hype train for both things. Wait a minute. Oh, the boost has started. So wow. Oh, because Wicked Elf just thank you. Here we go. Wait a minute. Come on. That's more like it. What does that mean? It means this. Train is coming through the station, baby. Dum dum dum. Thank you very much. Boom. And we're only 6 away from Wicked Elf, too. Oh, there's Kathy. She hears the hype train going. So everybody wave hi to Kathy. There we go. We did our boost, whatever that does. And we only need 6 more follows for Wicked Elf, and he gets a hype train, too. I think Kathy might be headed off to sleep. Maybe not. Maybe she'll join us for a few minutes before heading off to sleep. Oh, yeah, Deuce. That's the first time I've seen the sunglasses on the Chi-Town. So thank you so much for the sunglasses there, because that's really cool. I need sunglasses, especially to look at you. I need sunglasses. You're gonna blind me, man. He's like, dude, man, just chill, man. Come on, have some mushrooms. It's like, oh, I'm out of here. Let's see. What does the Book of Womp? Oh, let's see. Well, we haven't shown the one true. Let's just do everything here. So we're gonna show. What did we start with? We literally started with that. We started with the one true brush because it takes many forms. Once it gets beat up, guess what? Oh, and there's the Book of Wamples. So we're gonna go Well, nothing replicates better nature better than nature, but you don't layer oils. Oils are themselves, right? Now we're kind of going back here. Oh, and how many times for the first 2.5 hours did we talk about dry brushing the oils? Dry brush the oils, but it's not really dry. And the oils make everything easier, right? That's not what you can do for your oils, but what they can do for you. And have we not said, caress the brush? Don't crush it, don't snap it in half. And have we not said this? Less is more. More is way too much. Oh, and you can really avoid failure by not trying, well, anything. That's not going to be super helpful. Before we get away from this, let's take a little look here. Look, see at the painting pyramid. Check out that bottom level. This goes back to 2013 when we did our original Kickstarter there. So figure that shaded base coat is sort of like our pre-glaze. All right, pre-glaze and those initial lighter colors, that's our shaded base coat. But all these other things now, basing probably is another thing we could add to that lower level there. But then you move up, you got things like your freehand, right? You got that color theory stuff. That's where we're doing all those mixing, the color swatches. Hey, Nixo. And you build these things. That we try to build everything here. Now let's go to some more of our recent Book of Wapples here. What have we here? Oh, respect the umber. And Kathy and I, we say this all the time. Don't think about it, just do it. You can think about it all you want. Nothing's going to happen. And yes, diorama. Now this one doesn't really have a diorama base per se, but we are going to make it into a diorama base. Uh-oh. Here, let's... Oh, and things, of course, must be messy before they can be neat. Yes, that was the fantastic, generous Christmas presents from Armored Wolf, which we have been eating like crazy. Oh, yeah, we're going to have some of that beef jerky after the stream tonight. Yes, we're going to have some of that. Yes, we will. All right, where is... There's one more brush that... Well, there you are. That's the one I'm looking for. I like that one, Bill Robertson. Actually, the whole think long, think wrong, that comes from our local sports radio station. That was, ironically enough, his name is Tom Waddle. He used to be a wide receiver for the Bears, and his saying was always, think long, think wrong. Hey, Acid Burn Punk, thank you very much. Oh, hey, Rhapsody Studios, welcome back. Welcome back. Well, I think because we've got crazier and crazier colors on them. And this was not the original plan. Was not the original plan, like, at all. It just kind of happened that way. It just kind of worked out that way. So, Acid Burn Punk, how have you been doing? How have you been doing? I hope you're having yourself a good Saturday, good Sunday. Because for a whole bunch of fun folks, it is well into Sunday by now. See this extra little blue right here? This is the thing that... Were we missing more crazy colors? Oh, look at this. Look what's going to happen there. Yes. That is going to provide the contrast to the red nose. We're going to do this. Let's do more. Let's do more. Here. Like so. We're going to have to go back and do the teeth again, but hey, we can do that. I mean, this is not terribly light here either. No, we don't make it that light. Let's see. Oh, we only need 3 more followers for Wicked Elf, and we get another hype train. So Wicked Elf, give him a follow. We get ourselves another hype train. Yes, we do. Iceburn is doing all right. Just had some... the Shadowrun. Yes. So hopefully Kathy was able to either do lots of stuff or kill lots of stuff or whatever her street samurai character does. Rhapsody says whenever Jim paints with the oils, it always feels so colorful and awesome. Thank you very much. Look at this. Oh, Big Jim Slade is, what are we 2 away? Yeah, we're 2 away now. And folks, be sure, speaking of follows, be sure to give Big Jim Slade a follow because tomorrow you'll be able to catch Big Jim Slade doing his Monster of the Week. That is going to be Harlan's Heroes. So you can only do that if you follow Big Jim Slade Gaming. Because we watch Harlan's Heroes. You should too. You never know what's going to happen on Harlan's Heroes, that's for sure. Uh-oh, one more follow. So just let me know if it's time for the hype train, and we'll get that hype train going. Ah, see, I just needed that. That's the crazy. That was what was missing. Cobalt blue in there. That's what was missing this whole time. Oh, and Big Jim Slade is only 6 away from the 200. So do we need a hype train? Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Here we go. He's like, uh-oh. Get out of the way. The train is coming through. Right there, baby. That's for Wicked Elf. Wicked Elf gets the hype train. There we go. And yes, it works. There you go. So that's a hype train for Wicked Elf. And trying to get Big Jim to a couple hundred there. Got to get him to those milestones. You know what? I'm going to put some more of the... This is the Gamblin Quick Dry White. I think we're going to do that. And there again, that is the sound of the agitator inside. And as we've learned now, don't let your oil paints sit there for several months and not be shaken or moved in some way, shape, or form. That is deleterious to their status as workable paints. You don't want to be doing that. So congrats, Wicked Elf. There you go. You got your 100. Oh my gosh, do we have... Is Big Shim... Big Shim? Does he do stuff with doors? Why is he Big Shim all of a sudden? So we'll get Big Jim a hype train too. We'll just have the sound kind of off to the side because I got my hands full of troll here. So there's the hype train. We'll just set that right there. There you go. The hype train for Big Jim Slade. So we got ourselves 100. We got ourselves a 200. We got all kinds of good stuff going on there. Yeah. So congratulations to Big Jim Slade and to Wicked Elf. Getting themselves to the milestones. And we're just going to pop a little bit of this lighter. Oh, and maybe even... Oh, I kind of like this. Boy, we are going crazy with the cobalt. Who'd have thought we'd be going crazy with the cobalt? I sure didn't. Oh, no problem, Big Jim. So, yeah, I'm just glad that we could kind of help out and get that milestone going for you. It's always fun reaching the milestones. And Armored Wolf, of course, definitely helping to spot that and kind of leading that charge because that's what Armored Wolf does. Always thinking about everybody else and not himself. So that is why we also need to go check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page there and check out all those wonderful dice bags. Let's see. So Deuce was successful in some of his science on the metallic oils. Valfera says, Valboth, but it's time for bed. No problem, Valfera. Hopefully we'll see you Monday. Hopefully we'll see you Monday. So have a good night's sleep, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's because he doesn't have enough crazy colors on him. We put some more on his face there. So yes, we got some milestones achieved. That's pretty darn cool. I just remember what it was like with the recent milestone a little while back. That was very fun to be able to celebrate that too. And thank you so much for everybody for all the boosts on the channel there. We'll see what happens. we have no idea what's going to happen with it, but we did something. Let's see if something fun happens out of it. And what's going to be fun is to really get in some more of this blue here. Now, what about this transition? Maybe we need something lighter there. I'm not sure just yet, but what I'm going to do here is I want to take some of the, a little bit of that. That's almost the warmer sort of a phthalo green with the cadmium yellow. Remember we did that a while back. How much lighter is this than what's already here? And let's use one of these guys. Let's see what happens. How much is this too light? No, that's actually kind of close to what we're looking for here. Now I'm just going to try and maybe get some skin texture here. And this is still not white. We can go lighter than this if we need to. We still can. Let's see. Rhapsody Stew is that. Oh, the recipe is Sacred from Deuce there. So Deuce has been doing lots of science type stuff there, doing the science thing. Now, actually, Big Jim, have you guys been having fun with your new characters on the Pyro Club there? Given the fact that, was this your first or your second full game with the new characters? Well, the new old characters? I apologize. I totally forgot to ask about that. I knew I was forgetting something. Well, we were busy trying to get that hype train thing going. But yeah, let me tell me if you guys are having some fun with the new characters. So to the top of his head, over here. I guess we'll throw a little bit of thinner into that, knock it down. We'll just set her finger on top of that, and then I'm just going to throw some of this in here. We'll grab a blending brush again, and then we're going to push this stuff around. All this stuff on top of his head here. So instead of trying to do that one little layer at a time, we just, I think it needed something like that. Now we could probably stand for maybe some lighter things in his hair, too. The new characters are fun. All right, I think I asked Kathy if I asked her if she thought that it was fun. She said it was a fun session, but I was hoping that the characters were also fun for you guys to play. Touch of lighter green. I want to get the folds there, or the little wrinkles on the side of his eyes. Maybe even a couple of extra lighter green highlights on here. And folks, that is the Pyro Club that we are talking about. That is Friday evenings. So the Pyro Club, be sure to check them out as well. And then, of course, on Thursdays, sometimes there is the was it the Ember Room, I think it is, where you have some GMs gathered together, kind of talking about how things work with doing GM in person, online, on streams, that sort of thing. Those are very fun to watch, and those are on Thursday nights. The Ember Exchange, okay. So I was listening to too many history docs, and I must have listened to one about the Amber Room at some point in the last week or so. And that just got me thinking, Ember Room. Let's see, I'm playing my main character's kid sister, and it's a blast. Oh my goodness. Haha. Oh, yeah. Because I think you guys were. Yeah, that was last Thursday. You guys talked about that a lot. That whole idea that those characters, when you play them long enough and you inhabit those characters long enough, they can become more of a part of you than you think. I remember you talking about that. And also the idea that you don't necessarily just want to keep carrying the same character in a different form from one adventure to the next. Also, maybe having a character that's not always just looking out for destiny or revenge or something like that. I guess that's why I had characters like Rhaegar and Randall Snodgrass and what was the other new character that I made, the halfling master sommelier. Yes, the Marquis de Mint. Yes, that was going to be the next character. All right, these maybe less of those striations, and we make less of those by taking the blending brush here, and we just kind of lessen those. Good old Randall and the magical pig Magos. The finest magical pig in all that. Okay, so we tone those down just a wee bit. Now we added a lot of darks up here. I think we need to come back along with some of this. That's going to be our phthalo green. Got a little bit of the white in there. Right up in here. Yes. Yep. I think we need to do this. Bring a few of these lights all the way up into here. That's going to make our darks look that much darker. I mean, aside from the fact that, well, I mean, it should be catching some light anyways. More this way. Yeah, just a little bit here and there. And we could go lighter with it, too. We could definitely go lighter with it. Let's see what this does. We just threw in some of our... Oh, my goodness, yes. That is definitely lighter. This is why we're not doing the stuff like working with white primer or what. This is why we're covering the whole thing at once, because we cannot get the context of stuff. Like right here, this cobalt blue stuff that happened everywhere, it doesn't happen if we just threw it on the face and just said, well, okay, we're just going to put it there. It started over here on these stupid mushrooms, and then it just kind of migrated everywhere. And then it became the one kind of missing link on the face there. And that's that whole idea of making sure that you're working on the whole thing at once. It also keeps you from overworking the oils, right? Because if you're working all over the place here, you have that many less chances of just kind of overworking one area. If you've ever done watercolors, you know what that means. Yeah, you know what overworking an area means if you've ever done watercolors. That's the bane of every watercolorist's existence, is overworking an area. And now we're gonna maybe go in here with, we've got our brand new white on this brush here. This is the other thing. when you put all of your brightest highlights into that one area that you have painted completely, now, there's really nowhere else to go after that. Here, we have saved the lightest highlights until now. It's been 5 hours 44 minutes in. We are just now getting to the brightest highlights. It's been all this time. And that means, let's see what that's doing on his face here. The little bit of highlights like this on the teeth, because we didn't burn up our brightest highlights all over this guy here. We just saved him for some key moments like here. Let me see. Seems you do a mini spacescape on the blue mushroom. No, we didn't, but we still got some spirals to do. Oh, you mean down here? Oh, well, we could. Did you want this one down here? I mean, I suppose we could. We can just do something like that. Yeah, let's do a little bit of a rock and ball type of thing here. Let's get more of a starry thing going on here. Let's just take some of that away. Lighten the area up around that, and then throw something there, and a couple more little starry things, and Egyptian violet now. Make some of that darker. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, well, we're going to be doing some spirally things there, too. We're just going to throw this down here just for the heck of it. I have to do some stuff on his feet there. I'm not really going to put more paint down there because obviously my hand keeps getting stuck onto that. Let's do some lighter stuff here for our mushroom. We got the one that's over there on his staff. Don't mind that the paint is mixing with what's already here. That's all good. And we'll get up there in a little bit too. But these guys, that worked out there. I want to do something here. Now that's going to maybe be a little bit too bright. But there should be some lines over here. I know I've got some paint sitting right over here. I'll just use that. We'll use ye old thumb palette here. I think we're all caught up. To the chat, I thought there was a whole bunch of more messages all of a sudden. Wow, look how much more red there is in that. Speaking of some, let's get that. We got a bit of a. We have some green vibes going on there. We're just going to try and get. I think I'm going to try and put a little more of this darker red. This is that quinacridone golden brown, which is, again, it's pretty much made from gold, or at least it better be for how much it costs. He's got quite the expression on his face there. Space shrooms. Space shrooms. Nah, that's going to be a little bit too tainted there. Get ourselves a little bit less tainted cobalt blue. That's still going to be that's a wild thing. Still can't believe. Cobalt blue rising from the dead. Literally. I'm gonna have to see if I even have a container of that. I might have. That might be in Kathy's painting area. I could be wrong, but I think that's where it is. Yeah, but this is where it kind of gets, say, the cobalt blue. When you start to mix it with something like white or an off-white, it does lose that translucency and intensity. I mean, it's only natural. You're mixing white with it, but I don't know because it looks neat here, but then maybe that's just because of what it's posed up against. I don't know. That's something we'll have to explore some more. Armored Wolf, there's a couple of different. There's the standard Golem, but then there's a Golem in some of the legendary legions. And there's some where you actually have to have Golem. And if I was going to be using the War of the Ring board game as kind of the AI for things, oh, you would definitely want to have a Golem. I think I have a Golem figure here. I don't know. I'll just have to look. I might have a Golem here. I know that there was the Ammon Hen. That was definitely the one that intrigued me the most. Now I like the the armored Galadriel, kind of the Dark Queen Galadriel. But that was another one I thought, I don't know, maybe I could sculpt that one. Maybe I could just sculpt that one myself. It looked again that one, and of course you got well, there's Celeborn, Haldir, and of course Ammon Hen has Lurtz, and it has Pointy Boromir. Rhapsody Studio says, I wish to be able to paint as long as you. Oh, geez, Rhapsody, we haven't even hit 6 hours yet. We haven't even hit six. All kidding aside, typically for me, painting sessions start at 10 hours and get worse from there. So there have been 20-hour painting sessions for sure on many occasions. And that is definitely not the easiest of things to do. Now, the longest Twitch session I think we did was I think we did a couple of 9-hour ones. But as far as just me painting, oh my goodness, that just kind of goes on and on and on. It would be nice if they didn't necessarily have to be, well, it'd be different. I was just painting my own stuff. That I don't mind. I don't mind painting my own stuff for 20 hours a day. Because at least we would get to pick and choose what that is. Now, what about the top part of his nose there? Yeah, I think his nose is big enough. I might just have to get me some shading on that. Well, something lighter on that anyways. So there's that Fanchon red. I don't know. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens. Yes, see that? I looked at this, that nostril's awful big. I might want to make that just a smidge lighter. That seems to have worked. So one of the things we've got to do then is we've got to start setting aside some funds for the War of the Ring. I've found the second edition version. Well, of course, it may not be available anymore on eBay, but I have found the second edition version. And then there's at least one of the expansions. The other one is okay, but there's one expansion I definitely have to get because it adds it adds the Dead of Dunharrow. It adds Corsairs. It adds tree Ents. It adds your Ents. And we're going to be sculpting Ents on the channel too. Well, Rhapsody Studios, the reason we call this also the exercise channel is that we talk about the specific exercises that I do and have been doing every day for 30 some odd years or so, just because of being hunched over and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I literally have specific exercises that are designed to sort of uncork everything after doing this stuff for way too long than any human should. The magnifier light, and this I only just a couple days ago realized that I can actually do this. So bigger, smaller. And this is only a 3 times diopter. This is a cheap one. That's just a cheap little magnifier light. You can get ones, well, depending on how much you want to spend, you can get ones that are 7 times, so more than twice the magnification power of what you just saw there. And it makes a difference with eye strain, I'll tell you that. There is no doubt about it. I've been using, even when I was doing 2D art, I was using a magnifier light. I was painting with watercolors. I was even using an airbrush with watercolors. And yes, I used a magnifier light. You would be amazed at the difference that's going to make. And again, that those specific kind of stretching exercises with the weights and everything that I do, they are specifically designed to kind of prevent that, the back straight or whatever. At least they'll alleviate it in some ways. Couple more of my lights there. Oh, we want to do some stuff over here on these fingers, didn't we? Yes, I think we did. Here, let's, what about there? I might just do that little crazy, talk about your cartoon glass. We'll just do that crazy, stupid little highlight thing where you just say, look, this is a glossy highlight here because we're using this. Oh, there you go. Indicates that's a glossy surface. Oh, you got the headband thing. Okay, yeah. For me, this is it's just a magnifier light because the light is in between me and the miniature. That is the critical part there. Now, the thing that I also got for myself, it was less than 100 hours. It was just a rowing machine. So there's also that. But one of these stretching exercises that I do is to strap about 20 pounds of weight on each leg. I've got an exercise mat, and I do about 440 leg presses with the 20-pound weights. And depending on the angle that my legs are at, it magnifies. So those 20-pound weights can literally be made into 100-pound weights, depending on how low my feet are to the ground. The higher I hold my feet, the less strain there is on me. So it's literally like an exercise machine, and all you need is an exercise mat and a couple of weights to strap around your legs. And you will be amazed at what that does for your back. See some brighter highlights on the hair. I also put 10-pound weights on each arm and run for 2-ish miles or something like that every day. There's that too. That kind of helps. It sure can't hurt. More highlight. Again, we're really trying to focus on his face. Why? Because, well, he's got the rainbow shrooms going on. So we want to make sure that his face has enough impact there. So I know we got Kathy, we got her the exercise bike because, well, with her family, they have all kinds of crazy things going on, their legs, their backs, all that kind of stuff. And something like a treadmill was just not practical. So we got her the exercise bike, and, well, we tried to talk her dad into getting one. Now I'm going to try and do that bright little highlight thing here. Let's see if we can do that. Yep, we just got a little hint of it right there. get a little bit of just a smidge of a highlight on his underside of the eye. Well, we need to do that over here, plus some of these guys. Some of those little, what would you call them, little crow's feet there. How's about some of this hair, maybe? Yeah, this one really, this one got way more colorful than I was expecting. I'm not expecting that. We'll do a couple more of these bright highlights on his hair. Now, these things here, we either got to go lighter with those or give them some more shadow. I'm going to go this way here. We'll just pop a couple of lights there, and we'll go back to our blending brush, like so. Then, maybe we kind of go an opposite way here. We'll go take some of that indigo. And let's see if we can't create a little bit of reflected light by adding dark instead of automatically adding light underneath here. See if we can do this. I'm not sure if it's going to work. It may not. If it doesn't, no big deal. All right, so I think we got a little bit of dark there. Now I'm going to go back in with this green. See if we can get that green to maybe reflect on these a little bit. So men do not have crow's feet, but they definitely have white hair. How's about just another little smidge of reflected light right there? See that? Yeah. There's nothing that will make something like these things look a little bit rounder, a little more three-dimensional than just that critical bit of reflected light. And it doesn't have to be like they're made out of metal or something like that. Just something. It certainly make those guys way more interesting now, especially since they're close to the face, which is kind of supposed to be your focal point of interest, right? Now we got this Egyptian violet over here. I'm thinking about trying to get some of these, speaking of his crow's feet here. There we go. All right. I need to do the same thing on this side. No. I think I actually did that with the purple matter over there. Achilles blade. The you can get now. Most of these are going to be from Dick Blick. Well, that's where I get all of them. You might be able to get some of these at Michael's, especially using the coupon, right? The 40% off coupon. But things like the Fanchon Red, things like the Egyptian Violet. These are all Williamsburg, by the way, and the interference colors. Those are some of the ones there. So you could just do a little search on Williamsburg paints, and maybe you can find for you a better deal than just doing Dick Blick. Although they do free shipping and they have sales all the time. I do believe that someone was able to score a whole bunch of stuff at Michael's recently, like Adam Michael's. Oh no, on the website. That's the thing I forgot to do. Oh well. But yeah, the Williamsburg interference paints, we've gotten those. I've been getting them from Dick Blick. Now, again, there might be other sources for those. Who knows? Maybe just directly from Williamsburg. Somehow I'm thinking that the price directly from Williamsburg won't be as good as something that I might get from, say, Dick Blick or using that 40% off Michael's coupon. Now, colors like the Terra Rosa and the Indigo, well, I mean, those are just those are more run-of-the-mill type colors. You could. I'm sure that the Gamlin version of those are fine too. I have the Winsor Newton version of them. Ooh, a little bit darker right there. A little bit of dark there. And again, depending on where you are in the world, Dick Blick doesn't exactly ship worldwide necessarily. But I have been able to find, well, obviously the starter sets on Amazon. But beyond the starter sets, the things like, again, the Fanchon Red, Quinacridone Golden Brown is going to be super expensive. I'm guessing that's probably a color you don't need to be investing in right off the bat. I never heard of it before. It just happened to be part of that one starter set. The Egyptian Violet, that's also going to be very expensive. You could go with something like a diazonine violet from from Gamlin or from Winsor Newton. That's going to be a cheaper option for you by a lot. And I know Stila, she uses a bunch of the, oh gosh, where the Holbein paints. I've tried those. I'm not as thrilled about those things. Now, I've only ever used two of them, and that is definitely not enough for a decisive sample size. I know some folks. There's just all kinds of different brands. I haven't used any Grumbacher oils. The last time I used Utrecht oils, I was in art school. I haven't tried the Rembrandts either. So there's going to be some paints where you'll just have to buy them yourself and kind of find out, because at this point I'm just going to, if I'm buying new paints, it's because it is something I don't have, instead of, well, I'm going to try cobalt blue in several different brands and see if there's a difference. We have gone past that stage now. Now something like asphaltum, just like the Williamsburg interference paints, only Gamlin makes asphaltum. No one else does. Oh, thanks, Brushcraft. Do I need to send you more funds for the book? I guess that's the other question that I had. I meant to send you a message. I'll try and shoot you some more if you need that for the shipping or something like that. But thank you so much for snagging that. Oh, Brushcraft, did you see what GW put in the made for order thing for Lord of the Rings? I'm sure all that stuff, despite the prices and everything else, I'm sure all that stuff sold out today. But they had stuff like the Ammon Hen set with Lurtz and pointy or sticky pincushion Boromir, and that the two hobbits being dragged away. Again, I was tempted, but when I saw you might have to wait 180 working days for it, I said, well, I could sculpt all of those in 90 days, or maybe less than that. So I said, no, I'm not gonna. No, you saw that? Yeah, you know what? I'm just. And I looked at that one and I said, well, that's not really the greatest figure either. And I thought, you know what? Because the arrows are so huge, I mean, they're gigantic. And I thought, you know what? I think I'd have more fun sculpting that myself. Aha. Oh, Paul, the other thing that I was thinking about sculpting, speaking of Galadriel and the mirror pool and all that, I got us, because that was another one that they had, was the Dark Queen Galadriel. So I think I gotta sculpt me that. If anything, that has to be one of the next things that I sculpt, because that would be very fun. Well, that and all of those orcs. Well, that's what we're doing, Numbskull. That's why we made Snuffles, the Great Beast of Golgoroth. That's why we did the Easterling Chieftain, the Easterling Troll Chieftain. First of all, A, it's fun. B, it's way cheaper. And by way cheaper, I mean way cheaper. And that great beast of Golgoroth, it turns out it's either a Forge World kit or it's fail cast. Now maybe I found out why nobody takes the great beast of Golgoroth. It may have nothing to do with the unit itself. It might just be that nobody wants to deal with fail cast. Now, Brushcraft, I guess the last time they did, what was it, a couple of weeks ago, they did one of these made to order things. It was all like sold out in minutes. But then, who knows, that might be a bunch of folks from the UK or something like that, where they might not have to wait 180 days for it. Again, I wish I could have done it, but then when I saw that 100, I'm like, no. I could be 2/3 of the way through whatever campaign I'm doing. That would not be helpful. Actually, the next thing I've got to get is, oh, it's all still available. Maybe people got scared off by that time frame. And I don't even know what got me to look at that. I don't even know what brought me to the time frame. I was like, wait, what? Now, of course, it may not be 180 days. It might only be 18 days. Who knows? Probably. Yeah, there Deuce has it. Save money, live better. Oh, the Book of Wapple. It saves. Sculpting Book of Wapple really saves. It saves lots. So I don't know if you had a chance to see. So the Great Beast of Golgoroth Snuffles right there. Yeah, I think I'm also going to grab me a cough drop here. 1 second. We'll just let Snuffles play right over there because we definitely need a cough drop here. And then we also have been starting our Easterling Chieftain, Armored Troll Chieftain. His name is Friedrich the Great because he's going to be painted in Prussian blue. Let's see. Now, Altered Man Art, do I actually have a... I thought I had something to drink in here. I guess it's all gone. Oh, no, it is. It's over there. Not sure how the heck it got over there. But we'll wait on that for just a second here because I'm going to get me... Let's see what this Barite Green can do. It's been a while since we played around with it. Let's do some of that right over here. Yes, I guess it's sort of opaque-ish. Kinda. Yeah, I guess it can be in certain situations. Maybe. Let's get some more of it over here. Let's just see what it does. See, the problem is when you thin this down, it really doesn't do much. It almost has to be... And every paint is different, right? Now here, we've thinned it down. This is that Barite Green. This is from Holbein over here. So Brushcraft... so all that stuff is still on there. Well, and I know they had a whole big countdown or whatever. Now, I don't know if that was a countdown to when it went, live where you could get it or something like that. But actually, I don't think people were actually necessarily super thrilled with the Dark Queen Galadriel figure. It's been so long since I've seen that darn thing. Or maybe that was the Necromancer. Let's do a bit more here. Oh, Brushcraft, I think I asked you, have you ever seen... she's always been hard to find. Now, I think I already asked you about the War of the Ring board game. If you've actually played that at all. And I think, well, the collector's version apparently, I saw somebody asking like $1,400 for that on eBay. We don't really need that. We just need, I guess, second edition and then at least one of the two expansions. I think that is, it's the one that's got the factions in it. 4 new factions for each side. Oh, Father Wind, thank you so much. Yeah, this was never supposed to be quite this colorful. That was not, and it got more colorful as it went along because we changed these to blue, and then we had to add blue other places, and then we ended up putting in his face. Because here's another one of these from, again, our imprintable terrain. It's, that's a little bit more of a subdued set of colors right there. I mean, even Woody Sawzalog here with this big old Champa. I mean, he had some bright colors on him, but he's like, dude, man, too much of the pipeweed, man. Let's see. Oh, thanks, Rhapsody Studios. I haven't played the board game, only the GW Mass Battles one. Let's see, Rhapsody Studios got the iridescent violet, green, and blue today. Oh, they had a sale on them? The one I don't have is red. The one I don't have on those is red. Thanks, Y2 Ace. Yeah, thanks, Father Wit. We actually, originally, they were all just red, and then they just kind of migrated to different colors. They just sort of migrated, and then when we did the blue, I brought out the cobalt blue, which I honestly had not used in months. Months and months, and then we wanted to get it everywhere else, and in using it everywhere else, we put it in his face, it started going to his arms and everything. Ooh, we haven't done this in a while. We have not done this in a while. So there's your film noir. So again, all the shading is still in place, but all the additional, look at that, those mushrooms look all exactly alike. I mean, yeah, some are a little bit lighter than others, but man, when that color comes back, look at what happens here. Man, it's insane to think how different that is. And even, well, then on the skin, too. And in his face with the crazy blue in there. I've never really painted those type of colors on a face before, so that's very fun. Gee whiz, I have to remember to do the Dick Blick thing. I have to try and get the red interference because we used all the other interference paints on this. We mixed them again with our Egyptian violet, the purple matter. You can see the blue color shift, then the green color shift in there. On the headdress there, you can really see the blue turns to green, turns to blue, back to purple and magenta. So yeah, that's all the color shifting goodness there. And they don't call them color shifting, obviously, they just call them the iridescent and interference. The iridescent is actually kind of nice for doing the true metallic metal. Here she is. So we use some of the iridescent blue on this one right here. They're iridescent pearl white, basically to kind of create a true metallic metal effect. Now, I think we got those lit up. Even though will stick my hand there some more. I'm just gonna get in here and we'll do some lights there. I haven't added any kind of light colors there in a while, so I think that would probably catch some light anyways. So let's do that here. Let's do, yes, we need to get some of these striations in here. And the nice thing is, I don't even have to worry about the stupid brush strokes because we have their brushstroke manager right here. Let's call in the management. And all of a sudden, those brushstrokes not quite so prominent anymore. Not quite so prominent anymore. Back to some of our lighter colors again. Let's hit this here. Couple of them right here. And here. Back to our blending brush. We always got that handy. We always have this handy. It really doesn't have to be just any one specific brush. It could be any old brush. It's just a brush that doesn't have paint in it, that has some soft bristles. That's really the big thing. As long as it has some soft bristles on it. Oh, let's see what we can do here with this little jug or whatever he's got here. It is in shadow, so not too much. Don't play around with that too much. My hand's got to keep going here, so there's really only so much we can do with this area here. Plus, I'll probably be doing some foliage there, just like we did on Woody Saws a Log here. We'll probably put some of the same Woodland Scenics foliage on here. And if you want to see pictures of Woody, he's up on Instagram now. Yeah, he is. And these are also hollow, by the way. They are not a solid resin. They are hollow. I did not print these, like I said before. These were printed for me because I don't have the large printing food just going on yet. It doesn't really work for me just yet. Maybe someday it will. I think I just need a new printer. Now, what's the size of your palette camera that you'll be using for the dice rolling? It's probably going to be, I'll get you the aspect ratio for that, Armored Wolf. It's pretty much going to have to be about the same as this right here. And I think it's about, it could be 5 by 8 or something like that. It's basically your sort of screen aspect ratio. I'll measure it. Actually, I'll make like a cardboard thing, and I'll measure it up, and then I'll send you the dimensions for it. But that's, I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 by 8 or whatever. I was just thinking, okay, do I just make one out of some pink foam or whatever, and then just throw some paint on it, or do I make it out of foam with the foam cutter and then throw some felt over the top of it so that the dice don't leave little impressions in there? I'm thinking, yeah, definitely, probably. I'm just thinking, what colors is, or just darker. I think darker because I'm looking at the Lord of the Rings dice. They tend to be either middle tone or lighter as far as the dice go. That is, boy, that is some of the stuff that I desperately have to set up this coming week. Man, there's going to be no sleep. Well, it's not like we sleep on anyway during a regular week, but this week especially, oh my goodness, it's going to be a rough one. Now, where's that cadmium? There it is. It's a cadmium green light here. Doing a couple of those mushrooms. Ooh, blending brush time. Yes. Those dots, we don't want those edges to be too hard, especially on some of these guys here. Aha, look at that, see? That paint, if I had done that hours ago, that paint would have moved all over the place. Here, it just makes a little bit of an impression. Patience, don't be hasty. Because we don't want these edges to be too sharp there. All it does is just, it roughens them up a little bit. That's a word. In my dictionary, that's a word. In Wappleville, roughing them up, that's a word. You can say that. Can you? I think you can see the difference. Maybe it doesn't really show up a lot that different, but there's a difference. There is a big difference. Okay, back to our blending brush here, which now has some of that red on there. Which I'll just let that migrate over here to his hands. Yeah. Alright, these guys here, I'm going to see if I can't get some of the brighter pink on the edges of those. Fanchon, red. into our white here. Roughen them up. That is a word. Yes, look that up. That's in the dictionary. The Book of Wapple dictionary. It's a special supplement to the regular Book of Wapple. It's just filled it, or it's a. I know. Instead of a thesaurus, it's just called Wapple's Words. That's all it is. That's all it's called is Wapple's Words, and it has all the words that we use here. Ooh, so some of those nifty lines. I mean, I've got the purple and stuff down here, but I'm going to let's see if I can actually mess around a little bit of this cobalt violet. Or, yeah, almost. I just called it cobalt violet. I've deceived myself. Just a few of these here. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We've done all that up here. We have not brought the cobalt violet or cobalt. There, I just did it again. Just did that again. I just need something here. We'll get some of that junk out of it, and then we'll hit some. We forgot totally this one area with our little cobalt blue wash there, glazes. Yeah, somehow we forgot that. Let's get that taken care of right here. Boom. Yeah, somehow that never got down there. So a Wapalorus. That is one of the greatest species of dinosaurs ever. Is that what the great beast of Golgoroth is? Snuffles the Wapalorus. I knew something was missing down here. Sometimes it takes me a while to catch on. I mean, we did all this blue stuff up here. How in the world did we not do that down here? Well, now it's been rectified. I'll catch you later, Bill. Hopefully see you Monday. And I hope you can have yourself a nice restful sleep tonight and be all geared up for a big Sunday. And good luck with all the stuff that you got going on. More blue around here too. Again, that's our cobalt blue. Boy, the crazy difference that makes. Now, I'm telling you, some colors just work better as a glaze, and the cobalt blue might just be one of those. I mean, we got staining colors. Maybe we have to add yet another category of glazing colors. Well, it's not like blazing saddles. It's glazing colors. Umber. It's blue is like it's the umber of blues. Cobalt blue is the burnt umber of blues. Let's see. Is that the... Yeah, Brushcraft. This is the last of the RM printable terrain here. So this is the second one that we did. This is Rocky. And I think you saw this one. I know you got to see the original Woody Saws a Log, right? So these are the three trolls there. This one, Rocky, and of course this guy right here. So yeah, this crazy. Oh my gosh, we got to do it over here now. So that's just not sure why that's there, but it's just there now. And boy, this cobalt blue acid glaze is just crazy. So you did see Rocky and the one with the axe. Okay, that's good. Yeah, this is the third one. Now there is an Etten that his heads are like half the size of this guy. That's just his heads. So you think these are big? The Etten literally is too big for me to try and stream, so I will be trying to do him in a painting video of some kind. It could be multi-episodes long. In fact, I'm thinking it's going to be multi-episodes long. So you say, people say you can't glaze oils over wet oils. Well, we just did. We just did that. Now, originally I thought I could use these for Lord of the Rings, but obviously they would have to be printed at about half the size they are right here. It would still be pretty fun, especially Rocky, I think. Could be very interesting. Oh, look at that. We actually have more contrast now with the fur there than we did before. Speaking of some contrast, and again, this is all very much a glaze right here. Look at that. Look how thin that is. But remember, with the oils, you can only thin them. You can't dilute them. That is why the cobalt blue had such an impact here. It's thinned. It is no less intense of a color having been thin. That's the difference between the oil glazes. Well, many differences between the oil glazes and, say, the acrylic style, but that is certainly one of them. That's going to be a big difference between the two. I'm going to see if I can't find some lighter red. I think I got it over here. Yes, we do. Now, there's some other stuff that they've been doing. He's been trying to do some Lord of the Rings thing. We got a little bit of a fountain guard right here. Is it Diwali Games or something like that does a whole bunch of Lord of the Rings things, and I haven't been able to get on that one just to snag those. So we're just kind of doing our little sort of pinwheel galaxy right here. Maybe we'll hit this one just a smidge. Again, I'm going to keep sticking my hand on this, so I'm not going to get too involved in doing too much over here, because there's a real good chance I'll just stick my finger in that and wipe away most of that stuff anyways. Back to Mr. Fanchon Red here. No FF. That's definitely one way to do. You would mix, you get your, say, a orange and your blue together. The yellow and the purple kind of made that brown. The red and the green, going to do that too. But it's I think what happens to a lot of people, they're looking to do glazes with the oils, and they think because the oil paint has been thin that it's going to just not cover. And this is the best example right here. All that, the lightest colors on those skulls is probably 95% thinner, and the rest is just cadmium yellow light and the brilliant yellow pale. So that's the interesting thing about the oils for sure. I'm going to go in with Isengard. I've been trying to think of what I would play a lot, and last year didn't help at all. Well, let's see. Now, is my Isengard list is actually done lendings. That's my thing, because what was it, Folgi or something like that they called that they called Rohan the Dunlendings, because they hated him so much, because Gondor just kind of took away their lands and said, "Yo, horse dudes, here you go." I've never really been super thrilled about the Uruk-hai and just the big old blocks of spearmen and stuff. Now, have you thought about the demolition team? Because that's wild and crazy, the demolition team. And then, of course, I love having Saruman and Grima together. The Uruk-hai scouts. Well, then, now I know why you want the Ammon Hen for sure. Yeah, it's the demolition team, and I guess some people use them for character assassination, so to speak. Oh, we got our bright green there. What about this? We haven't done anything here since our initial. Yeah, let's. I want to actually play around maybe with some of my cobalt here. Let's see what happens with that. Back here. Okay, so that's blending a little bit. Blends a little bit there. Boom. Now let's get some darks here. That's indigo-ish, maybe. A little phthalo with the indigo. Yeah, I haven't read the rules on that at all. Actually, the other thing that there's the little there's the bat swarms. Although I think the bat swarms are more of a Moria type of thing. But I swear there's an Isengard thing that oh, it's the crows. That's it. I think it's the crows. Hey Suga, how are you doing? Yeah, Suga, this one is way, way brighter and more intense than all the other ones. Well, by several factors, really. Now, just look at the last one here. Oh my goodness, that is hilarious. Like, dude, you're hanging around with the old guy too much. I'm telling you, you can't hang around with him anymore. He's a bad influence. So Suga, how are you doing? Thanks so much for joining us here. You know, that could stand to be darker. I mean, we got dark colors out here. We've got our indigo. And there we go. Just something a little bit light now. What about on the cheek here? Do I want to do some reflected light? Maybe not yet. Maybe not yet. Don't have to commit to that right now. That's for sure. So Suga, I hope that you're doing well and that you're having yourself a decent weekend. And what is it? 6 hours, 36 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. It just had primer. I think these have been averaging, what would you say, 6 to 8 hours a piece or so, literally from start to finish, from zero paint, just primer, to the end point. Mini Grinders Tour is a fan of all the colors. And I think we actually pretty much worked them all onto this. and no one, again, is more surprised than all of the cobalt discoveries than me. Boy, poor Steela was not here to see that because she's been asking me about other blues. Suga's getting motivated to be working on some other trolls. Let's see, oh gosh, what was the one troll that we did with all the fungus stuff on it? Where is that? That's one of the artisan guilds. Gosh, can I even find that one? Where are you, the artisan guild? Oh, let's see, is that, nope, that's not him. Nope, no, I don't, I thought I had a photo of him. I guess not. I guess not. We'll have to get a photo of him. He's in the Artisan Guild Troll. He was one of the first things that we painted on the Twitch channel way back in the day. I'm pretty sure the painting video on him is on the YouTube channel now, though. And we did actually put we took the sculpting of Gambling, sorry. I keep thinking of the paint. So with the sculpting video for Gambling, he is on the YouTube channel now. He's the newest video. We just broke that out because that was just a couple hours. And this is what we were painting last night. So we finished off the last of our 3 Easterling heroes that we sculpted. So this is our Amder Master of Blades. No fail cast there. That's just a regular Easterling cataphract, which has been converted in a very cheeky way with lots of extra sculpting, just like the Dragon Knight. So our Easterlings, they are now pretty much 100% ready to roll. Yes, indeed. But I'm definitely, and then, and then of course, sculpting stuff like our snuffles. There's snuffles. So every Thursday we do our sculpting streams here, and now we're going to start sculpting stuff from scratch, whereas most of the stuff that we've been doing has been conversions like so, just trying to make ourselves a little bit more playable Imrahil, because as much as I love my old metal one here, that's not super practical for playing, again, being metal. So we sort of changed that around a little bit. Now, I haven't done much up here in a while. Do we try to find some darker greens? We just happen to have that over here. That's a little bit of our umber mixed with the green. And we're just going to find ourselves some darks here. We got texture. Do something with that. I didn't really want to make anything lighter here. See how we're making everything lighter by making the things around it darker? Yes, you can do that. You make everything else lighter by making things darker. When in doubt, make it darker. I think the first instinct is to always just go bombing in some more highlights. Sometimes that's the last thing that you need to do. Sometimes what you really do need to do is just go back in there with some darker colors. You'd be amazed at what that does. And we've talked about this several times already. That is the reason why we don't use the really dark primers or the really light primers. Because next to all that stuff, every color is going to appear too light or too dark. Going to try and solidify those nails. Now, speaking of some darks, how's about we throw some darks on this thing? And we're just going to take our umber here. And this is the reason why we don't have sap green, because I'm convinced that umber and phthalo green just basically make sap green. Oh, geez, Brushcraft, did you hear? I think, was this last night's stream? I think this was last night's stream. And someone was joking around and said, well, when are you going to start doing Bob Ross style paintings and such? And I just thought, well, wait a minute. We have to paint Middle Earth Bob Ross style. So it's not just enough to paint Middle Earth landscapes and oils, but we paint them Bob Ross style. So we don't paint Minas Tirith in the more realistic style. We do it as if Bob Ross was walking around Middle Earth, painting Orthanc and Fangorn and Misty Mountains and all that kind of stuff, and the Lonely Mountain. That would be kind of funny. And we could just crank out a bunch of them, right? We just crank out a whole bunch of Bob Ross Middle Earth landscapes. In oils, of course. Actually, all kidding aside, I'm going to have to use oils to paint my backdrops, right? For my painted backdrops for the Lord of the Ring games. Because, yeah, I got that sky, that blue sky sort of a thing, that painted backdrop, but we need to have like a real painted backdrop, as in like Minas Tirith in the backdrop, or something, whatever in the backdrop. We got to do that. We have got to do stuff like Asclepius in the backdrop, paint the rest of Asclepius and just have some of the ruins up close. Oh, that happy little cloud. So what we were talking about here, let me see. I think I can just find it with my regular terrain picks here. This should show you what we're talking about. There you go. So see the painted backdrop right there? That's what I have right now. But what I want to do is make several different versions of the painted backdrop. It's actually two giant pieces. I think I've got 11 feet of paint. No, I've got like 14 feet of painted backdrop. One section is about 6.5 feet long, and the other one is about 5.5 feet long. And then, of course, for the dead marshes, you got to have You got to have Mordor in the distance, right? And of course, if we're going to be playing around Minas Morgul, you have to have Minas Morgul in the distance, for sure. Where's Mr. Blending Brush here? There you are. So I'm looking at our little globes here and just going to use the blending brush to soften that. I couldn't do that all at once. Now we've softened yet another edge right there on our little globes, whatever those might be. I have no idea what those are supposed to be at all. Do we need some more light? Right, I'm just gonna look at. Yeah, maybe we do. Maybe we could. Or no, new. Darken. We're going to just take something that's darker here. Yes, when in doubt, add some darks. The first response is always more highlights, but sometimes you gotta go to the dark side. Don't know if that has to be in the Book of Wobble, but oh no, I don't know. If I have to keep saying it over and over again, it might just have to go in there. All kidding aside, the reason why I would do them in oils is because those painted backdrops that you saw were done with made out of cardboard. Because we have tons of massive giant sheets of cardboard here from stuff that was sent to us, and I save practically every scrap of large cardboard that comes this way. So
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
thank you so much, C Slow or C as low. Thank you so much for that follow. Gandalf appreciates it too. Oh, see again, darks here. That's a quinacridone golden brown. But the problem is if I just paint with, well, regular acrylic paints, guess what's going to happen to all that cardboard? That's going to just roll up like a paper towel. So we don't want that. So that means we got to take a different approach, and something like oil that has no water in it might just be the trick. And we could do all kinds of fun blendy things. Yes. So the painted backdrops might end up being oil paintings. They would be the most elaborate painted backdrops ever. I mean, that would, but that could be very fun. I don't really know just how practical that would be to try and make any kind of a video of, but I don't know, maybe I could try making videos on sections of it or something, especially the sections that are just, okay, here's the part where we're painting Minas Morgul. Alright, so I'm glad we added the darks in there because I don't think I wanted to go any lighter with highlights there. The oils are very good at getting shadow. Well, they're good at getting lights too. But we got paint miniatures. Welcome back, paint miniatures. How you doing? But I don't know if were you here when we started doing all the cobalt blue stuff? We've made a major discovery, well, a rediscovery here. We decided to change these to, and the cerulean blue just wasn't doing it. And I said, what the heck? I was looking for phthalo blue. I couldn't find it. So, but I found cobalt blue, and I put some of the cobalt blue as a glaze over this, and it just went everywhere. It went on his face there. It went absolutely everywhere on this guy. It was like a cobalt mudslide or something like that. It just went everywhere. Went absolutely everywhere, and that means now we're going to have to try some other things with it.
Who enters my domain?
Hey, speaking of a return, we got Wicked Mini Painting. Wicked Mini Painting is back. Thank you so much for that raid. And how you doing? How was your stream? I hope that went well. And I hope you were able to get some stuff done, but still have some fun. Ooh, there you go. Get stuff done, but still have some fun. Hopefully both of those things happen. And folks, be sure to give Wicked Mini Painting a follow as always. As always, we were able to get Big Jim Slade and Wicked Elf Studios up to some landmarks and follows. They were just a handful away, and we were able to do some hype trains for them, which was very fun. That was the first non-Wampleville hype trains that we've ever had here. That was very cool. How's about getting some more lights down here? So we are working in oils, by the way, for the new folks here. I feel like they're related. Oh, Wicked Elf is still around. And Wicked Elf, yes, ye of the newly minted milestone. Wicked Mini Painting has been finishing the last Necron for a 2,000 point army. Well, they salute you, we salute you. Dude, want some mushrooms? He's like, man, that old guy, I'm telling you, stop hanging around with him. He's a bad influence. He is a bad influence. Let's just say that these two have been sparking ganja together. It's like, yeah, man, ganja. Now, do we want to do anything down here on these rocks? Can we even see what's going on? I might just cover those entirely as much as I can with, with some foliage, to say the least. Oh, Wicked Elf might have a new product. And folks, be sure to check out Wicked Elf. There is a discount code. You want to buy those vellum plants. Vellum plants, oh, like these guys. Vellum plants. I think we have vellum plants. Do we have some over here too? Are there vellum plants on this one? Not on that one, but there are on this one here. Yeah, some really, see the tiny little ferns right there? On this guy? Yeah. And there's your discount code, and we just actually put up a new video on the YouTube channel. Well, we made it public now on how to use. You want to know how to use those Wicked Elf vellum plants? There's a video on the YouTube channel showing you how to do that. How to paint them, how to get them attached to the base. Lots of fun stuff. I've been listening away and designing. Ah, okay. Then Wicked Elf must have designed the mirror pool of Galadriel in vellum. And also Blackguard of Barad-dûr shields in vellum. Damsco says, the love of the halfling's leaf has clearly slowed your mind. He says, no, man, it's great. Yeah. That old dude makes like ships out of the smoke, man. It's so cool. I think you would definitely need some origami lessons for sure. Yes, I don't. Something tells me that that vellum armies are a long ways away. Although I'm sure there's probably somebody who is good enough at origami to be able to do something like that. To be able to have vellum armies. Oh, that would be hilarious. Now I want to go in here. I'm going to do some more glazy things here. This is our umber. This is our ivory black. We're going to go with this together. Why? Because didn't we just say that umber is kind of a good old glazing color? Which apparently so is cobalt blue. Alright, so we'll throw you out there. We'll find our blending brush again somewhere, wherever he's at. This is the sweet thing about doing these here glazes is that, look at that, we can just take the edge of that glaze, spread that around. You can't do that with acrylic. You do something like that with acrylics, you got yourself a guaranteed watermark. And not the kind of watermark that's that you want people to see. It'll be the watermark of shame, not the watermark of fame that has your your ID on it, that's for sure. Alright, up here now. I think we could use some more darks up there too. Why not? But Grey Wolf insists on a new chapter for the Book of Wobble. Respect the Cobalt. Respect the Lords of Cobalt. Oh my goodness. Lords of Cobalt, protect us from lack of colors in our blue tones. That's so we have an incantation. Does an incantation get added to the Book of Wapple? Now, of course, is that just something they only say on Geminon, though, or whatever? Because wasn't what they were the that was your priest planet right there, right? Geminon. They were all the priestly folks. Back to a little bit of our that's our Van Dyke Brown there. But now, of course, Cobalt Violet. That's more like oh that's the split. See, Cobalt Blue is the good Lord of and the Cobalt Violet is definitely one of the demon gods. That's for sure. Stay away from the Cobalt Violet. It will lead you astray. But pay heed to the Cobalt Blue. You know what? I might do a little bit of the. Gosh, do I still have some? Yes, I still have some of the wonderful purple matter over here. That is a very interesting color to say the least. Haven't even been able to identify what it is. It really is more of a red than a purple. Yet they call it purple matter. I don't know why. Who knows? Well, I know that the flower that it's made from, I do believe it actually is called like madder. I think that is the flower itself, but again, I'm not super sure on these things. I'd have to do some research. The priest of the temples of Syrinx in 2112. But yes, may the lords of Cobalt protect you, but don't be deceived by Cobalt Violet. I don't know, that just might have to be. It does warn you about Cobalt Violet, right? The evil mysteries of Cobalt Violet, to stay away from those. I'm gonna go back here to our one of our homemade raw siennas, because we only made homemade raw sienna like 3 different ways here. It's only one of the most common paint colors ever, yet we just keep making our own. Why that happens, don't ask me. But we'll work at this, some lights over here and maybe some over here and the underside of some shrooms before we come back in with a blending brush here. Like so, and just do something like this and tone those down. And this one, you can see all those nasty brush strokes. Wait a minute. What nasty brush strokes? Brush strokes where? Not there. Back over here to the homemade raw sienna. We sure as heck don't want that to get too light. I mean, this is supposed to be a shadow area after all. Like that. Here we are. Alright, we'll go back around this way. Looks like we have a whole bunch of fun different colors happening on this big old staff here. I mean, it is a good, like, 8.5 inches tall. Something like that, so we might as well add some interest to it. Might as well keep things interesting while we're at it here. Alright, now this is gonna, we'll swing back over here to our cadmium yellow. Cadmium yellow light, along with whatever random stuff happens to be on the brush. I'm going to try and pop a couple more lights over here. We're, again, not going to mess around with this stuff because my fingers are just going to hit that and, well, there's no point to it. Speaking of points, we're going to grab this very soft point here and we will tone that stuff down. You can see there's a little bit of our stippling texture that's left, not too much of it wiped away. Manny Grinder Studio says there's just not enough cobalt respect. It's the darndest thing. Wow. So, yeah, cobalt blue. He's heard so much the banging all over the cobalt violet. He says, yeah, really? Here, I'll show you some cobalt. And cobalt blue just took charge. He says, I'm going to take charge of this minute. You think Prussian blue is all that, huh? Yeah, I'll show you Prussian blue. And that's your cobalt, man. Look at what it just did. It's trying to forcefully reclaim a spot on the palette wars. Palette wars, that's what we got going on. Palette wars. Could be lots of casualties in a palette war. Oh, so that's it. Cobalt violet is the god of the underworld, and cobalt blue is the god of light. So is that kind of like a, let's see, you got Ra versus your gods of the underworld, right? Not Horus. Or is Horus the god of the underworld? Well, maybe. Then what does that mean? What is Egyptian violet then? Yes, it does not work on the mini. It's the darndest thing, I'm telling you. I tried everything. We even tried doing the same stupid glazing thing that we did here with the cobalt blue. It didn't work. Didn't do anything. Anubis, thanks, Armin. Well, oh, actually, for February, what is the one? Ah, God, a Titan Forge Studio. I guess they have a big old Armored Wolf. Check out the Titan Forge Studio stuff, what they're doing for February. Speaking of Anubis. Take a little look-see at that. If I can get that stupid printer to work or get a new printer and get that stupid one to work, then maybe we could have some of those on the channel here too. And of course, maybe the printers would cooperate if I didn't just give them the first name of stupid. Maybe they would cooperate more. Stig wants to see what this crazy guy looks like in film noir. Let's noir this up. We're gonna wipe out. Oh, look at this. This is the only way to wipe out cobalt blue. Even cobalt blue has been extinguished. So all the crazy colors on all the shrooms there, and all of the wild blues and purples and everything else, all that stuff wiped away, but we still have our values, right? We still have values. Which, like, I feel so old. I feel like there should be old-timey music. There should be like pianos playing and a train. Like, I don't know. Boom, that. There you go. Black and white. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Couldn't resist that. So let's bring back our color here and watch as it comes back. Oh wait, let's take a stop at acrylics. There's your acrylic version right there. But we're not painting in acrylics, we're painting in oils. Bang, look at that. So he definitely became brighter colors than was originally expected. I did not anticipate the bright colors here, but I don't know. I'm just sort of glad it worked out that way. Again, not the intention. It just worked out that way. I'm not. I kind of maybe in the back of my mind thought, well, let's see if we can do some fun colors on it. But oh my goodness, wasn't quite expecting this. I'm gonna see if I can't get to that the top furrows here on his brow just a little bit more. I was almost thinking of doing some spots here at his like some kind of weird blue H spots or something like that. But I think we'll take a pass on that. Maybe bring out his ear just a shade more, and something's gonna happen on these little globules back here. My first instinct's going to be to make them darker. When in doubt, make them darker. And I think that's just what we needed. Oh yeah, there we go. That already adds a ton of shading. And just like we created our little dark line here, right, for the reflected light, we're doing the same thing back here. Now, of course, it's a little bit trickier to get the brush back there, but this is that other hidden advantage of the oils here. It's the hidden advantage of the oils.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Is that we can do literally some blind blending as we welcome in Ben Slayton. Thank you so much for that follow. Gandalf and his big buddy here have been oh,
Enters my domain.
oh, thank you so much for the raid too. That's a that's a series of events right there. So thank you so much for the follow
Hello,
and the
little
raid.
hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you, Son of Wow. Thank you very much. That is much appreciated. Oh, Green Boy and Velociraptor.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you very much, Go Berserker, for the follow. So we are painting the third and final massive troll from RM Printable Terrain. Thank you so much, Sun Love. So Ben Slayton, how are you doing? Thank you so much and happy Sunday. This was the first one. All of these were painted on stream. You can go back and watch these. We do have the pictures of Woody Sawzalog here and his big chopper. That is on the Instagrams. So this, again, kind of gives you an idea how big these are, right? So Rider of the Dead. Next to, yeah, he's big. He's very, very big. And we've been using our oil paints to work. We do a lot of oil painting here. So we take your regular oil paints, artist oil colors in a tube. We thin those down. We put them in a container here. So it's very much like the consistency of miniature paint. That's what you see on the palette over here. Now we don't just paint the big guys. Here we also paint some smaller things. This was last night's painting session here. You can go back and watch this one too. They're all saved as highlights. So this was the last of our converted Easterling heroes right here. This is our war priest for the Eastern. We did all the freehand, everything in oils. So when this started 7 hours and 7 minutes ago, it just had primer on it. It was just primer. All of this has been done in the last 7 hours
Hello,
and
little
7
hobbits.
minutes.
Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Foxalot. Foxalotto, thank you so much. And we'll give you a quick little Gandalf here. This is fast Gandalf. He says, fly, you fools. This also painted in oils. And the nice thing here is like the green that you
Hello,
see
little
there.
hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Kim Marie. Gandalf says thank you too. There was no green. That was no green. That was actually ivory black mixed with our cadmium yellow light and cadmium yellow deep to create that green. So we do a lot of mixing here. That is the point of the oils, is to let you be able to mix. At the start of this, all of these were red, and we changed our mind and we completely changed the colors on a lot of these. They were literally just like that color red, and they have been shifted around. Also, what helps is our makeup sponges. So what we'll do is we'll throw dark glazes or just some darker oils over the top, various tones. It's always different depending on the miniature, and it looks a little bit like this at the start. And then as we add our lighter tones and our middle tones, then it starts to look a little bit more like so. Oh, thanks, Ben Slayton. Yes, now of course the miniature that you choose can really make that initial dive easier too. So just something that's got a lot of those broad open areas, uh, larger details sometimes for your first oil painting type stuff. Now, yeah. So would it would you have some kind of a Lord of the Rings figure in mind maybe for your first oil painting, or do you have a whole bunch of figures that need to be done? And maybe eyeing the oils on a way to get a couple of those Lord of the Rings armies out of the way, because we've certainly done that here. We also do some sculpting here as well. Our Thursday streams, we sculpt. But let's find out, too. We need to know... Oh, hey, Molman Plays. Thanks for joining us, too. So, Ben, now did you... oh, you've just finished Army of the Dead Heralds and the King. Oh, Ben, you gotta send me... you gotta send me a picture. You gotta send me a picture of those. Because we painted up our Herald and the Heralds here on stream, so it'd be really cool to see what yours look like. Those were painted with the oils. I just absolutely love working with the oils. So Sun Love Wow, we do a lot of conversions here with green stuff. And here is another one of our Army of the Dead. So we'll take our regular just Riders of Rohan, this, that, and the other, and we will convert these with green stuff. So let's show you these guys right here, since we're especially backed away like this. So these were just regular old Riders of Rohan, and we snipped off their heads, we snipped off their bows, all that kind of stuff. And then we took, this was our very first sculpting stream that we did here, and you can get a little look-see at what these guys looked like before they had any paint on them. There you go. And we've done our Easterlings, we've done some Candace chariots, we have also done, let's say, the Army of the Dead or Riders of the Dead. Now, what we are doing is we're doing some scratch sculpting. So the Great Beast of Golgoroth here, this was sculpted entirely from scratch. It started out life as a tinfoil and Sculpey armature, and then we have added to it. We did this in 2 sculpting sessions on Thursday right here. Love the epoxy sculpt. It is really hard, doesn't shatter, but you can also carve it and sand it. That's really fun. And then, of course, now we are working on our Troll Chieftain for our Easterling army, giving him Easterling armor that looks a little bit more like this right here. So giving him the helmet, giving him the scale mail armor like that. And we do those on Thursdays. And we've done a whole bunch. Oh, this is another one right here. Where's our gambling? Yeah. This one right here, we put a different head on him. We gave him a cloak. We gave him a flag. We gave him some extra armor for his gauntlets right here. So this is, again, the sculpting stream of this. That went up on the YouTube channel. I kind of cut it down to a couple hours. So you can go check that one out. But let's do some stuff on his foot here. I'm thinking some darker colors first. Let's get some darks down in here. Well, let's respect the umber here, maybe, as well. Well, thanks, Ben. I can't wait to see those. It's just, and we're getting so close to being able to film those battle reports. We get closer and closer. Hopefully, by the end of this week, we're at least doing some test films. It's going to take a ton of work. But yeah, Ben, that's did you go with the kind of the glowy look with also the kind of corrosion too? So Ben, you can either hit me send me a Facebook message, or you can just send me a message on Instagram. That seems to be working well for folks. And I'm just Wapelius on Instagram. There. and some more of these darks. Now you say, well, that's a bunch of lines right there. Well, it's the beauty of the oils because we're going to take just this little soft blending brush here. The lines aren't going away, but as you can see, those get toned down, don't they? Yeah, toned down a little bit. Ooh, okay, and folks, be sure to give Ben a follow there. Be sure to give Ben a follow. Now, I don't know if I think you've heard all about how we want to use the War of the Ring as sort of an AI, basically, or a random event generator, so that it's less of like, oh, yeah, great, we got 500 points of this and 500 points of that, and look, we've seen these armies. Oh, look, Theoden's leading Rohan again. What I want to do is basically have it where maybe you have no named heroes at all because they're somewhere else and there's no teleportation devices. So if they are too far away, too many hexes or whatever, they cannot participate. They are not in that battle. Also, not necessarily matched play. It could be 600 points versus 400 points. But then the army has maybe the ability to retreat or go into siege. So that all of a sudden now being outnumbered, not such a bad thing. No problem there, Ben. No problem. Again, again, thinking about, first we did the darks, right? When in doubt, add darks. We had the darks right there. That really helped, made a difference straight away. And I'm looking over here at our little globe things on the back of them here. A little bit rough there, so I'm going to, again, take that brush here, again, just to blend some of this stuff out. Do we want to get to, no, I might just actually throw some kind of mossy texture in there too. So we could be adding some more, just like we did with Woody here. So what we did to him is, I don't know if you can see it, but there's grass tufts actually stuck to his arms there. See, some more of the tree foliage also stuck to his body. So plenty of that. Oh, thanks, Dish. I appreciate that. Now, what does also help too, and we were showing this earlier, the magnifier light here, so you can see the difference in size. All of a sudden, he is literally 3 times bigger. That makes a big difference. Now, I don't have my light on because that would just burn out all the camera and everything. It saves eye strain, but when things are 3 times bigger, then they literally act, and as big as he is, you make him 3 times bigger. That's very helpful. And I've got one that's a 5 times magnifier, and I even have one that's a 7 times magnifier. And they, seriously, all kidding aside, they really do a wonder for eye strain. And what might look a little bit haphazard at 7 times, when you see it at just regular size, you say, wow, okay, I guess that's way smoother and cleaner than I thought. And they don't have to be expensive either. This magnifier light is just, wow. I think it's $39 or something like that on Amazon. Now, some of the nicer, newer ones also have lights that can be dimmed, so they're not super bright. I think my 5 times one can be set to different levels. I guess even different color temperatures. And they do not have to be expensive. I'm sure any kind of office supply store probably has those too. Yeah, well, we have more Rohan over here. We paint some busts as well. Very combustible. And I want to do some sculpting of some busts and just some faces and such. And we do a lot of our. I don't play Warcry. We don't play 40K. Used to back in the day, but we do a lot of freehanding on the bases and such. And oh yeah, that's right. That's right. We used to just show these things together like this. There was a reason why those were next to each other. So the basing on this is all exactly the same. It's a piece of baked Sculpey clay on top of cork. But painted 3 different ways, you get 3 very different themes. Basing, you can make any miniature look like a miniature diorama and still be playable. Still be completely playable. Now what I might just do here, I'm going to actually take this crazy cobalt blue, mix it with a little bit of the black there, and we'll just make ourselves a bit of a bluish gray here. This is normally something I would do with indigo, but we're in full-on experimentation mode, right? So let's do full-on experimentation, like so. Now that we want to have more of a greenish look too, so we'll do a little bit of a glaze on that. So there's our umber and our green. That's a little bit on the thinner side, so now we'll just leave that. Pop in a little bit of our green down here too. Come back with something that's a little lighter. Also, it's got a little bit of that pinkish color that's working its way into our gray there. So dish 7 hours and 20 minutes ago. This big guy was primer. So 7 hours, 20 minutes, 53 seconds ago, he had 0 paint on him. We did our usual pre-glaze. It's not just always darker colors, but usually darker colors. We wipe some of those away. Kind of creates a bit of a color zenithal. So you sort of end up with something along the lines of this, which then you start to add your midtones and your lights, and then it becomes something a little bit more like this right here. And that is the beauty of the oil paints. And all of these are painted on stream, so you can go back and watch this one from last week. I think we did this one about 7.5 hours, 7 hours-ish, right? And I think Woody was also somewhere between 6 and 7 hours, something like that. You can go back, watch things like the Witch King and the Chimera and some of the other stuff that we painted. It makes painting big guys a whole lot easier. Now let's get my finger out of the way here. Let's work on some of these rocks that are a little bit deeper, where hopefully we are not going to be shoving our big old fingers into them. It's also going to help me gauge a little bit of extra contrasts here. And again, we have gone nowhere near anything that is light. Now we're starting to wander a little bit towards stuff that is light-ish. Like so. And then we're going to get back into some glaze mode here. Let's get back into glaze mode. A little bit of our Van Dyke brown can't hurt, and some of that umber. And this is not like a traditional acrylic glaze. It's very much not that. You see how we're just kind of touching it here? And see how that kind of works its way around? We're just touching it to the figure. That's all we're doing. We're just touching it there. And yes, that is over wet oil paints. So it didn't take long to establish a whole bunch of values and colors right there. Now, did it? Not at all. So we've painted a whole bunch of bigger things here. We've got, well, we painted this up on, we painted 2 of these, 2 different versions of these up on stream. That makes this thing look small. And this makes all of these things look small, because that weighed almost 20 pounds. That was a solid resin bust, half the size of a human head. Now we also some of those Sisters of Battle that we were talking about there. We also have, well, we do a lot of, these are some of my painting tutorial videos right here. So this is part of the Patreon page. We painted these guys up on stream, the owlbear family, of course. And, well, we do terrain. We love our terrain. And this is also from our imprintable terrain. Boats. Yes, it's all here. Let's get down. Hey, Cowboy Dragon, how you doing? So there's our Easterling army. Again, on that terrain. We also have been doing some stuff with our Aussie arcs. We painted these guys up on stream too, all in oils. Some dragons, again, in oils. These are for Song of Ice and Fire here. Here is the Chimera that I told you about. That thing was about 7.5 hours. That base that it's sitting on is the size of a dinner plate. That's how big that is. Now, here's again some more of all of these were painted on stream. Oh, and that too. Let's get down to our Witch King here. That was another one of our sessions. And the Balrog. So all of that stuff painted on stream. I'll catch you later, Mini Grinder Studio. Thanks for hanging out. It was great to have you here. And folks, be sure to give Mini Grinder Studio a follow. Yes, you need to. Hopefully we'll see you again on Monday, because that is our next painting stream. And like we've talked about, we do sculpting streams on Thursday, painting streams on Monday, Friday, and, well, Saturday. I know for some of you it is Sunday, and it's probably been Sunday for a while because it's almost Sunday here. 15 minutes, it will be Sunday. So Cowboy Dragon, I hope you're doing well. Now this right here, we're just going to take some of that, again, that same little glaze there. A little bit of the ivory black mixed with the umber. Mixed with the umber. Good enough. We're going to be adding some water effects in here, so not really vital to be doing a whole bunch of stuff with this. And we'll be using the same stuff that we like to use for ice. Is the same stuff we use for water. It's the same stuff we use to sculpt fire. Literally the same stuff. So where's our icicles here? So the same stuff that we use to create the ice effects here on our T3485 is the same stuff. That is the Liquitex Heavy Gloss Gel. Now let's see. I love sticker shocking people. How much do my entire large custodians army to premium college? Oh, yeah. I always just tell them to remain seated. I just say, are you sitting down? And do you have your medicine nearby? Now, again, this is a case where a finger just kind of keeps running into those and wiping away some of the paint. Well, we can restore that. Here's some more here. Let's get some green on that foliage. Let's just take some of this cadmium green here. And all we're going to do is drop those brush strokes in there. We'll get some of the paint off of the brush here. Where's my blending brush? Where did you go? We'll just use this one here. And you can see that just blends very nicely, nice and easy. This is why we don't have to do all kinds of layering right there. Now Bethany's back. Custom desk is now done, just the shelving to go. Bethany, does this mean that you are like only maybe a few weeks away from getting to do what you wanted to do for the last several months? I mean, it sounds like you're getting closer. I hope that's the case. Oh yeah, Orcrist, we so many times, well, you can almost kind of tell, usually, when they say, I've got these couple of hundred figures to do, and I'll say, okay, do you loan money to Elon Musk? Just kind of say, it could be kind of scary. Are you seated? Do you have oxygen? Maybe you should have a little snifter of brandy or something like that first, just to kind of get yourself ready. There are times where I just kind of say, I'm not quite sure it's gonna be. It might be a little bit on the pricey side. Of course, there can be those times where you give the price and they say, "Oh, well, that's all," because that's happened. That has happened, and then you say, "Wow, that's it's got to be nice to have that kind of scratch." Yes, Deuce. I was thinking as soon as I said that, I'm like, "Wait a minute. I too wish to have a snifter of brandy." In fact, I might just drink it and not let the person have it. And just be like, yeah, whatever happens to you, happens to you. I want this. What I also want over here is a couple more lights. A couple more lights here. Because well, unfortunately, we are all out of refreshment here. That is long since evaporated. We assisted the evaporation process, but nevertheless, it's all gone. We accelerated that evaporation process quite a bit. Let's see, Suga is just starting on a 40k guard army commission for 150 Vostroyan. Now, are those the original metal figures right there? Those old Vostroyans? Because I have painted a couple of squads of those. And yeah, there was some prepping involved with those guys. There was a little bit of prepping. At the end of coding, $15. Oh, yikes! That is wow. And that response to it is well, it's not really shocking, just given what we've run across over the last 20 years. So it's not necessarily a surprise. We've seen a lot over the last 20 years. We don't do any kind of we learned for several reasons. We just do one level. We don't do multiple levels. Multiple levels is just an invitation to ultimate disaster. And I know people really, really, really want to be able to do that and stuff, but usually in the end, that just ends up being more trouble than it's worth because both sides end up with a very different idea of what those levels are. Now, do we wish to add more lights to that, or do we? No, we're going opposite. We're going opposite. We're going to do some darks in there. We got Terra Rosa. We got stuff that can be dark over here. We'll take some of that umber, add it to the Rosa. We can make it a little darker here. It's all in shadow. I can't really do a whole lot of highlighting here. I can maybe do a little bit. I can make it slightly lighter, but I'm just better off making everything around it darker. Much better off making the surrounding areas darker. We did that up here, right? Instead of adding a whole bunch of light, we just made it darker. Oh, the giant frost giant. Yeah, there's words. There's words. But now we'll try and shoot you a message there. There's some basic things that certain figures just tend to be. There's a certain point at that, and I'll just shoot you a message with that. I thought I had. I swear that I had. If I didn't, I apologize. Who knows? I might have even told that same info maybe to, I don't know, maybe it was to Creaturecaster or something like that. Might have been at the same time. Yes, Armored Wolf has plenty of stories. Plenty of stories over people that basically just got a pile of gold and said, well, what's this? What do you mean it's that much? It's like, yeah, you realize you basically got pure latinum right there. Like, no. Oh, yeah, all kinds of fun things happen. When this is your living, you never quite know what might be down the corner next for you. Speaking of darks, we also want to add some dark there. Again, it's big old shadow, right? Should be in shadow. Continuing to add some more darks over here. I'm just going to turn this around. I'm not really going to mess around with that. I think we should probably pop some more lights over here, just for the heck of it. Again, we're going to probably be wiping away a lot of this with our hands, but let's just add something here. Ooh, there's a little bit left of that raw sienna. We'll throw that over here so it kind of looks a little bit maybe-ish like dirt instead of just rocks. We will, again, like I said, we're going to be throwing plenty of foliage stuff over the top of this, so it's kind of irrelevant to get too into all that. Now, there's also some of these other little nobules and globules on his back. What should those be? Maybe not necessarily all the cobalt violet there, or cobalt blue. Maybe something different. We'll try. Ooh, let's try the barite green with the cobalt blue. See what we get. That's going to be interesting. It's probably going to make it almost a grayish color. Almost probably a gray, just because, well, one, the barite green is green, and what do we say about the cobalt blue? That it's got some reddishness to it. And I'm just going to try and get rid of that blue that's right there. And over there too. We got some of the, ooh, there's a whole bunch going on over here that we haven't really done much with. I'll take some of that quinacridone, golden brown. Well, let's mix that with the Egyptian violet. Let's get some darks over here. We haven't done that. Could clearly use some darks over there. We're coming back in with a couple of lights. I'll catch you later there, Wicked Elf. And folks, be sure to give Wicked Elf a follow. We got him to a nice milestone there, but now you got to get him started on to the next milestone. So follow Wicked Elf so you can catch his next stream. Back over here it is again, a little bit of this kind of violet type stuff going on. Back to some darker stuff. That's our quinacridone golden brown mixed with the Egyptian violet. Those are, well, they're two very pricey colors, but they are two very, they're intense colors. They got some punch to them. They got some kick. Also throwing some darks into here just because. Oh, thanks, Glenn. Thank you very much, Ben. I appreciate that. Let's see. Almost dig. The unshaded base coat. Oh yeah, they we tell there's actually what was the weirdest request that I had, and gosh, in the last year was somebody asked me to prime. They said, how much would it be to prime all these hundreds of figures? I said, sorry, we don't prime figures. That's not what we do. Just grab some brush on primer. and just brush it on yourself. And if you throw a little bit of color in it, you're practically painting while you're priming. We call that primer painting. We had somebody hang out in the chat there that we both painted a pair of Victoria miniatures. The Matildas. We painted both of those with nothing but primer. That's all we had. The Amish says that fast is not what Amish does. I suppose for me it has always had to be about keeping the line moving really fast. Whether it was 2D, whether it was 3D, no matter what it was. Time was a wasting, and you can't waste any time. So we're going back and forth here a little bit to something that's got more of the violet in it than some of these other ones. We got some that has some of our cobalt blue. Boy, the other one that I haven't used in a long time, that would be ultramarine violet. I think, yes, brush cut, we had to both be using number 8s. Because that's pretty much all I had. That is pretty much all I had. Now I have a picture of the APC. I don't have a picture of the Matilda. No, I don't have the Matilda. I got the Kangaroo APC. And I think we only had a couple of hours, right, Brushcraft? Because wasn't the dealer's room closing or something like that? We only had a couple hours, and the next thing it was like, yep, everybody out of here. At least maybe I got that wrong, but I think it was. I think we didn't have that many hours either. Which, well, hence the number 8 rounds, helpful. We were using a number 8 round here, and then we were using one of our custom-made flat into filbert brushes. Let's see if I can't get me some more of these little striations in these guys. And like I said, I can go back in there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
And welcome that dude, Henry. Thank you so much, that dude, Henry, for the follow. Gandalf appreciates it too. Hello, little hobbits. Oh, look at all that ganja. And of course, old Rocky's like, man, I told you not to let that old guy in here. Speaking of letting old guys in here, not that Johnny T is an old guy, but we're going to say thank you very much, Johnny, for that raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How is everybody doing? It's officially Sunday here, so I can say happy Sunday. We only had 2 hours? I thought so. And that I just kind of remembered that. I'm like, wait a minute, weren't we pressed for time, so to speak? To the point where it was, both of ours were still literally wet when we had to stop painting them. So welcome in, Raiders. We are painting the last of the RM printable terrain massive STL files. These are STL files. Yes, they can be printed on any of your 3D printers in resin. Big old trolls right here. We painted this one last week. We painted this one last week as well. So you got kind of a forest troll, you have the stone troll, and we've got the fungus troll. There's a fungus among us. He's a very fun guy, which I believe is why we call him Mr. Giggles. So yes, welcome. Meet Mr. Giggles. Now, something that we haven't done in a while, I was going to just do one of these. So you see all the crazy color contrast. Now watch what happens when we do that. You still see all the values, right? You have lights and darks, but now you don't have the reds, the blues, the yellows, the greens. None of that stuff. Look at these things. They kind of look all alike. This is something you could do just with your phone. Take a picture, right, of your miniature. Every phone has a little app, right? You kill the color on it. Look at all this extra contrast that we got. Look at his face. Reds, oranges, greens. blues, purples, all that just in his face. Now, thank you very much, Rhapsody Studios, and thanks, Johnny. So, folks, be sure to give Johnny a follow. And I'm sure it's been way too. I mean, you only just stopped streaming a couple seconds ago. If you've got any work in progress ish type things on your Instagrams, so feel free to pop a link into the chat. So Ben, you've been doing the film noir thing, right? Isn't it crazy what it can show you? The things that it reveals, what film noir knows. Film noir knows everything. Now it was starting to work in some sharper lines. What we'd started out, what was this, 7 hours, 44 minutes ago? This had no paint on it whatsoever. It was just primer. So just primer like this, and all of these guys have been painted within, I want to say, 7 to 8 hours. The entire thing start to finish. Oh, it's been helpful with the bust project. That's very cool. So just, and you can go back and watch all of our previous sessions. Now, we don't just paint large things here. As an example, so when these started out, we put some darker colors on there, various tones, and then we wipe them away with their sponges. Leaves you with something a little bit like this. Then you can come back in with your midtones, with your lights, and then you start to get something that looks a little bit like this. And every miniature is different. That means every pre-glaze is going to be different. Here's one of the Easterlings that we did in a recent sculpting stream. So you can bet that that pre-glaze was a little bit different on this guy than it was on this guy. But also done in oils. The freehand, all of it wet into wet. Johnny's been working on some Necrons, and there's your link, folks. So be sure to go check out what Johnny's been doing. I'm sure it's looking fabulous. And hopefully you made lots of progress on your stream. I know sometimes the streams with the really active chats can sometimes make it a little bit more difficult to get quite as much done as what you might want. Boy, that cobalt blue in there really did give us some very interesting bluish green, didn't it? Speaking of cobalt, I'm just going to throw some of that cobalt over here. I'm just curious now. I know what the phthalo blue would do over here. See, that almost gets a little bit dull, which makes sense, right? Because the cobalt blue is more of a red. So that's why this is looking kind of grayish here. There we go. So Amistig has discovered the dice bags, and you should too. That means you got to head over to Armored Wolf's Etsy page. Look at all those glorious dice bags. They are absolutely fabulous. You know what? As much as I like some of that pink, I think we need to, yeah. I mean, it's so big. Let's get, that's also giving us some contrast over here too. So I'm going to do some more of that, not too much. You know, this is actually kind of the handy thing about this. If I had done this with the phthalo blue, that might have been too intense. That very well could have been too intense. So, I don't know, another again possibility for cobalt blue to return to the palette. That dude Henry says thoughts on uses of Citadel contrast paints. Actually, that dude Henry, head on over to the YouTube channel. There are tons of videos on contrast paints, because this right over here, this was painted on the channel. This is mostly contrast paints. In fact, the tattoos are Leviathan blue. What we did was we took the contrast paints, we mixed them with basically opaque lighter colors like this, and all of this, that's like shyish purple there, snakebite leather, some gore grunter fur out there. So I don't use the contrast paints the way that they are supposed to be used. We use them in a very different way. Sometimes we mix them with metal medium to do some TMM effects. I've got, actually, where's my I'm going to look for some of my Song of Ice and Fire stuff here because that's going to, where are we at here? There we go. So that had heavy use of contrast paint. That was another one, a heavy use of contrast paint right there. Now those were oils, as were these guys. But some of these things right here, I think we've gone, yep, more contrast paints there, more contrast paints over there. So they were used, again, mixed with those lighter colors to make them semi-opaque. That was a lot of contrast paints on those Tully Cavaliers. But again, not used in the traditional sense. Oh, no problem, dude, Henry. And I know it was weird for people to see what we were doing with them because again, all they were told is you just slap those things on a miniature, and no, we weren't doing that. We were doing something very different with those contrast paints. In some ways, the contrast paints can be a little bit of a bridge kind of mentality-wise from acrylics to oils. That is, if you take that approach of essentially turning them into kind of like an oil paint, because most oil paints are translucent, as in 70+% of all oil paints are translucent. They also tend to be very intense colors. Now, obviously, oil paints have capillary action that puts contrast paints to shame, but that's because they're oil paints. So that's another sort of commonality that they have with each other. Celery's is here. Where's Celery? Hey, Celery's. And Walter's Workshop, too. So, folks, make sure you're giving Walter's Workshop a follow as well. How you doing? This was originally not quite supposed to be this brilliant. Oh, and we also made a discovery with cobalt blue. These were originally red. Seriously, that was originally red. We kind of wiped the paint away. We hit it with cerulean blue. That wasn't really doing it for us. So I did glazes of cobalt blue because I couldn't find phthalo blue. And next thing you know, cobalt blue ended up all over the place. It literally went, Celery's has gained some freedom. Yay. Celery's has freedom. Well, congratulations on your newfound freedom. And here we're taking some of that cobalt blue. We're mixing it with some of our phthalo green here. And all of this stuff, we can smooth this out later, right? That's what the blending brush is for. That's what the blending brush is for. What do you mean, blending brush? We've got one of these just sitting around here doing not much right there. Nice soft brush. It's got no paint on it. Gonna go back in here and we're just gonna manage some of these brush strokes. When I hear people say, yeah, I get all these nasty brush strokes with the oils, well, a couple things happen and they're probably being a little bit hasty, maybe going a little bit faster than they should. But then they're also, I don't think they're utilizing this possibility of the blending brush. So again, we've got brush strokes sitting right over there. I do a little bit of stippling here. I don't destroy what's on there, but what it does is it manages that brush stroke. We got one last little one over here. Boom. There we go. Brush stroke, tone down. Tone down the brush stroke. And there we are. Yes, folks, please give Walter's Workshop a follow. We need to spread all the love here. We'll come back in. This is our barite green. We're going to stipple this on. That is one of the other things that we found, oh, it was a couple of months ago, maybe not even. Or if it takes sort of a stipple approach, you can almost even bypass the whole thin over thick type of deal. Oh, the Grey Wolf has a Reaper figure painted in oils. It is the spirit of the forest. Oh, Numbskull, we still scumble. We still scumble. That's at the heart of the our brush management, or brush stroke management. That's kind of a scumbling technique there. Here we are stippling, though. But the scumbling aspect, that is more of a blending type of thing. That the stippling is to do more of an application. Kind of like what we're doing here. Again, this is something where I just have to sort of stipple that on there if I want it to get to stay behind. Otherwise, it's gonna, well, kind of get wiped off. Or we just wait. Or we wait. That's, we don't want to be hasty. We don't want hasty little hobbits. So Grey Wolf, I'm excited for you there. I wonder if that's the spirit of the forest miniature that I'm thinking about. You'll have to send me an Instagram picture or two of that. Alright, back over here. I know, yeah, it's going to catch some light. Maybe not a ton of light, but maybe some. Also, feeling like I should get some lights in here on these textures. Now let's swing back around over here. Oh, wait. Time out. I spy with my little eye an area here that we need to first get some of our yellow and then some of our fanchony type pink color there. Alright. Didn't see that before. I mean, I don't even know if you guys could see that at all. It was hard enough for me to see. Let's see. Oh, what kind of tree? Okay, so yeah, this one that I'm thinking about is a Werner clock sculpt from back in the day. So definitely a different one. Now, yes, I am going to take this. That's Egyptian violet. Gee whiz, it must have a little bit of our cobalt blue in there too. Hey, there's maybe that's a better Egyptian. That's a better cobalt violet. Egyptian violet and cobalt blue. It would be just about as expensive as it as cobalt violet. Getting those two together, but hey, that also needs to be not so. Yeah, that's better. That over there was a little bit too bright. I'm gonna need some more darks over here, and not gonna do that. Oh, there's her. That's our purple matter. And I'm just gonna see if I can't darken up on this side here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, just to not necessarily darker, but a color change, right? If we get that red-ish purple and the dark area where all this green is, we get that much extra boost of contrast, don't we? We get that much more. So many different types of contrast. We've discussed them here an awful lot. Now, Grey Wolf Stew, this was kind of a very dainty, sort of a dryad type figure. Definitely sculpted with the traditional Werner clock sort of wider faces. That was one of my favorite Reaper figures back in the day. I'm going to try and sneak in some more yellows here. Make it a little less red. I mean, now it's getting kind of an orangey vibe here. Let's see if I can. I just thinned it down a little bit as well. I don't want to lose all of that. And we might also throw some of that over here too. I'm going to swing back around. Catch a couple of these guys right here. Again, caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. I mean, if you got one of these deaths, first of all, you're just going to snap the brush in half. Your hand's going to be sore, I'm telling you. I don't know how many times talked to people or watched them. They'll paint for about 10 minutes and they're tired. Said, yeah, that's because you were trying to snap your brush in half. Maybe if you didn't hold it quite so tight, well, first of all, you have paint on your miniature instead of a brush snapped in half in your hand. That might help too, but you wouldn't have like painting arthritis. Just popping in, get some of these yellows to make it. I mean, we don't have enough different colors here, right? Clearly, we don't have enough different colors. We got to add more. We have to add more to this and make it even more wild and crazy. I guess that's why we saved this one here for last. Yeah, we'll add some more of our yellows here. Oh yeah, like so. So now that's starting to look different than our red ones. Yes, we've finally gotten some different ones. It was almost like the crazy Scions of Flame where we're looking for the eighth color to do our object source lighting with. And it was just like, okay, what can we do? And it ended up being that dingy green color, which that was what we put on that Nocturna elf. I don't know where the heck he is. He went somewhere. Not sure where he is. Boy, I'm just okay. I'm gonna take this cadmium yellow deep here. I'm gonna see what happens with this. I mean, so we got crazy enough colors back here anyway. What the heck would a little cadmium yellow deep hurt? Couldn't possibly hurt. All right, now, good. You can see that. Yeah, doing the stippling thing because, well, there's just a whole bunch of other colors that we've been messing around with. My goodness, there's just a wee bit going on with this guy in there. I'm gonna swing this around here and let's see if we can do some of that on this edge of the big old mushroom here. Big old mushroom. Yeah. Okay. Boy, I remember when all of these were the same color. It's just so interesting to see them all very different. So it looks like Orchrist Gaming didn't actually scare them off. So it looks like Orchrist might be very busy. As we add some more of our yellow there. So yellows, blues, we got a couple of our green ones, and well, these guys here, they'll get some of those other colors when, when we can get there. Right now, again, my hand needs somewhere to go, so it's just going to end up wiping that paint away anyways. And I think you guys don't have to necessarily see the last couple of mushrooms done. I think you get the idea now. And again, we have been this 8 hours start to finish with all of these crazy colors and blends. Yes, not kidding. Ooh, actually, ooh, this could be good here. Yeah, I'm just gonna start off with the brilliant yellow pale here. Either that, or I'm gonna just have to get some new white out here. I'm gonna get me some my new quick dry white out here. There. Well, that's really good news. I'm glad that you were able to get that all solid or crisp. All right, let's get some of our lights on some of these little dots. These are going to be dots within dots, right? So that those little dots have a little bit of shading to them. That is why we let the other color kind of soak in there. Let's do the same here. And look at that, dots within the main dot. So now instead of it looking like just a sticker, now hopefully it looks more like just a natural marking on there, less like a sticker. But I only got so many of those brush strokes there before that brush just gets too covered in the existing paint, right? We had to go back, we had to get some fresh paint. We got some of these guys here. Now that's not quite as essential. These aren't so big. Back to these. Oh, let's see. I might even try and get a couple of more lights into his hair. After, well, let's see what we can do with this one here. I don't think we'll be sticking our hand on that too much more. Seems to be doing what we need. Oh, we just got a whole bunch of barite green all over our finger there. Now, some of that is in shadow too, so maybe we won't. That's as far out as I'll go with it. Now, let's see what we can do here with this hair. I don't necessarily want to get too many highlights on his hair, but it's one way to, again, draw the, with all the craziness going on here, one way to draw the interest up to his face here. And that's just to get a couple of these to be lighter. Maybe on the side of his head here, where it's kind of the beard starts to kick in a little bit. Just a few of these guys. They get too bright. I mean, it's super easy to knock them back down again. Super easy. So we say, oh yeah, maybe that one. A little too light. Well, we're just going to take, again, any brush can be a blending brush. See, these two that we added here, we're just going to negotiate those down a little bit. That's all. We didn't wipe them away. We just reduced them in intensity, that's all. Now, I'm just looking here at the... Okay, first, I'm just going to take this as a blending brush. I'm going to do a little bit of some blending right there because I see just an edge that I don't necessarily want. That also is kind of a hard line there. Don't want that either. We got another line over here we got to get rid of. I'll catch you later, Grey Wolf Studio. Thanks so much for hanging out. I know you've been here a long time. And congrats on the stuff, and hopefully we will see you Monday. So Monday could be all kinds of crazy. We might even be painting Bob Ross Landscapes of Middle Earth. Oh no, I do have illustration boards. I seriously have some illustration boards, so maybe we do that. Oh, that's actually some more hair back. Okay, that's what that is. Oh, wait a minute, what's going on there? Now this, I think that could also use a little bit of a reflected light. What's sitting on that? Okay, green. So we'll try and snap in. Can you guys see that? I think you can. I know it might be a little tough, but there's some green reflected light there. Then we'll just grab something that we could use potentially as a blending brush here. And that's what we're just kind of going after the edges of those things. Oh, okay, great, Grey Wolf. Let's see. So yeah, I will catch you later. Or I'm looking under here. I could probably use some. I'm gonna do the eye over here. We're gonna change that eye around. take this, and we're just going to go back in here if we can. There we go. I think I'm going to make that a little bigger here. Much better. Now, the whole goal of this little operation here is to get the eyes to line up a little bit better. Can be a tricky thing. In we go. And all of that again is wet into, there we go. That is, I feel like that's more where the eye should be. And I think that's about the right size for the eye there. Okay. Next thing I've got to do is add some kind of mid-tone underneath the eye. And we've got this Egyptian violet thing going on over here. Maybe that's going to be just enough. We'll find out. Only one way to know. And look at where my hand is on that. But is it sitting there on the end of this like death grip? No. It's all the way back here. My hand is literally resting on the table. So folks that say I got an unsteady hand, where my hand's sitting on the table. My hand is on the table, and my hand is on this, which is on the table. So even though this is my pinky sitting here, it's like my hand is on the table now. I think what was some of the other solutions we tried coming up with, which was to take some of those the tripods, right? Those flexible tripods, and try to make some kind of almost like a little bit of a cradle for your hand. That was another possible solution that we had thought of, I think. For people that got all the shaky stuff going on. Because I hear about that an awful lot, and I was trying to think of maybe some possible solutions for that. Alright, I'm going to try and... let's see if we can't lighten up that cobalt here. Right on the side of his face. See if we can do that. Again, look at where my hand is. I don't have to worry about being all shaky and stuff because it's literally like my painting hand is resting on the table. Actually, it's resting on the table in two places. It is because I've got, not only do I have one of those wrist things for people that do the typing, right, for the keyboard support and all that kind of stuff. That's what my two elbows or arms are resting on. My hand is sitting on the table. So it can't move. I know some folks were saying, well, getting something like this on camera, well, we set the focal point to one place. That's it. We don't mess with the focus at all. No autofocus, none of that kind of stuff. No wicked, evil autofocus. Boy, can I get me just a little more blue-ish here, right underneath his nose. Yeah, because if I can get that under there, then his nose is going to stand out that much more. Too much could be too much, but I'm going to take a little bit of a chance here and dip a little bit of that cobalt blue on there, and that seems to... But we have discovered something new here today. I'm serious. I think the last time I used cobalt blue was on this guy. Even then, I don't know if I even used it on this, but that was like the summer. I think that was either the late spring or early summer, something like that. So that's how long it's been. But apparently it wants to make a return. The Lords of Cobalt. Oh, is that Dark Side Creations? Yes, it is. So Dark Side Creation, I think, well, we're out of that. We'll just let those drop in there, but we will also give you a thank you. Thank you so much, Dark Side Creations. As appreciated. So much has been learned on the course of painting this guy. We have made some major discoveries in the arena of cobalt blue. Major discoveries. Now, part of the reason why we've discovered things is because, well, when I was originally using it, probably much like cerulean blue, I was still thinking of it in its watercolor form, and I think we have found a use for it in its oil form. So, Darkside Creations, happy Sunday morning. How are you doing? This has really been a bit of a surprise, this guy here. I was not expecting to be using these colors at all. All of these mushrooms were all red. They were that same red right there. And as you could see, there's a few different colors going on. And then this is where all the craziness happened with the cobalt blue. How the heck that happened, I just don't know. It did. They do says, don't know if you got to see the metallic red, but I'm about to pin wash it with violet and Van Dyke Brown to see how that looks. Deucer, just gonna have to send me some pics of that. That sounded pretty juicy. Oh, Lakes Darkside. Something told me. Now, people had also requested they wanted him to be, because our last one that we did of the three trolls was a little bit more of a traditional, right? The stone troll, right? And they were hoping for some brighter colors. Well, they done got themselves some brighter colors. Oh, yes, they did. But I was just really happy to just see something in the cobalt blue here that maybe we can make it a return to the palette. I'm not quite sure exactly what purpose it would serve. We know what we're doing with it here. In the larger scheme of things, not sure. Still not even sure exactly what it does really well yet. Even though we've been working with it for the last few hours. And we kind of had, see that idea over there, those crazy bright colors, that people wanted to see something like that. So that's what that reference was doing there. Just so that I could kind of get my head in the game of doing something that's got some wild and crazy colors to it. So the cobalt blue is proven to be, well, I don't want to say a little more opaque than I expected it to be, but yeah, see, I wasn't expecting that. That's interesting. I mean, I'm glad that it was able to make that much of an impression there, but wow, wasn't expecting that. And it's not very light at all. I mean, this is not a light color that we've got going. That's barely a dark middle tone right there. Now, I'll just leave some of those darks rest up in here, but there's more of these little, there's a bunch of little globules here, so we'll just, and that's just a cobalt blue glaze right there. Ooh, you know what? Now that we're thinking about that, perhaps, there's our cobalt blue. Let's see if we can't glaze that up again. Well, pin line wash for all intents and purposes here. And maybe enhance the spiral look of this. Just using our tiny bit of thinner. This is days worth of thinner. All that is just a water bottle cap. That's how much we're using. Nowhere near as much as what people think. Charnel Ground, welcome back. How you doing? Now, the Prussian blue, that took over for phthalo blue and cerulean blue. We did try to make cerulean blue work here. It just really wasn't doing very much. The Prussian blue here, that's what we were using also on our Easterlings here. All that Prussian blue for the most part. And then where's our Thousand Suns? We also have been using the Prussian blue on the Thousand Suns here. it just kind of worked that way because you could still do some of the same things with the cerulean blue and even the phthalo blue. It's just that the Prussian blue did them more efficiently, easier, and it was just one color. And it's also not expensive. Cerulean blue is not a super expensive color. Phthalo blue is not necessarily an expensive color, but again, who knows? Maybe you start seeing more phthalo blue again. But when I started to mix the Prussian blue with the lighter colors, I was ending up with this very similar things that I could do with either cerulean blue and or phthalo blue, which just led to those colors not making much more of an appearance. So Dark Side Creations, I don't know if you got to see some of the newest ones here. Where's some of our newest Book of Wapples here? We did add a few. Now, some of these are sculpting. Some of these are for sculpting here. Ah, there we go. All Hail Egyptian Violet. Yeah, everything else is just purple. And now, remember, the thumb while we're painting is a hideous evolutionary failure, but while sculpting, especially with epoxy sculpt, it's a miracle. And we've been preaching this a lot. You can thin the oil paints. They won't be as thick, but they're not going to be any less intense. Whether it's white or blue or green or whatever, the intensity is going to stay the same. And just like with oils, you can't make haste with epoxy sculpt. Now, some of our earlier ones here, let's go back. We haven't. Oh, look at that. Yes. We had to extend this to epoxy sculpt because we discovered that patience in epoxy sculpt is great. And this we also had, see, this is a back in the day, right? When people were just kind of banging on the oil paints and whole figure at once. We're not working on the face with everything else just primed black or something like that. We are working on the entire figure all at the same time. All of this. This cobalt blue stuff doesn't happen. If we're not working on the whole thing all at once, that doesn't happen. Nope, doesn't happen. Because and I certainly wouldn't have put that in the face here. I put it here, and I said, you know what, I think that could work other places. And I started to enjoy it in so many other places. It went on the face, and that provided me the key contrast between that red, because these are both with the same color red. I mean, his whole face just was like, where am I going to get some contrast there? Working on the whole thing all at once, guess what? It just kind of created that opportunity for the eyes to be open. Yes, even me, I can learn new things. Old as I am, dim-witted as I am, I can still learn new things. It can happen. We'll just throw a little bit of our cobalt blue in there. That's not so much. I probably couldn't even see what I did there, but when you do that upon closer inspection, you'll see it there. We'll throw in a couple of bit. Yeah, you know what? Let's make this one lighter too. What the heck? I'm going to come back in with this thing to blend it out here just a bit. Yeah, let's do that. There's our blending brush. Make sure he's got no paint on him, and then we manage all of these brush strokes here. There's your scumbling action right there. A little bit of scumble can't hurt. Dive back into that cobalt, and I keep wanting to call it cobalt violet because there's so much red in it compared to, well, that's the thing that the Prussian blue is all about. Very much, that's kind of a greenish blue, I want to say. Charnel's doing good. Just picked up some Egyptian violet today. Oh, thanks, Charnel Ground. And I'm glad that you're able to snag some of that. We've definitely used it on here too. There's so many things that you can mix that Egyptian violet with. Actually, believe it or not, we were thinking, well, what if you mix Egyptian violet and cobalt blue? Do you get a better version of cobalt violet? It's not any cheaper, but is it more useful? So that's entertaining there. And boy, that Egyptian violet, something about that, just like the what is that? Our brilliant yellow pale. There's just something in the formulation of it. I'm glad that you were able to catch this one here. I know I try to start the Saturday stream much earlier so that maybe it's a little bit more, well, at least friendly for the late night Euro crowd. The Monday stream will be back to more of our 6 p.m. starting time. And then, well, then Thursday is the late night. That is the late night crew. Now, who knows? On Monday we might be doing some Bob Ross Middle Earth landscapes. I don't know. Or we do a little bit of both. We do some miniatures. We do some landscapes. I don't know what's going to happen. One never knows. All the stuff that I was supposed to be painting this weekend just did not. That did not work out the way it was supposed to, and we had to improvise suddenly, like very suddenly. Now I'm looking at you know what, I think I need to get some of this. Yeah, some of that green needs to go in there. We've been doing an awful lot with the cerulean blue. I'm sorry, cobalt. What am I saying? We don't want to insult the cobalt blue. We cannot insult the lords of cobalt. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Uh, Dark Side Creation. I think we've got a new chapter in the Book of Wapple. Yes, you have. If you have to respect the umber, you must also respect the cobalt blue, despite despite its worthless cousin. It's yes, despite its useless relatives, you must respect the cobalt blue. I'm liking that bit of green in there now. Speaking of cobalt blue, there is actually some cobalt blue in this, believe it or not. Yeah, so the barite green is starting to get phased out here because we've got the cobalt blue mixing with the phthalo green and the white, basically creating what is the barite green. Oh, Dark said, thank you so much. Like if we are out of we are out of our juice, man. He's like, whoa, um, dude, stop smoking the pipe weed. Gandalf was like, pipe weed? Where's the ganja? What did you do with the ganja? It's like, dude, man, I don't know. Where'd it go, man? Let's see. Deuce is probably already dried too, thanks to the light. I was talking with the steel. I guess I just need to get a bigger glass. The problem is there's no room for a bigger glass on the table. Otherwise, I tried using a bigger glass once. That didn't go well. That did not go well. Oh, that's what we were talking about last night. Is this filming area, for as many times as it's been reworked, it needs to be reworked again, and we need a mini bar here. That's what the filming area needs. At least a refrigerator. You know, a little small refrigerator with some refreshments inside. That way we'd have everything that we need. We'd never have to leave. Well, that and the chamber pot. I think we've managed some of our colors there too. You know, I might just play around with some of our little do thingies here and maybe make those have a little green on them. Not sure why. We'll just do that, see if we like it. If we don't, well, that's easily changed. Easily changed. back into this area again. This is that very interesting new version of barite green, only a better version. We have made a better barite. We have made a better barite. Oh, that is a... I wish I knew about this a while ago. That could have been handy. I'm going to use that up here for sure. Yeah. It's not like it's necessarily a different color. It's just like this. I tried doing that with the barite green. It did not have that sort of coverage level at all. Not even close. So we're using the combined power of the phthalo green and the cobalt blue. That's what happens when you've been streaming for 8.5 hours. The brain starts to go. What brain? So we'll just keep using this. So I don't know. Barite green might be an endangered species now. I don't know. That is until we find some other use for it, probably. Always keeping that blending brush on hand so that we can do this. Yeah. And I'm glad we just kept that kind of the original brownish color there. We might just drop in a couple of other little lights on this too. Say cadmium yellow light. Oh, I don't know if we... Well, I'll just throw a little bit of the quinacridone golden brown into that. Is that okay? I thought that was going to be too yellow. I didn't want this to be super yellow. There's enough yellow on him. We got yellow on the shrooms. In fact, I will let more of the quinacridone golden brown work its way in there. If all else fails, Terra Rosa. Yes, Terra Rosa. And that, now, that has a little extra something to it. Everything was looking a little bit too similar of a brown. And again, I'm not really going to be sticking my finger up there quite as much as I was, so I think I can now get away with shifting some of these colors a bit. Throw them out there, and then we just push those around. It saves hours and hours of blending, layering, all that kind of nasty stuff. So much easier. Do we have... Oh, we do have some of our white in there still. We'll make that lighter. Oh, that's our mushroom over there. Maybe we'll go back to that and play with that edge. That was our purple here, our purple matter. The interesting thing, as intense as that color is, once you get a certain amount of white in there, it just kind of goes away. You don't have too much of the intensity. It's lighter, but you lose an awful lot of the intensity. That's not true with everything. Say like the quinacridone magenta or even alizarin crimson, I think. You mix it with white, you still got a hefty amount of intensity left with that. I'm looking... Yeah, we'll do the same. Just what we did over on this side. See if we can do this right over here. And that's more of the stippling right there, but again, gentle holding of the brush. We are not crushing this brush. We're just gently cradling it with the fingers here. Nice and easy like. And then we'll go all the way back to more of just a... That's just a little bit of white with the purple matter. That's still their original pre-glaze sitting over there. Not kidding. So 8 hours 33 minutes later, some of that pre-glaze still workable. And I really do. That is a fun. It's another one of those fun colors. I just haven't been able to find the right language for it, or the right description for it. Dark Side Creations popping in all kinds of bits. Thank you so much. Well, that. Francis says, well, where'd that go? He's like, dude, I'm getting secondary shrooms from you. That I swear that just disappeared up here. It didn't go in there. Where the heck did that go? Well, thank you so much, Darkside Creations. You have a good night's sleep, and thanks again for all those bits. We did manage to have some interesting activity, right? We had our was that boost your stream thing? That's twice that's happened. I mean, I think we did the goal, right? I mean, we did 100% of. Ooh, look at that. Huh? Look at that. Turn them around a little bit here and see if we can do some more in this area. Oh, yeah. Wow, look at that. I'm going to add a little bit of my thinner to that, so now that it becomes a little bit more of a glazy thing. That's nice and intense. Ah, you can see the red and the purple matter now, can't you? Yes, you can. I'll get back to that purple matter. Where's the spot? That is the one thing about using the palette multiple days. Kind of looks like brains right here. But we'll definitely have to measure this out and see just how big the dice rolling tray needs to be. I just make a mock-up one and just see, because every camera somehow seems to have a little bit of a different aspect ratio. Oh, down here. In some ways, this has the same effect that the cobalt blue did in several spots, especially as a glaze here. Maybe that's why we were liking the cobalt blue so much, because it's sort of like well, first we were saying it's the umber of blues. Ooh, there we go. Cobalt is the umber of blues. There's a new one. Let people figure out what the heck that one means. Let people figure out what that Book of Wapple chapter means. Talk about being on too many shrooms. Oh, look at that. Fantastic. So very much like what the cobalt blue was doing. So yeah, apparently we have now discovered the cobalt blue of purples. All right, we thought that was Egyptian violet. Don't let Egyptian violet hear that. So I'm liking the idea of these additional darks around the edges here. More this away. There, look at that. Back down to here. Maybe a bit on here too. And I think we could see the difference, but there's like a bridge here, right? So we've got that same kind of purple matter yes, it's kind of grayed down, but it still takes you down this way. Now I'm thinking of perhaps this. Not sure if we want to be doing this, but might be another little extra bit of, yeah, that edge there. That's a very big edge, and there was not much going on, so I had to essentially make that edge more interesting than it really was. So we have kind of a dark, light, dark going on. That's a little bit more interesting. Now, speaking of, well, interesting, I don't know. Let's see what we can do on the fingernails over here. I don't know. That might have to be some kind of a glaze here. Not that it's super visible. really not that visible. Now we're also going to try and come in here, maybe. It's a very watered down kind of a, I think you got a little bit of the umber and the black mixed together. Nah, not doing that with, I'm going to go back over here to that crazy purple. Oh yeah, we're just going to go all the way around this here. It is quite plain to me. This is what we needed to do from the get-go. Much better. Okay, that, feel better about that. And we can even let this work its way down in towards, yes, it's not just a round little circle there. A round little circle? Ah, there's words. That's word craft right there. Nope, that's really, so much of that stuff is in shadow. It's really tempting to go in there and try and add lighter colors until you realize, no, that's in shadow. We can't mess around with that. Sometimes you just gotta avoid temptation. Temptation will take you to places where you just put too many lights and too many darks all in the same area. That little rope right there, I want to see what happened. Oh yeah, this was our ashen gray. This was the tube of paint that we were going to try and sell for like double cobalt violet prices. All it is actually the clear, or the, sorry, not clear yellow. That is our brilliant yellow pale mixed with black. And that was going to be our ashen gray, which I think we came up with on this horse. Yeah, that's the ashen gray horse. Literally just a couple of same old kind of colors, but why not? All right, there's our gray. We'll throw some of that into here. On this stalk here, on his staff. Maybe we'll just throw a little bit of this on some of these rocks. Maybe we'll even go a little bit of this up here too. We grab our blending brush. So this way, those big old brush strokes. And look, you don't see them as brush strokes anymore, because they just lighten all that area. Now we can take a smidge more of that and then put in a couple other types of texture, right? Little directional brush strokes there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Exodon. That is appreciated. Gandalf appreciates that. I won't lighten up. I was tempted to actually throw some more lights back there. No. We don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. So, Exodon, I hope that you're having yourself a good Sunday, whether that is a Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon. Because I'm guessing for a whole bunch of folks, it could very well be Sunday afternoon. I will bring some more of my lighter yellow in there. And then we're going to manage again some of these brush strokes. We have a little bit of our scumbling there. And scumbling is literally just, it's not just pressing on there. It's a little bit of a twist here. Kind of press and twist, a little bit like that. A little bit of press and twist, and we now have some quick blending. Quick blending. Do it fast. You notice that we do not linger in one area. We are constantly rotating around this figure. And one of the reasons why this whole thing entirely, again, from nothing to this in less than 9 hours, including doing the chat stuff and hype trains and everything else to be able to do all of this in less than 9 hours. You can't just lock yourself in on one area. It will slow you down. It will slow you down. If you get too absorbed in one area, ultimately slows you down. Now I'm going to take, speaking of some of our ashen gray here, I'm going to try and do a little bit of a glaze here on this pouch, like so. There. All right. Nope. I was almost tempted to add some more cerulean blue light there, but we're not going to do that. I am going to cut down a little bit of thickness there. We had some of our white was a little bit thick. I could see that, and I just tamped it down a little bit with my brush here. They can't hurt her. Well, you think Mr. Giggles here is scary. You think all that fungus among us is scary. You think a Balrog's scary. You think Gandalf is scary. Nah, none of that stuff is anywhere near as scary as the mimes of Moria. Yes, they are French. Yes, they are street mimes. Jetez-moi. That says toss me. And we love the mimes. Yes, they have chef's hats. They have top hats. They have berets. They have baguettes. Fleur de Lis is the symbol, and Charles de Gaulle is the coach. But speaking of trolls, these two gents, they thought they were the stars of the team, Francois and Pierre. They didn't tackle, they didn't block, but they did like a nice Chablis or maybe a Pinot Noir. And this conversion right here was one of the first things I ever converted, this whole team. And of course, the figures were all metal. So we were just hacking away at metal figures, trying to make conversions of those things. Oh, it was Lustria? Sorry. It's late. All right, let's get Lustria here. You mean this? You mean in the jungle? What lurks in the jungle? Okay, sculpting-wise. Well, you get a double treat there, cat herder. You get yourself a double treat. Those two big old engines of the gods, those were sculpted entirely from scratch. The dinos themselves made out of epoxy sculpt and tinfoil. The howdahs, that was all Sculpey clay and some green stuff work. This was my very first Warhammer army right here. There is Baby Bobble. We made that entire kind of little howdah for him. And that's we're going to have to do some Spacescape stuff, like all of these Spacescapes. People said, Jim, you did that entire Lizardman army just so you could do Spacescapes. But there was a bunch of tutorials that came out of it. Actually, that terrain piece that's sitting there, that's actually one of our tutorials on the Patreon page. I think I've got about a dozen. No, more than that. Oh, look at this. So it says boosting stream 25% completed. Wait a minute. Didn't we do 100% on that earlier? I'm like, wait a minute, where'd that come from? Hey, Aussie, how you doing? Yeah, it's got to be, what is it, 4:07 p.m. or is it 5:07? I don't know. There's only one way. I'm going to maybe cheat a little bit here. Now it's 6:07. Sorry about that. That's why it's dinner time for you. That's why it's dinner time. Now, it still has a little bit of that Terra Rosa in there. Oh, gosh. Do we need to do some of that up here? Yeah, we just won't be sticking our finger up there anymore. That sounds weird out of context. But we don't need that support quite so much. So it's 6:07. Yeah, I'm kind of always not super clear on some of the Australian time zones. I had to try and learn that for those days when Western Bulldogs were playing out at West Coast Eagles. We threw that out there. We'll get Mr. Blending Brush here. There, now we've got ourselves some. Look at that is so interesting to see the different aspects of that purple matter. I swear, maybe it is a little bit like the consistency wise to the cobalt blue. Yeah, Father Wind, that was we always have to look at that. You can see how my fingers picking up some paint there, and that we've had strategic places like down here. There's been certain areas that it's almost like you're building yourself into a corner or something like that, and eventually you have built yourself into a corner or painted yourself into a corner. I guess you could do that with a self-portrait. Now again, I don't know. Oh, Aussie. Uh, oh yeah, this is definitely he is a fun guy. That's why he's called Mr. Giggles, and everybody loves a fun guy. But we were talking about doing the possibility of Bob Ross landscapes in Middle Earth. So that's something that you might start seeing, especially in a pinch when, well, for whatever reason, like this Friday and Saturday, we end up painting something that's entirely not what we were originally supposed to be painting, just because of crazy things. Maybe we say, you know what, we're just going to do some Bob Ross Middle Earth landscape. It's going to be Bob Ross at Ithilien, Bob Ross in Osgiliath. It's going to be Bob Ross at Kirith Ungol. Hey, Geeks of the North, how are you doing? Are any of the wee ones doing their late night keeping you awake type things? So how are you doing? This is all of these start. I swear, all of these started out as red. Every single one of these started out as red, and well, things happen. There's a Bob Ross at the Prancing Pony, but yeah, all of these, Bob Ross does Edoras, Bob Ross at Helm's Deep. I think wasn't Bob Ross the guy standing on the stone, telling everybody else to go charge forward? He's like, look at that happy little wall. Take your happy little explosive to that happy little wall and make it go boom, because that's what it likes. Dawn was their birthday today. Well, it's a happy belated birthday. I'm telling you, I don't know. NyQuil laced lawn darts. That could knock people out pretty good. Heck, just the lawn darts alone. Now, do we want to? Yeah, let's throw a little bit of our cadmium green light here. Yeah, well, we'll be heading out here relatively soon because we have been at this 8 hours and 52 minutes. 8 hours 52 minutes. It's definitely not the longest stream. I think well, technically it wasn't all just on my channel, but I think the longest I did was about 15 hours or something like that. Yes, and you can tell the voice is going too. So Geeks of the North, they're just like us, just like we are birthday brothers. They are birthday siblings, same birthday, just years apart. It's just like us. All right, yeah, let's get a little bit more of our brighter green in here, shall we? Now, they won't be terribly large. They're basically, this is how big they're going to be. So they'll be pretty small. That's how big, that's the size we got to work with. And see, it kind of fills up the screen anyway. Look at that. So the Bob Ross Landscapes of Middle Earth. I don't know if I should really use that name. We'll just call them Landscapes of Middle Earth. I don't know if we want to use the Bob Ross name. There could be some kind of multicolored helicopter that lands on the front lawn. So Geeks of the North, I saw that on the GW site today, they did one of their things where they say, "Oh, look, we got this made-to-order stuff." I mean, the prices are what the prices are. That wasn't the issue, but when I saw what the Ammon Hen set, and then there was the one with Galadriel as the Dark Queen, and they said something like allow 160 working days for delivery. Adamantia is heading off to the nap times. Well, we won't be sleeping just yet. We still got to exercise. We got hours of work to do, but the voice can only last so long. I just thought, well, instead of it necessarily being more of a realistic style and a realistic sense of things, what if we was to almost do them the way Bob Ross might paint them? And that could be quite the interesting little mashup there. We'd have quite the collection. I mean, who doesn't want a Bob Ross style Mount Doom? Who doesn't want a Bob Ross style or Thank, right? Think of how fun that could be. Now I'm just taking, this is the same stuff we're using to highlight the shrooms. We're going to get a couple of these lights on his, I mean, a little too much thinner right there. Oh, that's right. Definitely a lot of folks use the Bob Ross to, well, there were many times where people used my videos as tranquilizer darts for their kids, just to mesmerize them or get them to calm down, get them to go to sleep. That is not unheard of. Also, not unheard of is taking Mr. Blending Brush right here, hitting those up. So we're not wiping out all of these lines. No, not doing that. This is all about, this is our brushstroke manager too. It's not just a blending brush. Now doing, so yeah, well, I guess, of course, Bob Ross doing Hobbiton, right? Bag N. Talk about your cabin in the woods there. It would be the joy of painting Middle Earth. That I think we can get away with. That the more I even talk about that, the more hilarious it is. Now, of course, I wish I could save some of those as my painted backdrops for our Games of Middle Earth strategy battle game. So, like I said, there might come a time where you see me painting some really big landscapes under. I don't know. Depends what we can fit under here. That's more like it. Okay, now stuff starts to go back down. And then we're going to do something here with some... we'll put a couple of lights in there. Then we'll do our little bit of a glaze over some of the more earthen parts. We're going to be putting some of our Luke's APS ground cover material on there too, just like we did on Woody, on our big forest troll. A little bit of our Egyptian violet there. And now I think it's time for a little bit of glaze action. And here we'll take what's left of our Van Dyke brown here. Now there's still some asphaltum left. We're really going to have to thin that down though. Thin it down. Let's see. Oh, you see it? I thought so. Those 4 a.m. conversations. The bit rate seems to be okay here, but that's alright because we are going to be heading out here very soon. Because again, it is now, well, I'm just waiting to officially hit that 9 hour mark, just to say that I streamed for 9 hours today. Oh, thanks Achilles Blade. And thanks for hanging out too for so long. I know a lot of, well, I know Armored Wolf has been here the entire time, so that's why we want to say thank you. Thank you so much to our moderator, Armored Wolf. And be sure to head on over to Armored Wolf's Etsy page. Check out all those fabulous dice bags as we throw in a couple more darks here. And then come back at it with the blending brush here one more time. Manage those brush strokes. Yeah, almost all day long. It's let's just compare him to, I mean, oh my gosh. Oh, that is so funny. Even again, even our Woody Sawzalog over here, he was not exactly, dim with the colors, but compared to Mr. Giggles right here, that's a whole different look.
So say we all.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Armored Wolf. I would salute you with the toast, but we'll just do this. He's just gonna grab that before he eats some of that wonderful, fantastic jerky. Yes. So, folks, our imprintable terrain, this troll, this troll, and this troll all are available. Plus the giant Etten. Yes, there's also an Etten. And our imprintable terrain, they also have much more. All kinds of fun sci-fi stuff. You name it, it's there. Lots of terrain too. And there is your link to the Birchwood Vale printable terrain and miniatures Kickstarter. So folks, I'm going to just see who is out here for the raiding experience as we pass our 9 hour mark. Ah, do what now? Thank you very much. Thanks for those biddies. They are appreciated. It's like, dude, man, I'm telling you, stop doing the pipe weed. That's bad for you. And it stinks. It smells. Thank you so much, do what now? Well, there is one place you can go. You got your choice between Still a Rebel, and Still a Rebel. We shall choose Still a Rebel because she's also painting with the oils. So away we go, folks. And thank you so much. We're going to get this countdown started. Oh, thank you so much, Kelvadia. So think that all of these things were red. They were all red when we started. And now a little bit different. So again, big discoveries here. Big time discoveries. Thanks again, everybody, for watching. Achilles Blade Aussie. See you all on Monday, hopefully.